Market just spiked a little higher here at this 8 a.m. candle. Overall, though, kind of hanging out near yesterday's highs for the S&P 500. NASDAQ looking a little bit weaker, having a little bit of a harder time with this pre-market high, but lots to talk about here. Oil is going to be once again in focus. We know President Trump, in an interview that was released this morning, said that he is opening the Strait of Hormuz and that China has agreed not to send any weapons to Iran. So posting again after this interview saying that, yes, China's happy that he's opening the Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz is being reopened after that U.S. blockade. Here is USO right now, right around where we closed as of yesterday. But it's not just geopolitical headlines, guys. There are a ton of headlines talk about. Some of them also involve some economic numbers. At 8:30 a.m. right here, Sharif and I will bring for you the import and export prices. We're also going to be getting at 10 a.m. NAHB housing market index. So a couple smaller numbers. 8:30 a.m. we're going to get Fed's bar, then at 1:45 Fed's Bowman. So definitely not the level of Fed commentary we were getting yesterday, but still some Fed comments throughout the day to be aware of. Tons of stories, though, across the market. We've got Mag 7 names in watch. We have smaller caps in focus, even some meme runners. Sharif, what are some of the stories to know?
Yeah, some of the stories, Adara. Google facing possible antitrust lawsuit here. This time it's over their app store, the Google Play Store, not Apple's this time. Also, Amazon's Globestar deal, more information about that. We'll talk about that. Tesla also advancing their AI chip roadmap with that A15 design. Elon basically saying it's all but done, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. And then Meta and Broadcom, this story coming out late yesterday, tying the knot. A good look here for Broadcom as they continue to help some of these hyperscalers with their custom silicon. And ASML kind of disappointed here with the reaction, raising guidance, Adara, but they're down 2 3/4 here to start the morning.
Yeah, definitely a lot to discuss, that's for sure. But let's start with Sean and Neil. What are you guys looking at today?
Well, good morning, everybody. Maybe some Robinhood up another 8%. That's worth looking at. ASML might be disappointing. Morgan Stanley decided to buck the trend where they have good earnings and the bank actually goes higher. Go figure. But, I mean, how could you not be looking at NVIDIA? Remember that 195 that broke out pretty big there in the afternoon? And you see right there, CoreWeave apparently we should pay attention to because Jane Street Group has taken an additional $1 billion stake in CRWV. So sometimes these questions, you don't really know. They answer themselves. CoreWeave, hey, CoreWeave, what were you doing down in the first? This is actually down a couple of points until that news. But that looks like it's getting a little bit of a bump here. I mean, probably I'm going to pay attention to crypto as well because there was some relative weakness over there. And ETH wasn't too great relative to the overall market. If you're going to look for things that stuck out there, like it was just downward trending pretty much off the jump when it was exact opposite that you saw in the Qs and the SPY. So yeah, a little bit of relative weakness in crypto, like that'll be on the mind. ASTS, space name's going to be in play. There's a lot to watch from Tesla again. Pick and choose. When the market's getting back into highs, all-time highs, you have names that are starting to go. You've got PayPal randomly is one of the ones that's trying to go, and then like we said, Robinhood getting off the schneid. Even Nike is up today. So
yeah, it seems like you know, you'd even what's up, everybody? You look at this CoreWeave, it's like it was just $70. Like you know, some of these pickups down here, you know, it's not like CoreWeave didn't give you many opportunities to believe in it. It was down November, like this $70 mark, quite amazing. Now you're up to 119 right now or so, or maybe 116. Yeah, great move there. Intel giving a little bit back right now as well. But welcome, it's Wednesday here today, hump day. So Intel, Intel's only down 0.1% right now. NASDAQ flat, ES flat, banks rocking. I mean, Morgan Stanley here. I mean, some of this trading revenue and fixed income trading, 21% return. It's just amazing to see what, and again, like this is another name that's like what we're we even doing down here to rewind 3 weeks. Wow, just big time movement there for Morgan Stanley. Looks like we'll try to take out 193, you know, quick as you like, as they like to say around here. 3% right now for Morgan Stanley. Yeah, man, it's going to be a big one. Didn't get much sleep last night. Got to bed late and woke up was up like at 5:30, tossing and turning. So freaking stupid.
Look at everybody.
Yeah, just got too much on my mind, I guess. Yeah, there it is. Intel now staying a little lower. News about ceasefires and all this stuff happening. So we could definitely look at crude right here. Oh, Trump is talking right now, I guess. So, all right, that's probably right. Fox Business interview, apparently. 1% right now for oil upside. So this is going to be, should be a fun day anyways. The PDT rule, really, we talked.
Well,
we talked about that yesterday. And you can see now with Robinhood, I mean, it's not like it's rocket science. We literally sat here and in the afternoon, Joe came on and we talked a little bit, about the PDT rule. And then, we're just sitting here watching Robinhood and, we should have probably maybe been a little more aggressive and picked up some more shares there yesterday on Robinhood because, yeah, it's a great story there. The more trading and the more money that they're going to be making, they make tons of cash every single time a trade is hit there. Not tons if you do it enough. Look at Webull as well, bouncing off 5 to 650 right now. The U.S. has not agreed. Okay. I don't know if any of this really matters, man. I mean, like the market, there's just going to be a back and forth, right? I mean, it's just going to go. I think what we're looking for now is what a lot of traders are looking for are dip opportunities to get in there and buy because, you always think you miss the bottom. And I think this time you probably did miss the bottom on many names, right? And so you can see the market's almost back to all-time highs. So yeah, I think there's a lot of traders looking to try to pick something up on the cheap. And if you're looking for something on the cheap, Microsoft is still pretty cheap compared to, a lot of these other moves. Amazon is all the way back up to its highs. Google is up here. Apple needs to get going a little bit. Meta got back a little bit. So the next one that we're waiting for it to change something in their business, Microsoft. There's so much cash. I think that Microsoft can eventually work. Yeah, our little screen here is all tilted.
Yeah,
there we go.
Yeah, it's
fixed right there. We should have Luis Barbado on today too.
Yeah,
talking about some small caps.
Well, the other thing too is you mentioned Microsoft. Like the IGV itself, like the software names, have made a temporary bottom here. Maybe they didn't really push through yesterday. See, this is the other side of the coin in yesterday's trade. Like we were talking about how Bitcoin wasn't all that strong. Like you had just complete and utter trend up in the NASDAQ, but from the open, it was just the complete opposite for the software ETF. So like there's just these kernels out here where, if we end up weak, I know for sure that it's like I like the crypto, but you could look at the IGV's potential weakness. But Robinhood, Webull, I know there's a lot of Webull gets a lot of hate because the stock has been trashed for a while, but it's bounced off 5. This was already making a press at 6, just on a 2-day regular trend, and now you get this extra push. So I think both Webull and Hood are up about 9%. But don't look now. You're over the 50-period moving average. You haven't been able to say that since October of last year for Webull. So this is the kind of move that you can confirm a bit of a trend turn, and you almost want to like it. You got the VIX like well under 20 and absolutely chilling out. And we haven't really been affected too much by some of the moves in US. So not that it's had many, the oil hasn't had many big up moves the last couple of days, but I feel like even when it was making like muted moves, it wasn't that big of a deal. So this has been trend down for a couple of sessions. Unless that changes, I don't see any reason that you just kind of lean into the things that were strong yesterday. And if it was relatively weak, that's one thing. Like ASTS is an example, crypto is an example for me. There's things that were definitely weak, and I'll be looking the other direction today. But for the most part, NVIDIA looks strong. I like that Tesla look as well, Robinhood as well. So geared up, and we're excited. And there's one that'll be a mover for you, Sharif, in small cap land. I know Sidhu's moving around, although I know you do short things. But Sidus and the space names have been in play. It's a little bit flattish, but watch the $5 level. There's been a lot of even dollar levels on these small caps. There was one the other day was like exactly off of $1 that it bounced off of. Sidhu bounced twice off of exactly $5 yesterday. Like twice, not once, twice. First time to like 560, second time to like 540. So that's a big level to watch on that particular space name. As we got a special delivery. Ooh.
What is that?
It was like quiche.
Oh,
world's smallest quiche.
Yeah, that's what they are, quiche. Yeah.
Thanks, Randy.
Okay, quiche with a little bit of red pepper on it, if you're wondering what that is. Thanks, Randy,
bacon.
For all of that. Yeah, it's pretty warm and rainy around here these days.
A lot of
rain.
Pretty
rainy for the next little while. Okay, yeah, let's go back over the desk. It's 8:10. As we said, Luis should be around here on 8:30.
We're already getting quite a few headlines in the oil space, and by that I mean these geopolitical headlines, whether or not the ceasefire will be extended. We know the U.S. said they don't really want to extend the ceasefire. They are looking to continue these negotiations, at least that's according to an Axios reporter. We have also have comments from Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson saying there has not been any date for any more talks yet. So we know they want to have more talks, but it looks like still kind of at a standstill. What else can you tell us from earlier today, Sharif, about this that people should know about for a while?
President Trump using these exact words, Adira, the war is very close to being over. We'll see. U.S. officials apparently are actively discussing new negotiations, potentially within days. Islamabad being discussed here as a possible location for those negotiations. The momentum's building ahead of this kind of fragile ceasefire expiration, which expires, I believe, next week. Tone is suggesting, though, that there is urgency from both sides, especially because now the U.S. is actually enforcing the blockade on Iranian ports. Obviously, that's the way that they're funding this war. They're sending out oil as well as other products. President Trump indicated, Adara, that oil prices should decline once the conflict ends. And he always, a guy for hyperbole, he expects equities to, quote, boom post-conflict. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, let's see if these boom. How are you guys doing?
I mean, expected to boom post-conflict.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of booming right now.
What do we call this then? The bounce off, like we've already erased the gains, or sorry, erased the losses from the war in the first place. The Qs are, sorry, I just had that quiche, it was pretty good. A little small though. No, the Qs are pretty much a stone's throw. What, like $5, $6? Okay, maybe it's more like $7. Yeah, okay, fine. Yeah, it's like $7 or $8 from the high. It doesn't really make a difference. You're a 1.5 away on the Qs and the SPY, about the same thing. So I feel like some of that's already come in here. And sorry to say, I don't think it's even about, it's like the war matters, and certainly you don't want there to be longer oil shock prices. If there's more of a shock on oil prices, it's a lot longer, and this lingers for more weeks or maybe even months longer, then you will start talking about things like recession and more inflation problems and already some strain in the labor market, and that could weigh on the markets. But right now it's about earnings. We're heading right into earnings season, and the markets tend to, when there is a war or conflict, they price it in quick, and then they move on. And right now, the market's been in the move-on phase, and earnings is what we're moving on into. Now, obviously, we don't have, like, we got, what, like Netflix tomorrow, we've had some banks, and we had ASML in there, but that's going to matter so much more. Let's see how, let's see how the memory chip names are doing on margins, right? Let's see how the CapEx spend is going for the hyperscalers. And let's see how concerned some of the software companies, or what their CEO's responses are on some of the calls to some of the concerns for the software companies and for the cybersecurity names. Like, that's where I'm going to be focused. And then you take the headlines as they come with the war. But driving factor is this market's moved on.
Yeah, if you look here, you also have, everything, nothing really matters except for rates. We can talk here about everything we want about this war. It doesn't really matter. If rates were on the increase, this market would be getting crushed, but that's just not the case anymore. And it's now, if we go back into December, it is looking more and more like we are going to get these rate cuts, right? Like into April here, obviously they're not going to get anything. Little bit of a rate hike. There was, in the past when we were down there 3 weeks ago, this number was was much bigger. Now that we're more calmed down, it's just about rates. Has nothing, everything else. Like I said, oil doubled. The market should not be at all-time highs. That's never ever happened in history. But right now you have the rates that looks like will be holding steady, if not a cut now into year end. This is what's rallying the market. There's really nothing else. So we're going to get earnings, and hopefully that can be a good little boost to it. But yeah, with Kevin Warsh coming, hopefully we do get at least one rate cut. And there's even a chance right now at 2. I mean, there was, like I said, 2 or 3 weeks ago when the market was getting crushed, which I have to get at the daily market, doesn't matter. These rates were the other way around. Okay, so now it's flipped over. So now the market can reassume having the Fed behind its back, right, instead of on top of its back. So that's something that you're going to want to watch out for. If rates start to change, then maybe we'll get a little bit of a different trajectory. But for right now, it is up, and away for the NASDAQ and for all these companies, right? I mean, the bank's earnings look like they're going to be pretty strong. I don't remember the last time we came out of a bank season and all the banks generally were up. I mean, I know Wells Fargo had
the only blip.
Yeah, and so it's like, okay. But anyways, so that's nice. And we'll just have to see. ASML starting to go southbound a little bit, but they've had such a good run again off some of those lows. Now ASML down 5%. This is getting crushed here right now, but they did, sort of solidify their space and the demand for chips. So you're not really seeing it happening to NVIDIA or. Yeah, I mean, it's well run. There's, NVIDIA 0.5%, AMD. I mean, look, the NASDAQ was up 1.9% yesterday. For some of these names to come back wouldn't surprise me any bit. So, yeah, I think it's just going to be a really fun day to trade. Could be relatively quiet is my estimation, but there's always names to trade.
And there's always JKL with the super chat. Timely as always. Appreciate you. Chest and back day report. Okay, get all upper body. Maybe some people like to separate them, but you can get it all done. Yeah, I like to push pull, but sometimes you got to get it all done, Sharif. Closed out silver yesterday and added to oil. Will remain in oil for the short time being. SBIT or SQQQ could be in play today. I would tend to agree. I actually think today it'll be more activity in specific in play stuff. Like I think today you want to look at like Robinhood. I know we keep talking about them, but Robinhood and I guess to an extent like Webull would be in play. The space names after the Globe Star, again, they're moving around and they're going to be in play a little bit. I think the chips led the way yesterday, so you kind of come back into that. I just think we'll get more movement out of those. And just one note when we're talking about the oil thing, it's worth keeping in mind when we look at the oil shock we've had. Most of the comparisons that get made to oil's up this much and the market's doing that, you're talking about a time now where oil's influence on GDP is less than half of what it was back when we had the big oil shock in the 70s. It's just things are so vastly different in the global economy in terms of reliance on crude oil. So that's a decent part of it. Not to say that we're not relying on it, but that's a decent piece of the puzzle. And then on ASML's tone, it's just it's a triple top for them. It feels like when Micron had that blowout earnings as well, and it was just okay, but it was you were going into a lot. It was almost the same kind of chart, and it kind of failed that high, and everyone's like, oh no, this is the end for Micron, and about 2 weeks later, it bottomed out and it's right back at the high. So ASML's done this before at those particular price levels. Sometimes it's just you've gone too much into the earnings report and profit takers are ready and willing to do so. Wait till SanDisk reports. I can't imagine there won't be people ringing the register on that sucker. This could be 1100 by the time these guys report, and they're actually pulling back a couple of points today here. SNDK for what it's worth, along with ASML. So yeah, lots to watch, lots to consider. Again, JKL, thank you for that super chat. We appreciate you, and keep the messages coming. I actually just saw we got some gifts from TikTok. I want to acknowledge Burner Email, T-Rock, Reds. We got some viewers in TikTok. Wherever you find us, we're always going to be locked and loaded here. And I know soon we're going to have Mr. Joe, but not just yet. That quiche was good, but that is so small.
I don't like quiche, too much pastry.
It's tasty, but the problem is to get full off of it.
It's pretty tasty.
You have to eat 4 of them, and then it's
they're like little bites. Those are like little bites over there. So
I prefer when you get I thought we were getting that egg sandwich. I said that yesterday. I'm like, we're gonna get the egg sandwich in the morning, and then we didn't get it.
Yeah, it was pretty tasty. I like the bananas as well coming through there. Yeah, look. I was just looking at some of the names from yesterday that were really super hot, right? I mean, AMD, you want to talk about, coming up to triple tops and stuff like that, like ASML. The same thing's happening right now with AMD as you come up into this 260 area. So potential pullback zones here, still up 1%, sorry, down 1% on the day. We'll look to see if it can get back upside and maybe look for a short potentially in AMD. Right now, I have Tesla written down. maybe I'll put out a tweet, see what you guys want to trade today as well, because right now there's not a whole heck of a lot. Some quantum names maybe. You know, yesterday we had IonQ that was starting to go. We had Brian Shannon on talking about some of these names starting to get going a little bit there yesterday on apparently World Quantum Day, whatever that means. $30, you know, looked like a decent bid, but wouldn't be surprised if you missed a lot of this. Down into 19, looked like that might have been the low. So there that goes. I saw SMR trying to get back going there. Besset, the quarter will be slower than it was. This quarter will be slower than it was. Okay, whatever that means. And then SMR over here as well. They started to get a bid off at $10. So there's some of these names that I'm looking at here today that have been relatively strong and maybe can continue that movement to the north side. We'll look at some SMR. Joe's ready at the big board. Let's go find out what he's up to.
Yes, sir. Welcome, guys. Once again, let's take a look at some of the action in the options world yesterday. We're going to be pulling up this name as it continues to climb a little bit higher. Some good points here and some interesting things that we get to talk about in regards to the appreciation of specific contracts. Which contract are we going to talk about? It's going to be this $195 strike price there, guys. But we're also going to take a look at the open interest and the volume. Open interest sitting around 104,000 contracts. We had at the 190 mark, 99,000, which grew in the intraday session to 103,000. But this is going to be an additional supply zone. Let's see if this is going to be absorbed here, guys. And then if we can continue to climb, and then that next mark is going to be at that $200 strike price. Now, as for volume, guys, 113,000 contracts opened and closed on yesterday's session. The value of these before this open, guys, is going to be around $3.45 if you're going to be purchasing, and if you're an options writer, $3.35. That's a $10 spread on NVDA. We don't typically see that, but I suspect it's probably going to tighten up a little bit after the open. Now, let's look at some of our Greeks here, guys. Delta, considering we are at the money here now, 59. So for every $1 change in NVDA, we're going to see a $59 change within that contract. This will come on this bottom line here. Now, as for the gamma exposure, 0.061, not bad whatsoever, but a slight uptick in implied volatility here, guys, to 35.8%. Now, one thing that I really want us to focus on here is what we can see is that from the opening session on yesterday to about 5 minutes before the close, we have a staggering 344% return on this contract, which was worth at some point 75 cents or $75, climbing to a high of $313. So that's a substantial return in that specific contract. Now, moving forward, waiting for me, my friend. There we go. Netflix is going to be our next contract. We're going to be looking at this $110 strike price. But first things first, we're going to be looking at the open interest and the volume. We're going to talk about the chart here momentarily, but I really want us to look at this open interest not very much at this $110 mark. I think we have the ability to absorb this and continue to climb a little bit higher. 23,600 contracts open and closed on yesterday's session. Now, if we get to our bid in the ask, $3 spread, not too bad. Once again, this is going to be expiring on Friday. But as for our delta, guys, sitting at that $35 metric, some of our Greeks here, the gamma exposure relatively cool, and then the at the money IV, it's very elevated. I had to blink twice and pinch myself to make sure that was right. 94.9% on the implied volatility. That's a massive uptick. Sharif, we can see that translated into some of these options contracts here, and that is an 1,100% return from March to April, yesterday's session. But one thing that I really want us to note on this chart specifically, when we see options contracts and they go through their decay, you don't recover like this. So that's a massive recovery, very often we should say. But this is a massive recovery here, 1,100%, a little bit more than that in the span of a couple of weeks here on that specific contract with Netflix. Moving forward, they're going to take a look at Palantir. Guys, we're just going to look at this specifically. I'm not saying that we're going to head lower or anything along those lines. One thing to note is that if we can find a potential base here in Palantir at this $130 strike price, open interest sitting around 27,000 contracts with the volume around 13,000 open and closed yesterday. Now we have a dollar spread that's relatively tight. Your delta always going to be negative on the put side, sitting around that $19 metric, gamma 0.39. That's relatively high gamma exposure here, guys. And then your at-the-money IB sitting around 54.9%. As for the contract itself, it is a victim of theta and volatility decay. But we'll be back momentarily with some upgrades and downgrades. Let's send it back to Sean and Neil.
Always thank you, Joe. Man, Netflix was a rocket. I mean, look, a lot of things were rocket ships yesterday. Like, if you're... Like, there was so much out there that did like the hallelujah, unbelievable opening candle, and then you just had some crazy continuation. Netflix is going to be among those, no questions asked. But yeah, you can't really complain. It's not like, the thing is, it's easy to say that things are looking flat right now because, well, when you have a day like that, oftentimes, without like a specific catalyst, you're going to try to find some consolidation. But I like consolidations in uptrends. They give you a good base, and then you just sort of wait for that second leg to go. And when there's a big opportunity like that, you want to try to take advantage of it, especially when it's giving you that nice trend trade. And the other thing that's happening, man, is we were talking about it with PDT and everyone looking at these markets for opportunities. But you know what? If you're trying to scale as an equity trader, the other way to think about it is looking for a prop shop like Prop Shop Trader, because they're a multi-asset proprietary trading firm, and they're designed to remove some typical barriers to trade. You don't have to worry about pattern day trading anymore, but you also don't have to worry about licensing requirements, which is a big deal. And you can also access futures within the same environment. You can day trade, you can swing trade, and you've got the flexibility to manage multiple accounts and deploy different strategies. And the key is, why risk your own capital when you don't have to? Scan the QR code to unlock 60% off your first account, and Port Plus, a buy one and get one free. You can get started today. And yeah, trading someone else's capital a little bit easier than trading your own, for sure. Jump into the arena. As they have the gladiator thing. I love that one. No, jump into the arena. And shout out to Prop Shop. I want to thank them for sponsoring this portion of the show. But yeah, well, the earnings name, well, not the earnings name, but the name on the option list I'm looking at is going to be that NVIDIA off the 195. But you can do worse than respect what's going on in Netflix. I just wouldn't be surprised if you find a consolidative type of day today, where maybe it'll respect some of the inside portion of the range. If you look at the morning, kind of like that morning high, which is about 105, it's like maybe you don't ever breach that and we sort of stay inside. I'd love for it to be a clean breakout day, but there's not a lot of breakouts that are happening unless you're looking at a Robinhood or such.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what you have to do. It's like I was saying, with the market pretty flat today, you do want to look at something that potentially has an opportunity to move. I'm just put down SMR on my list here, down into the 200 period moving average. If we can get something near yesterday's close. Big deal yesterday with the UK, came out, funded some Rolls-Royce there with their nuclear outlook. I think it was almost about £1 billion or something into the space yesterday. It did tick all the way down into the close yesterday, so it's not like it's a great, not an awesome long, but I was just looking at this little level right into here. If we can somehow come back in through and get a bid in and around this 1040 area, then we can see if this little level holds there today. So I'm looking at some SMR up 5% right now. Scott Besson talking about Anthropic and all this kind of stuff. So yeah, that's going to be a little bit of a problem for Palantir. As Palantir and Anthropic are trying to go head-to-head apparently here, especially if Anthropic gets a nod for the U.S. government as well as another AI model. That could be a problem for Palantir. All right, we've got Luis Barbato coming up here, as well as some economic headlines and numbers. So let's go back over to the desk.
Yeah, of course, we're going to do the numbers first, just to make sure everyone gets these 8:30 a.m. numbers. Then we'll talk some small caps with our friend Luis Barbato of A Day Trading out in Barcelona. Worth noting, I dropped it in the chat, but AEO, American Eagle, did spike a little bit. We've got a new Sydney Sweeney collaboration, which I guess the market is pretty excited about. In 40 seconds, though, let's go over these numbers. We're expecting export prices and import prices on a month-over-month basis. So for these import prices, 2.3% forecast, 1.3% prior. We're expecting an uptick. Export prices we're expecting to be the same, 1.5% forecast, 1.5% previous print. NY Fed manufacturing 0 is the forecast, negative 0.2 is the prior print, and then we'll also get comments from Fed's Bar kicking off here at 8:30. Fed's Bar spoke a couple times yesterday, didn't see any noteworthy comments from him, so just be aware we are going to get those comments. That again at 10 a.m. NAHB Housing Market Index is going to be out, so not the end of the economic data, but we will get these import and export numbers at any moment now. I will let you guys know once I see these prints coming in. Not seeing import or export yet. I'm seeing Canada manufacturing data. Just give me a moment for these to populate. Gonna refresh this here. So yeah, sorry, that's kind of odd. I guess we're getting Fed's Hammock at 8:30 a.m. too. So more Fed speak today. Export prices, 1.6% is the actual print. Previous was revised up to 1.9% from 1.5% before. So again, upward revision here for the prior print. Actual print 1.6%, slightly higher than what we were expecting. Import prices 0.8% here for the month of March. So again, we were expecting here 2% to 1.9%, but looks like we got a revision as well. So both import and export prices getting these revisions today. NY manufacturing index 11, that's going to be well above the prior print of negative 0.2. So these economic numbers kind of all over the place today. Not too much of a market reaction, but we hope you all in the chat have an excited reaction when we bring on our regular guest. Thank you very much for being back here with us today, Luis Barbado of 8-Day Trading. How are you doing today? How is the weather over in Spain?
The weather is pretty good, Adara. So far, it's like 24, 25 degrees, sunny. So summer is here already.
That's very exciting to hear. We're a little jealous here with this rain. I want to start here with a name that we had on our watch list. It's kind of toned down a little bit. Did have a bit of a catalyst here. What are your thoughts on Allied Gaming, AGAE? And I guess in general, how do you kind of approach a stock like this where it's still up, but it's quite far removed at this point from its pre-market high?
Yeah, it's a little bit far from pre-market highs. This one has lost a lot of volume and a lot of interest since other stocks are running up very sharp. We see this shift of volume to the newer stocks moving with a lot of momentum. So this one, AGAE, we're waiting for a push to the VWAP or near to highs. If it doesn't break highs, we're going to look for a short there. So far this morning, we were very focused on two Chinese and Hong Kong companies. It's VSI. We did a massive short, this one here, VSI. We shorted this one around 130, 140, and it's already below $1. It's a nano float, which was a little bit tricky, but it's a nano float from China. That gives you a little bit, danger that it could go parabolic, but if you place higher stops, we shorted this one when it failed highs. We shorted 140, 130s, hold until VWAP. We should have hold longer because it lost already $1, but it was a nice trade. Second one was in a Hong Kong company, NCI. We shorted this one when it failed the new highs on, I think was 0.90 or something like that. There you go. We saw a nice retracement here. First attempt was this short against the VWAP. We lost that one. We had to stop out when it broke VWAP and new highs. And we retried here when it lost again the VWAP parameters and all the way down to 0.66. A couple of good trades on Chinese nano float so far this morning.
Yeah, I saw that NCI. I was actually just about to ask you about this one. So thank you for bringing this up. I guess I have a bit of a question, and maybe you've answered this one before, but I think maybe bears repeating here for our stream, and also because I'm curious, with stocks like this, with the NCI, it can't get to that 90-cent level. It already gives back. Is this something that you'd keep on your radar in case it does try for that $1 again, or is this something where, as you said, other stocks come and go, you'd kind of move on and look at something else?
I think these couple of stocks are already done for the day. It's Chinese nanofloat companies. They push it up with news, with all news and all these kind of tricks of kind of manipulation, we could say, legal manipulation, of course. And when the movement is done, probably they are done for the day. We have another ones moving now. The volume has shifted there. I don't think we even see any new pop to the VWAP. I hope we will see it in VSA and NCI, but I don't think we will see this pop to VWAP to reshort these stocks. Right now, we are focused on Bird. There's a nice movement on the way up. It's been fighting now against some old resistance. Let me go to 15 minutes, for example, and you will see some old resistance. There you go. We are fighting this resistance 420, 450s. We are trying to short this one with very tight stops over pre-market highs. If we see, again, shift of volume to a new stock, this will go down, we'll lose VWAP and so on. So this is one of what we are looking. And the other one is LRHC, this one. It's a very tiny float again, 3 million shares only. And this we like because it has what we call pump and dump history. Oh, sorry, it's LRHC. Yeah, there you go. It has a pump and dump history. So this stock many times goes up and all the way down during the day. You have here one movement of from $3 to $7, all the way down. That's over 100% here. From 120 to 240, another 100% all the way down during the day. Another one, 0.90, $2 all the way down. So we like this one to short. We have already short there. It's already all the way down, you see? So when you look at the chart, believe the history repeats. You short it, it's already 50% from highs.
Yeah, that makes sense. I actually have a question. I wonder if this name would be kind of up your alley. Something like SNAP Snap. Obviously, this is not your traditional low float small cap runner. It is up pretty decently, did have a catalyst involving layoffs and restating financial guidance. So is this the type of name that you would be looking at all today for either a long or a short, or would you just put that aside?
We will just put aside. It's not our core strategy. It has some news, it has some movement, some volume, but the way it moves is different than a small cap. The microstructure of the movements in a small caps are different. Here you look more the fundamentals, the previous highs, the trend, all the economic, what is happening in the world. Is not the same kind of movement. We trade these kind of stocks only when they have earnings, and we see that we have a very nice risk-reward trade. If not, we cannot apply the same strategy to blue chips or big companies. It's only for small caps.
So actually, speaking of earnings, I do have one more question for you here. So with some of these micro floats or these really small caps that you're trading, do you find there's a way that these kind of tend to react to these earnings reports? Is there a different way, I guess, to play and to look at these very micro cap, micro float earnings?
Actually, the big movements in these stocks are not because of the earnings. It's only because of the news of that day, the catalyst of that day. Listen, most of them, there are very tiny float, biotech or pharmacy companies when they don't have even one single product in the market. It's only research and speculations of what could happen if phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 products go through. But it's not so much about earnings, because in the earnings, everything is deducted. But it's more about they discover something, or they have test in some, beta test. It's all about that. The impact of one single new in this kind of companies is huge, much more than earnings.
Yeah, thank you so much for going over all of that here, Luis Barbato. Where can the people find you if they want to see you on social media, etc.?
They can try on X. We are at A-Day Trading on X, and they can email us to info@adaytrading.com.
Awesome. Well, you can see Luis on the show, and often in this chat. He'll be here, I believe, at 1 p.m. today on the Midday. Don't miss it. Thank you very much again for your small cap recap rundown in the morning here, Luis Barbato.
Thank you very much, Adara. And I have a question for you. Maybe Sean and Nick will help you out. NACM, what's going on there? It was a AAPL yesterday. I think it's a Canadian company. It went from $10 to $60 and all the way down. What the hell is going on there?
Thank you, Luis.
Yeah, all right, guys. Thank you, Luis. Looking forward to more conversation with you this afternoon. Also, check him out in the chat, guys. All right, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with some downgrades and some lowering of the price target. Now, we're going to start off with Shift4 Payments. They're going to get a downgrade here from Outperform to Pure Perform, guys, by Wolf Research. And then we have Integra Therapeutics also getting the downgrade as well, going from a buy to a hold by Argus. Now, a couple of price targets being lowered here, guys. Robert W. Baird lowering Lucid's price target from $14 to $12. And then we also have Microsoft holding on to positivity here, a little bit less than 0.7%. But getting a $40 price target here from $540 to $500. Moving forward, let's take a look at some more of the positive things. Atlas Energy Solutions getting the upgrade here, guys. You're up just a little bit more, a little bit less than 2%. $10 price target being increased to $18 by Citi. Then we have Johnson & Johnson also getting the nod as well too. You're up about 1/3% here, guys. $267 to $283 by Morgan Stanley. And then we have JP Morgan reporting yesterday before the open, holding on by a thread to positivity, but a price increase by Baird, $290 to $295. And then we also have Citibank as well too, guys. You're up about 0.56% here this morning. Price target of $154 with an overweight rating by Barclays. Let's see if these banks can start to perform. Let's see what the boys think over at the desk.
I mean, I really think there. Yeah, unfortunately that
I couldn't
IPO, we didn't have it in our system
I didn't
yesterday,
see it.
so it doesn't look like we can't get the quote right now. If it was NCAL, we thought. Anyways, not in the system right now. But if you want to look at NCAL, we can...
NACL or N? There is
NACL,
but I
yeah, that is no. I don't. It wasn't that either because that's not even on eSignal. Okay, so sorry, we'll have to get whatever. If you guys know the NCIM. NCIM. Okay, it's still not in our system. NCIM. No. Okay, forget it. Nothing's working. Okay, so just keep putting random stuff in the chat, and me and Neil just keep on calling up any symbol you put in there, okay? But maybe someone can find it, what that really, that IPO was. We can check the IPO calendar, actually.
NICM.
Would be pretty easy.
Must be. Okay, whatever.
Okay, whatever. It's definitely not GoPro. But yeah, I like that J&J talk there. You know, we said the other day, they came out with their earnings. They kind of did touch near this low again, and there it goes, trying to break a little higher right now through the 50-period moving average. I mean, we're not trying at all. We're flat. But I like the name. We get that little bit of an upgrade. We have to read to see what that upgrade's about before we dump more money into JP Morgan. Like, I wish it was almost sort of inverted a little bit and we were basing somewhere down here ready to pop up. But yeah, Johnson & Johnson's been, a really good success story there. Good dividend. There's the breakout. And this is what I mean. Like, I wish it was kind of like down here, bouncing around and getting ready to do this instead of already. But, it's a 50-period love fest right here with JP Morgan, with J&J. So if you like names that start with J and have, three syllables to it, consonants, then you got to get J&J and JPM there. So both names starting to go. But yeah, I like this. Look how smooth this looks off your 50-period moving average, and that's right where you are right now. Of course, you're going to get some dump-ins over the last couple weeks as all stocks have gone up and down. But I really like Johnson & Johnson here. Just, I have to read why that upgrade happened. But for now, it won't be a trade for today, but I do like it for myself for a longer-term play. So that was one upgrade that I think I like there.
Yeah, and well, JP Morgan got one, but it's like they didn't really. It gave you the only chance for the dip. We've been talking about somehow how the banks sometimes will give you that little dip after good earnings, but there really wasn't effectively one. Like, I know you'll see, oh yeah, but it pulled into 302. That was at 6:30 on the release, and it was basically back like 15 minutes later, and now it's just going sideways. So maybe it just breaks out JP Morgan and follows some of its brethren to the upside. That said, we already looked at Morgan Stanley reported, and maybe we'll talk about them again. And then don't forget that Citigroup did make a much better breakout, as this is, 3 days running now through highs on Citi. And these are all local highs. Obviously, if you go back far enough in Citigroup, you'll get to like 2008. So you'll see some levels that it's clearly not at all-time highs, but it's somewhat smooth sailing and blue skies for Citigroup. It's far back enough that you have a bit of a gap that this is filling. But I do like JP Morgan a little bit for potential break. I feel like it just. Jamie Dimon seemed to be at least a little bit cautious on the call, and maybe that's part of it, but it's like very, very flat for the last couple sessions. I can't see that really continuing. The banks look strong so far. I'd like to see some continuation on them. And we got a couple of super chats, and I know there was one that was about GoPro, but there was another super chat And I know Luis said that Snapchat wasn't something that they look at. But Down to Sky asked for thoughts on Snap, and you're saying you were able to build a position under 5, and you're wondering how far to ride it. Technically, I've done swing, like when I swing trade almost all the time. I said this yesterday. If it's something that's downward trending, it'll be like a stock that regains the 50 period and then goes to like the 200 period moving average. That's what it was with Snowflake, but that was like a couple of years ago. And then recently with like UNH did that. And I just feel like Snapchat has that same sort of pattern. Like you've got this gap that it's trying to fill back into 7, and you've also got the 200 period moving average, which has been resistance on it. So you have a couple of maybe lines of resistance up there, and the trend looks pretty good. It doesn't really look appealing, to Luis's point, it doesn't look that appealing to a day trade right now because it's under VWAP, barely holding 6, but the daily chart looks pretty good for a turnaround story. And sometimes you just need the right catalyst to get these things going. Part of it also is going to be that the market made that bounce and it's lifting everything with it. Amari, okay, I didn't sleep that much last night. I'm feeling fine. I got home. I went for some drinks with an old friend from the trading floor. I actually got home at a reasonable time, but then the Jays were in a tight game. Yeah, I'm like, I could go to bed, but then it was like, Hoffman blew it in the 9th. I'm like, oh, you got to be kidding me.
Then they put up
and then we come back, and then it goes into extra innings. So now I'm staying up for the game, and I usually get to bed earlier. So it was a combination of that, and maybe didn't sleep as well as usual. It is what it is.
I'm on 5 hours too, so this will be a really exciting show. So on that note, let's go back over to the desk.
But Catalyst is, I think, pretty exciting here. At the very least, interesting. Snapchat. If you might remember, last hour of the day yesterday during Power Hour, I mentioned I saw a report, really a rumor, suggesting that 50% of jobs were going to be cut by Snapchat. They didn't give us 50, but they did give us about 16% here.
They did, Adara. 16% of the workforce. That's about 1,000 employees. They're also going to be eliminating about 300 open positions. The move, let's be honest about it, is framed as a structural reset to streamline operations and improve efficiency. So what does that mean? So CEO Evan Spiegel emphasized AI is at the core of these layoffs. It is the core driver. I just wonder if he's going to walk this one back, much like Jack Dorsey and Andy Jassy had to, perhaps after some internal pressure. Internal teams, though, are already using AI tools to boost productivity across key areas. We're talking about Snapchat Plus monetization, AI ad platform boosts, as well as Snap Lite infrastructure. The company is expecting about $95 to $130 million in costs tied to these layoffs, as they have to give packages and, basically contract terminations. The layoffs are projected, though, to reduce annual costs by about $500 million by the second half of this year. It is a clear pivot, though, towards profitability over growth at all costs as the company matures. And Spiegel described Snap as being in a kind of a crucible moment, signaling urgency in transforming the business model, Adara. So capital and talent are being allocated, or reallocated, I should say, to the highest ROI initiatives. We'll see how this goes.
And Snap's actually not the only beat-up company with a positive catalyst that's pushing higher. The other one I want to mention before the rundown is Nike. NKE actually doing quite well this morning. We've got Elliott Hill, CEO, purchasing 23,660 shares. And a couple days before that, we had Tim Cook, who is, of course, the CEO of Apple, but also a director of Nike. He purchased 25,000 shares. So once again, this is the second time since, I think, December, where we've seen interestingly coordinated, in terms of timing, purchases from Elliott Hill and another bigwig board member for NKE and or Snapchat. Can these names finally get a bounce, guys?
44.50. Yeah, I mean, I was just looking at Nike. I think I'm going to add this to the sticky note here today. So, yeah, I was just looking at those notes in our quote as well. 130,000 shares now for Tim Cook. Yeah, he's on the board, so okay, that makes a little bit of sense. He's just supporting the company down there. But what about 44.50? I was just sort of looking here at Nike and wondering if that was going to potentially be a spot where we could think about getting some longs right into here. That's 44.20 before this most recent gap up. So 50 period right in here at 44.20. Thinking about if we do continue to dip down, where that next buyers, where they may show up and where some support may come through. So I'm looking at this between 44.50 to 44.20, I believe, for Nike could be a decent hold. This is a 30-minute chart. So if you're looking at that, you can see a little more clearly here. This just goes back to basically the beginning of the month. There's 44.50 again. So we know this might be one of those names you get that garbage out of here. Obviously, it's not an AI name or anything like that that's really going to spike up. But if this, if the economy doesn't go, into a recession and China can get figured out a little bit, and Strait of Hormuz opens up, and travel starts happening through there, oil production kicks off again. 44.50 here, not a bad area for support for Nike. I think I'm going to mark that one down there, as we got obviously some good insider buyers.
You don't usually see.
And decent opportunity here for NKE. Just do it. I know I saw that on.
Yeah, I'm not used to. Usually you don't see large order flow on a stock like a Nike. Like, it's only done 900,000 shares, and someone just parked 125K on the offer, like basically right on the offer. Like, this is 2 cents away. Like, it's a legitimate order. I have 100 board lots. I know some traders have we don't, but I know some traders have the absolute share size. Like, that's like 100, so that's why I'm talking about 125,000 shares. It's not 1,000. It's not 1,200 shares. So it's a pretty sizable order. Whether it means anything doesn't matter, but I would say exactly, like, it's a rounded bottom, and I'd probably ease it to closer to 44 just to keep it simple. But there's room to let earnings gap down like that day one high to 47.5. Like, it's got this gap that it likes, and it's closer to support than it is to resistance. That looks way more interesting than because for Snap, if you're looking at the same kind of concept, like that move happened for Snap more like yesterday. Like, it was above the prior resistance and broke out. So it's it's just all over the place. A little more structure to that Nike trade than Snap. Either one, you've got to sort of consider where they're coming from, right? Like, when you're talking about, it's one thing to talk about, the day trade and where it can go today. And when you look at Nike go way out here, look at like a 3-month is what I've been pulling out for the stocks that are really bad. Like, Nike just lost like a major support at that 50. So even if it gets back to that 50 level, like, you think that could be a little bit of a problem. It's big support in the higher time frame that just recently got lost in this quarter. Like, this is the quarter that it lost it. If it gets back up to 50, I could think there could be some resistance on the higher time frame. But yep, it looks pretty solid today. I mean, the market's flat, and it has both a catalyst and it's much stronger in the overall market. I think that's the kind of name you have to look at if we're going to sit here at 000 on the SPY in the NASDAQ every time I turn my head.
Yeah, I mean, it's just getting added to the sticky note right now. I'm going to put this out in just a couple of seconds, messaging it to myself, and we will get that out for you soon, as everyone asking, not everyone, people asking for it in the chat. Tesla, ASML has been, I better send this so then I can get going. ASML has been a little bit of a bad morning for them so far. And we're going to talk about all this as we get to the rundown. But it has bounced off that 1450 mark, back up to 1480, just went up $30 right there, ASML. So we'll wait to see if this name continues to get beat up here today. Broadcom also with some good news today. We will be covering all of these names. Make sure you do get the watch list. It's in the rundown. You can get it in the description right now. The watch list gets for free. If you are a member, you can get Shreef's morning notes. So there's lots of content for you here today. Joe's already done upgrades and downgrades and options. We had Luis Barbato on as well back at 8:30 for some small cap recaps. But yeah, Broadcom doing well there today as well. What's up to Wendy's, Tendies, and everybody there in the chat? It's glad to see everybody in hell. Let's just do a little quick roll call and bring it back here and see who exactly is there. There's Wendy's, Tendies. How are you doing? There's Mike P. DeRider. Never heard of this guy before. Hope you're doing well. What's up to Rob? MF Dane Generous, thank you for responding to the tweets as well. Tastiest is here. Darwin is here as well. Farhan's here. Sahil's here. Hamster's here. And if everybody just puts like a little bit of a, let's just wave. Hey, everybody. Hope you're all doing well today as we get, okay, now we're starting to pick up again. Greystone. Beware the monkey hammer. Okay. What's up, Katina Man? What's up, Jay Keys? Glad you're doing well. There's a Dara. Sorry, good to see Dara there as well. Roger, Green Bax 200 is in the building as well. Quinton is here. Everybody, Jeremy, Lewis, good to see you guys. Anthony's in the building. Stockhead is here as well. Ralph, good to see you, man. Never seen this member before. Ralph Woodward is there. Options in deep. And this, oh, that looks like Ryan, but, oh, it is Ryan O'Day. It looked like Randy there for a minute. Chuck of all trades, we see you a lot. Oh. And there's Adam James abroad. He's here as well. So thank you to all the usual suspects hitting our chat right now. You got to hit the like and the subscribe to get involved with that. So yeah, thanks for all the ideas this morning, and we're going to get the sticky note out to you guys very, very soon. And it's going to be a good one. So Broadcom up 2%, Bitcoin trying to go up 74,000. One more time, we bounced off 75 and change yesterday. We'll see if that can get going here. BMNR moving, AMD moving around. Should be a good day. USO and oil right now. Kind of just waiting for some more news. We did hear that some ships were getting allowed through the Strait of Hormuz, but then all of a sudden, you know, as oil does, it just starts to tick back up there. So another volatile day probably in store here for OIH, USO, and the oil contract. As we had Brian on yesterday talking a little bit about oil as well. So.
Oh, and don't forget the metals too. Like, we haven't even, how long has it been? And we haven't even talked about the move that you saw in gold and silver yesterday. Although down today, 1%. There's some concerns that you have some foreign governments that are selling their gold positions. Like, so many countries were building up big gold reserves, and then with the oil shock right now, you've seen some selling gold. That's putting a little bit of pressure on it when that was getting reported overnight. But if we got down to like 70, it's kind of far away here. But that was a good level yesterday, and it kind of corresponds with this prior high. And you can zoom out a little further, and you can even find some more resistance there. So like the 70 level for SLV could be in play. Amare with the super chat, appreciate you. Wells Fargo. Uh-oh,
how do you
why
super
the
chat
one
20 cents? That must be from...
Maybe it's TikTok.
That must be from TikTok, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
It's a gift. It's a gift from TikTok.
Sweet.
It's a bunch of them. We just saw another one.
Oh, good.
From you. We appreciate you. And then the last message. It'll just show the last message that you put in the chat there. So the last thing you were talking about was Wells, which is WFC. Unfortunately, this is the one bank that couldn't. The quarter wasn't terrible, but they did miss on the revenue side yesterday. So they did get a little bit beaten up relative to the rest of the group. Like, everyone was happy. With the banks, unless you're them, losing the 50, losing the 200. I feel like Citigroup just broke out 52-week highs. Morgan Stanley just had a great report, and it's breaking out. Goldman Sachs had a good report. JP Morgan might be flat, but it had a good report. Like, this is the one name that had something negative to look at, and the market kind of grabbed to it, and it went down. So, like, for me, it's immediately just process of elimination. That's the one I wouldn't want to buy right now, because the market told you. And there's stronger looking banks out there in this particular moment. Maybe there's, I don't know, maybe you can find yourself short. I haven't really looked at it too deep, but I don't know if you're thinking short. I'm not really thinking anything on it. I just see all the other banks looking much better. Adam James abroad, Hood running on multiple catalysts, including the PDT. Yeah. I mean, you also, the thing about Robinhood is, you just said we're at 74,000 in Bitcoin, right? So we've been bouncing. Bitcoin's been bouncing. Obviously, PDTs, that's a big deal. And they're going to try to probably open a bunch more accounts, and that'll be great for them in the long term. Technically, it's broken the 50 period, so you got a technical breakout happening on Robinhood. The only thing that gives me a little bit of pause is when I sat down, I was like, wow, I looked at the 15 minutes, zoomed it out, even looked at the daily. There was prior resistance around the 82, like 81 and 80. And I like that because it bounced off that level pre-market. So when it's chilling out here, like, oh yeah, dip and rip makes sense. Now we're at 85.5 bucks. Like, a dip into that level is a little bit heftier and would require a bit more patience, because it would have to almost fall like a rock to get down into that level. It can happen. We've seen those kind of crazy wicks. This is one I want to join, but I'm not chasing it up here at 85. I think there might be some profit takers, and we'll be patient about cashing dip. Patience yesterday, cashing the dip. Like, Intel required a lot of it because that really hammered down off the open. Same thing with Hood here for me.
Kick off right here with this rundown. Lots of stocks to talk about. One of them, the aforementioned Robinhood. But Sharif, how are these futures looking?
They're looking great, Adaro. We're flat right now on the SPY, but we are down 0.5% off all-time highs. The all-time high being in the high 698s. We closed out yesterday at 694 1/3 on the SPY. We really didn't hold up at all at that 690 level that we spoke about yesterday, which was basically the measured move from the 630 low on that inverse head and shoulder. It really didn't hold up there at all, stop there at all. So we're going to say basically all-time highs. That's going to be our first level of resistance. If we start selling off, maybe something happens in the world of geopolitics, we drop down into that 690 level as supported era.
Lots to discuss, and of course, there's so many stories. We're not going to be able to cover all of them on this rundown, but for the ones that we weren't able to get, you can get them yourself right in your inbox. It is free. It is our Trader TV live watch list. It comes out every single day the market's open, even if we are not here, as you know, from when we streamed at home that one time after for Black Friday. So again, Trader TV live watch list. Do not miss it. There's also the Sharif morning note for premium subscribers, so lots of access to Trader TV live content. And we have to talk about this. We discussed this a lot yesterday as well, but it seems to really be helping Robinhood and Webull today. And that's the SEC's approval of this removing of the PDT, the pattern day trading rule.
Yes, Dara, that was given yesterday. So here's the deal. Let's not get too excited. So now that the SEC has approved the rule, FINRA now has 30 to 60 days to go ahead and implement the notice. So the notice will set the official effective date. That's by FINRA. Historically, changes took about 90 to 180 days to get that official regulation from FINRA. And even when they get it, Robinhood, Webull, Charles Schwab, Fidelity, IBKR, they're not obligated by it. They can still actually keep the $25,000 limit if they feel it's good for their business model. If they don't, they're going to basically look to have a tiered margin system. So sometime before we actually start seeing the product of this, but it's nice to see that they actually got going with it, Adara.
It is indeed nice to see, certainly if you are long Robinhood or Webull heading into this. What are your guys' thoughts here?
Well, I think regardless of how they, when or how they roll it out, or if some choose to not do it. We had this discussion yesterday. Why would you not choose to do it if eventually FINRA does what they likely will? It's still, even the flexibility is still going to be positive for them. We just, look, I just talked about Robinhood and the technicals there, but I think this is one of those like all systems go. We've known this was coming for a long time, so it's going to happen, and everyone's going to rush to adopt it, and it's going to be great for, I think, more activity in small cap stocks. Well, in all of them. Maybe we'll even get more of an impetus as you get a little bit more active trading, more of an impetus for some of these ridiculously expensive stocks to do some splits, which I think could be true. If you're looking at the other name there, everyone's always trying to pick a bottom. I don't want to say the bottom's in for Webull, but this is at least a catalyst that makes it a little bit more exciting. It doesn't really confirm the 50-period hold until it holds it today. But I feel pretty decent that it's unlikely it loses the 50 period today. It would have to actually get underneath afternoon support. If this loses 570, then this stock has some serious issues. If it can give it all up and go in deep into the red, I'd be surprised. But if this closes above the 50 period moving average, I think this one's got some swing potential to it. And again, it's been an absolute dumpster fire. There's no question. But when it based out at, whoops, I went too far. When it based out at $10, after, again, being a bit of a dumpster fire, it made some nice pops in. It got to like 18 bucks eventually, holding those higher lows, and it resumed the trend down. Now you've got another base that formed around 5, and we're starting to break out of that base. I like it. It's just this one has to show me it can hold. I prefer Robinhood. I own Robinhood shares. I no longer own Webull. Just to get that one out there, kind of obvious in the way that we talk about the stock, I suppose. But for today, Webull does look good.
Yeah, I was just talking about those stocks. I was going to go for another one here. I think one that hasn't really got going, and this is not going to be necessarily a PDT rule thing because SoFi hasn't, isn't that all in, sort of brokerage like some of those other names that we just covered were. But I think back into 18 bucks. I mean, should have probably wrote this down on the note as well, back into $18 for SoFi. I mean, if that can come through, I think that's a decent little dip buy opportunity. We sort of, we're bouncing off of that there yesterday, finally able to break it here today. So the breakout is now on here, I think, for SoFi, just for now. It's just a one-day thing. I mean, if you look at a daily chart, we still have a lot of work to do to get back up, but there's the break right there on your 50-period moving average. So, you know, it's hard to buy stocks when they're falling knives, but now at least you get a little bit of a turn up here in SoFi. It would have been much better to get this long in and around the $15 mark, of course. And this is right where Citron came out with their report right at this area, right at 19.50. We dropped in there into $17 or so that day, battled back the very next day, and then it was just been hit ever since. So you're right back to sort of where Citron levels were, and that was about 19 bucks. So we'll see if that can come out right now and start to beat that one back upside. So I like SoFi down there. I have a bid at 18 bucks if it comes through.
Time to talk about our next story here, and that's going to be Broadcom. On my screen right now, AVGO with a bit of an interesting update here with Meta. Sharif, they're going to be announcing a new deal. Could be actually some changes as well for Meta's board.
Yes, there is. Huck Tan is going to leave the board, Adara. And Meta and Broadcom, they're extending their partnership for custom ASICs, application-specific integrated circuits through 2029. Meta, as part of the deal, is committed to deploying a 1 gigawatt facility initially and then hopefully scaling to multiple gigawatts of compute over time. They're going to be using the MTIA chip, and that is a 2 nanometer process, meaning what? That meaning that it's likely 99% going to come from Taiwan Semiconductor, a corollary play here. The chips are designed for both training and inference, and we've seen custom ASICs really kind of dominate the inference space. But this specific chip is designed to do both, and that is so that Meta can start reducing their reliance on the expensive GPUs that they have to buy from AMD and NVIDIA. Custom ASICs, as we talked about, are cheaper and more efficient, but they're optimized typically for one specific task, meaning that they can't be used for everything. So that is a bit of a drawback there. And Adara, we already know how much Meta wants to spend. They want to spend about $135 billion on AI in 2026. They want to build 31 data centers in 27 states. So let's see how this goes.
Yeah, Broadcom already giving back a decent portion of this gap up. Do you think the custom ASIC story is going to move the needle for today?
Sentiment is, like, Broadcom is already up so much. And look, I've already said this yesterday that, you know, when we're looking at, for myself, I was looking between AMD and NVIDIA. Like, NVIDIA from the lows bounced like 16 or 17%, and AMD went 20 something. Well, Broadcom went third, almost over 30% from those lows. So hey, it kind of beat them both from the local bottoms, and it's already in a big breakup. That's the issue with that catalyst today is, well, you're gapping on what's been in just an unbelievably impressive move, and it just feels like this morning, starting with ASML, you started to get some profit taking along the line. So everything's been sliding back in here. I have the eyeballs on NVIDIA because of what it did yesterday on strength in the afternoon, but as long as it's trending down, like, you've got the gap fill to what was pretty obviously a consolidation area at 380 few on Broadcom. I think that's what a lot of these stocks look like today. And we mentioned just now, like AMD and NVIDIA. Like, if you, come on, AMD. Well, there it goes. I was gonna show the black chart. I'm like, is it gonna load? We were talking about like AMD. Like, that could pull right back into its like prior resistance and breakout price, that big 250 level. And then you've got NVIDIA here, which it's right at the 195. Like, this is the one that could determine things for itself almost right away, I think, on NVIDIA. Like, it was a long consolidation at 95 with a 94. I think I put up 94.4 in my note, but it might be like 94.3. It doesn't really matter. It's like it's just in front of 194. Like, that's the spot. As long as it holds over this afternoon support level where the consolidation break happened, that's where I look for the reversion. And then if it loses, I think you've got a sizable gap that could come in. So I feel like NVIDIA is probably the closest to where the bounce zone is with the open. If that does like that bobbing tail wick, I want to be right in that. Broadcom looks like it's trying to fill the gap as well.
Yeah, I wrote down just an easy play here. I mean, we had, I don't know if it was, I can't remember what was the big one yesterday, but if it was, might have been NVIDIA. Oh, we had the Qs yesterday as well. We had NVIDIA the day before. Down 0.5% here, so weaker today, but we just hit such a great level yesterday to try to take out that 195, and we're kind of just right back into there here. So I actually wrote down on the sticky note today kind of a hero level because I'm not really super excited to like trade this down here at 194.50. Like that was almost a level that I put down, but I think we can get into that. So I actually just wrote down here where we were yesterday. Like I think if we can come back anywhere near 190, I mean this is like the Hail Mary play for me. Wait to see if this market does give back a little bit today. We were just there yesterday. I mean, I don't think we get into this area. So for me, there's a 5-minute chart at 192. I think that'll be something if we do get in. I love the excitement there for NVIDIA, and the fact that it's down, I could see this getting hit down a couple bucks right off the open, and if it does that, then I want to be sitting here right around that 192 area, and then really, if we lose 190, then we can definitely get out of that. But yeah, 192, if we dance around anywhere around there, I really like that level, and we talked about Marvell yesterday with Broadcom going to the upside here, Marvell coming back in. So there's only so many deals you can get. The one with Meta there is a good one, obviously, for Broadcom. So Marvell comes to the downside. Whenever a competitor kind of gets something, this can happen. So we're happy. I mean, we still got a big position on Marvell. We did sell some the other day. We talked about that. But yeah, Marvell's just one of those parabolic movers, kind of like your boy Intel over here, guys. Like this has been, I'm going to go in and start selling some Intel today too, actually. This has been another parabolic mover. So yeah, it's nice to see accounts at all-time highs, but this is part of the reason why, and could easily fall back in here, Intel. I mean, a lot of these companies got some great deals. Tesla here, Apple here with Intel, and then the U.S. government backed as well. So maybe you don't get out of Intel until it breaks 62 or so right there, but we're getting ready to do that. So watch out for that shelf here on Intel in and around $62. If the market really does give it up, we could see a move back into that area too. So yeah, pretty excited to look at some of these tech names today, especially with that news from Broadcom sort of helping it all out. And then ASML almost back to flat again, just down 2% over there.
Time to talk here about TSLA. We've got some news here on the AI5 chip and actually some teasing from Elon Musk. We could have even more in the works or underway. What's the look?
That's right, Adara. We got the AI6 and the Dojo 3 coming up, but before that, we got to get the AI5 in production, and that's not going to start, guys, until mid-2027, volume production. But they're tapped out now, so this is an AI5 chip, and that doesn't typically mean what we think it means. It means basically that the design phase is over for the AI5, and now that moves into volume production, again, slated to start next year. Tesla is crediting Samsung Electronics as well as Taiwan Semiconductor for supporting production, highlighting, of course, the reliance that they have on those companies, hence why Elon Musk announced the Terafab, so that they become more vertically integrated, as the company is typically used to being. They did sign a $16.5 billion manufacturing deal with Samsung, and I believe the majority of the AI5 chips will be produced by them.
And if you want to see what the AI5 chip looks like, I do have it up on my screen. This is from the Elon Musk post, in which he actually made this announcement, again, along with the AI6 and Dojo 3. But yeah, here's the chip. It does have the little Tesla logo in the corner. How do you guys feel about this chip and the catalyst for the stock?
Well, I think it's catalyst for the stock. I mean, look, this is not something that is particularly new for Tesla, nor do I think it's like the big time driver. But what can be happening is, ever since the highs, like this has been just trend down, trend down. It's been in a bit of a malaise as the market's going to highs. You could make some kind of argument that people have been maybe trimming some Tesla because they're getting ready for SpaceX, or I don't know, maybe it's a valuation thing. To me, it almost doesn't matter. It bounced off the bottom of the trend line and is trying to take out the top here. I think it's got like a little bit room for like one more day to get into that high. It's about the mid 70s to 80 level, where you start thinking about it getting to that trend level high when it zooms. Yeah, there you go. Like that gap fill. So there's still some room. I just feel like anything is more dip buy than anything today. So it's 361 was what I have written down. Like you've got a close and then a support shelf that broke, and then that ended up holding at that 61 on a pullback. So that's the level I'm watching today here on Tesla. There's been a lot of questions about the bird is the word, Allbirds. I still have a pair of those Allbirds. The weather's getting nice. I guess I can start wearing them again. Mm-hmm. It's more like it's a summer shoe, man. Like they're very like light. If I have the one knock on them, it's that they're so comfortable like slippers. But it also means that like I'm never wearing them when it's like raining or if I gotta like hike or whatnot.
Right.
Like it's more of like a casual city shoe. whatever. I like them. I enjoy them. Not that it matters for the stock. This is like pure squeeze play happening on birds. There's no big levels to look at on all birds until you get to like 85 to 90. Ooh, it looks like we just wicked the $7 level again. It's having some trouble with $7 here. But if you look at the daily chart, there's still some room in it till the bag hold levels.
I have Tesla written down here as the #1 play for me today. So those of you, thank you for the super chats regarding this sticky note. It is now out, of course. We could tweet this out for you. I mean, we can do that right now. Let's just go tweet, copy, put it out there. 364 long, back into yesterday's closing area with this fresh chip development. I like it. Positive roadmap for robotics and autonomous driving. Watching for this continuation higher. I mean, it's exactly what we wrote down onto here. So we'll see if it can keep going. But it's Tesla right now on my mind, and it's 364. So that's right into yesterday's closing price. Let's see if we can hold into there. This was just an early idea. We're trying to do what we do every day on Tesla, and that is let it settle down a little bit off the open and see how it gets pretty choppy right there. But at the end of the day, you could definitely find some support areas. There's your 200 period moving average. Right now, the 200 period moving average is sitting at 66. So we're already pretty aggressive. That's going to be too early for me, so I'm going to wait down into here, 364, yesterday's closing zones for TSLA. I mean, a lot of these names have been beat up. So, you're starting to make a move back higher there. This isn't necessarily like the be-all, end-all of a story, but it's nice that they got that other chip design done. Now they're going to get that fab going with Broadcom, and we will now wait to see what happens next for Tesla. I mean, the autonomous story is still there. That's the big one. The robotic story is what we're waiting for. And when that happens and we get a release of these robots and then we all fear for our lives, that's when Tesla moons and gets back up to all-time highs again. So I still like this Tesla call, but for today, a day trade, we're going to start to look for some dip buy opportunities as I log into my broker account and put some sells for Intel.
Yeah, we've talked about a lot of these banks not having maybe the best earnings reactions. JP Morgan did basically nothing all day, but Morgan Stanley and BAC with some reports that are very, very well received by the market. Can we get into these numbers?
Yeah, Dara, they're both green on the morning, which is good. So let's cover Morgan here. It's up a little bit more. EPS, 343, easily beating the $3 per share, of course. Expected by analysts, revenue coming in a little bit more than $20.5 billion. The street was looking for a little bit less than $19.75 billion, so an easy beat on the top and bottom line there. And guess what, guys? Unlike Goldman Sachs, now we've gotten yesterday JP Morgan, we're getting Morgan Stanley today. Their trading desk, their fixed section, fixed income, commodities, and currency did very well. They generated $1 billion more in revenue than the street was looking for as a result of volatile markets. But that volatility, that same volatility, may now pressure their wealth management and their fee generation revenue. So we'll have to see whether or not this volatility does well on one side of the equation. Does it continue to do well on the other? Last thing here, the key question is, can elevated trading revenues persist, or does the performance normalize as the volatility subsides, Adara?
Yeah, well, we'll have to find out. Either way, we now have all of the major Q1 2026 bank earnings. So here's a look kind of how they all fared in revenue. Of course, JP Morgan, highest revenue and highest net income. We have to give Morgan Stanley some credit here because that return on tangible common equity, or ROTCE, great look here for MS. This infographic out soon on XTTV Research. But bank earnings are done now, guys, at least for the major banks. What are your thoughts on these final two?
Well, I mean, look, I like Morgan Stanley the best. They did the best. If it was, we actually had this conversation yesterday. Like, the banks are the one place where I don't think I've ever really, unless it was a Canadian, it was TD Bank is in my personal account, the only one I've ever trimmed. I've never really sold. It's usually look for places to buy. If I considered the dip on this a swing trade, then I think it would make some sense to bank some profit. But that's, like, let it run into the highs. It's incredibly strong. If you look at this on like the higher time frame, like, it's almost silly. The 3-month chart's almost silly to look at. If you look at it on the monthly, like, it's already given you an extended move going into this. But when you look at the dips on the higher time frame, extreme and quick dips tend to be really good on the banks. So I adhere to the whole, if the world isn't falling apart, then you can usually rush in on these monthly dips on the banks, especially if you find, especially the good ones, obviously. Not the same thing with regionals. But yeah, nothing too crazy is happening here. And if something does shift in the global economy, that's a different story. For now, all systems go. Happy with Morgan. Just heard Corey's making some fresh highs. beast. Where was CoreWeave when we brought that story first? 115, 114, I think. Now $120. CoreWeave's going for a bit of a jaunt here, so another breakout play is CoreWeave. But yeah, love Morgan Stanley. CoreWeave is now letting it fly big time.
Yeah, I mean, you could, there's two ways of doing it. I would rather buy strong names than wait for bottoms on weak names. But yesterday, their WFC has sort of just gone back and forth here. Not quite into the doldrums of the 70s yet, but down 7% yesterday. Wells Fargo, just looking, again, you know, it's not the strongest name out there, but it does have a level that you can wait for. I mean, this 74 to 75 area right back into here seems to be a decent dip buy opportunity, but it's just, it's much choppier than a lot of those other banks. I mean, a lot of them fell back in, but then the clean move back up is in touch for what I think is a name that eventually gets into that mid-70 range, Wells Fargo. If the banks slip up a little bit, this will be the one that gets hit the most. I already looked at SoFi. I have another bid to buy more shares on SoFi at $18. But yeah, look at how good Citigroup looks. Boom, right there to the upside on their earnings report. They take out that all-time high there of 125 and continue to climb up. So watch out for Citigroup. It might not be all-time high. It was they got crushed and then recapitalized and everything during the housing crisis. Citigroup was $1 or something like that back then. So now $130 Citigroup. What a good investment some of those banks would have been. As long as you weren't in Lehman Brothers or Bear Stearns, you probably did okay back then. Bank of America was $4 or $5 where Warren Buffett pulled the trigger from his bathtub that day. Okay, so here's SoFi right here. $18 is what I'm looking at, if we can come back into that. A name that I did not put on the list, but I like this. I'm actually sitting in the long-term account to get some more right into here, $18. You've now broken through. It's that 50-period moving average, finally starting to retrace back upside a little bit. We didn't get to, well, we've already talked about Robinhood and all that. That'll be, you know, the more exciting trade today. But I think SoFi has something to say right now in a potential move to the back end, especially if rates are going to remain where they are, if not go lower. SoFi has a big lending program, right? So if that can get going more favorable, then SoFi should benefit from that. So looking to pick up some more SoFi there. I told you I'm selling some Intel, sold some Marvell yesterday, try to get some, you know, high quality names like a SoFi that I believe is, and we'll get some money into that name at these depressed values. Sell at highs, buy at lows. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm just not very good at it. All right, ASML, what's that report all about?
Yeah, we have to talk here about this ASML earnings report because first kind of major tech name of this season, if you put it that way, we'll get TSM tomorrow and then Netflix after the bell tomorrow, but looks like a double beat here for ASML, Sharif.
Yeah, it was a good beat, Adara. They did raise guidance, but there are two things that I want to point out that are not good that we need to be concerned about. So we know that they beat, that's fine. The first thing is, their longer-term look, they were projecting that they were going to deliver about 80 extreme ultraviolet lithography machines. That now, they're going to deliver about 80. They had previously guided about 90. So a little bit of a tempered expectation there. Secondly, China exposure is continuing to decline. Number one, their system sales dropped from 36% of total sales last time down to 19% this time. In addition to that, there could be more U.S. legislation which would restrict the just deep ultraviolet, not even the extreme sales to China. That would also be a bit of a headwind. So two things to keep an eye out there. And then obviously they are the bottleneck for chip design as their machines make these wafers are what they are. But because they are a monopoly, they're always susceptible to that headline risk should somebody else enter this space, Adara.
Yeah, I know ASML, even with that guidance raise, I saw it maybe missed estimates a little bit there. So another thing to keep in mind there for ASML, struggling with 1,500. What's the look?
The other thing to keep in mind too is like ASML, if you compare them to KLA, if you compare them to AMAT, if you compare them to Lam as well, you're talking those are like, they're all expensive, like 35 to 40 PEs, and then these guys, their floor was 44, so with a beat, it'll still be above 40. They're just a little bit more expensive than their competitors. And well, the contemporaries, they don't really have competitors. That's the issue. Like they're very unique and have a monopoly in what they do. But if you're looking at the closest comparables, they are a little bit expensive. So what happens in this environment when you've already run so heavily into a triple top? You get some profit taking. And I think the profit taking that you saw already looks like a lot of it's been evaporated. The concern I would have for some of the other chip names, like whether you're looking at NVIDIA or AMD or maybe doesn't really matter, but anything in the space, is if we head back down to the low, if we get all the way to the bottom, if it starts breaking down underneath VWAP and there's enough weakness there, then it'll cause me to be a bit more patient, because this is the real leading indicator that we have right now is ASML, and it did go right back into the gap and starting to head lower. So I can see some dip buying coming in off of the open. We still have about 6 or 7 minutes to go, but as this starts to ease back down, the Qs aren't really doing too much, but I just saw NVIDIA kind of take the VWAP and pull back in there. And then AMD, actually AMD's a little bit stronger, so AMD's bucking the trend, but NVIDIA's pulling back a little bit with this ASML. I just think you were priced a little expensive and got to a triple top. Right to be, I suppose, concern wouldn't be the word, but I wouldn't be buying at a pure ASML.
The only name that I have on that whole rundown that I'm looking to do anything with is Tesla. So I'm not looking to do anything with ASML. ASML won't even be traded on the show today, but good talk there, ASML. SMR here, this will be traded, I'm thinking anyways. It's up 5% here today. It's on my sticky note. So I'm waiting for it to come back into yesterday's closing price. It's just what a wild morning it had. I feel like if we can have almost the same thing but the other way around today, let this name fall back in a couple percentage points, and then we can try to buy some SMR down here around 1040. This might be very short-lived. I was just looking at, we did have some bounce areas there a little bit yesterday for ASML, was up 5%. I do feel like the market will play down a little bit to start. So any sort of a level here looks decent for me on SMR, so new scale. So we'll see if that can get going. Yesterday, a little bit of an increase there as the whole market got bumped a bit. And then we got some reports out of London that they were helping support the Rolls-Royce formation of their nuclear SMRs. So that's going to be something there for SMR, and the whole space got a little bit of a boost yesterday. You can check out Oklo name. So we'll just look at SMR and see if that wants to come back into that 1040. I'm already bidding there. If it comes in, we'll talk about it, and hopefully that will hit as we get a little bit of uptick here in the space. So I mean, got to support it. And then the other name that we did talk about, before the rundown, that was Nike. So I'm actually sitting here on Nike, and I think I did a decent job of showing you guys where and why I like this. We got Elliott Hill and Tim Cook in here buying some Nike. And I was looking at this level, man. I mean, if we could fall back in, look, it's going to take about 80 cents to get back into here, but 44.50, like I said, I am going to be patient here today, wait to see if Nike can come back into this area where we can pick up some dip buys. Don't necessarily think we need to shoot the moon here, but that's not a bad area either, breaking through this 45, 46 area there on NKE, now on a 30-minute chart. That's how that looks. And then the other play was NVIDIA, which is also not on the board. But we did talk about it with a little bit of the chip names there. This is one that, yesterday was such a great long, really respected. There's that initial move, but look at this, whoosh down. Huge move up again, whoosh back down. So we got to have this on our radar. We really nailed it the other day. Shout out to Adam DeLuz because we took it. It was either right on this pullback or right, I think it might have been right into there. It was right here. That pulled right back into VWAP at that time. And then we just ran that to the long side. And it was a great one. So if we could do something like that today with NVIDIA, that's what we're looking for. I wrote down 190 as like, if we ever get back into yesterday's levels. It was 192 or so for a potential dip buy, wherever 192 is, right into here. But I don't, NVIDIA may not dip. So what we'll have to do is wait for those choppy back and forth sort of pullback situation. Oh, you got the imbalance locator. You might as well go to Neil's.
There.
Mine doesn't have the symbols up, but...
Yeah, I was just going to say, we have like IonQ. Look, Quantum moved yesterday, so that can definitely be in play. IonQ with a 730 buy and balance. We talked about Snapchat already. They're not letting go to 50% of their workforce like the rumor was yesterday. It's just 1/6. You got QBTS is also a buy and balance of 470,000. SMR, which was just mentioned, 340,000 shares. Only real Mag 7 name, Microsoft, 200K. That's also buy side. Nike, a couple 100,000 shares. Buy side. Oracle, a little bit to the buy side. Almost all early buy imbalances on the locator. There is one name that I guess we didn't talk about the space name, but yesterday, if you remember, it's like, well, why was ACE asked this down so much? Well, the Amazon GSAG Global Star deal does provide a huge competitor for them, and then a potential area or potential client that they might not now get. So this is one where, unfortunately for them, they got rinsed on the good news for Globalstar. I just like some of the reversion that this did when it bounced up into 95. I'm looking for a similar thing, like first at like around that 90 to 91 where it put in that high. But then even if it breaks that, I'm just looking for any pop trend break, because ASTS, it kind of lost this shelf here at the 91 level after a fail of $100. So looking for some continuation. And look, the space names have been running, and I know a lot of them have been really strong, but specifically they were weak because of that GSAT deal. Globalstar probably not even doing anything today, but they got that. Well, it was a $90 deal, but it's also potentially Amazon shares. That's why it's not all that tradable. Trading at $80, you can actually pick it up at. So that's one of the names I'm watching. The other thing to keep in mind is there was some relative weakness in crypto yesterday. Almost all day long, IBIT was trending down into the NASDAQ, which was only going in the other direction. I prefer BMNR because that was the weakest, but I'm looking for a chance to be able to fade some of these up top. And BMNR was by far the weakest because ETH was weaker than Bitcoin. It's just not close to any of the key price levels like the 22.4 or the 22.10. So it'll be patience if we get strong enough in the markets, but I have the site set and I've already paid for the locate on BMNR, locked and loaded, ready to go there. So it's hump day. It's market, well, at least we're not at zeros. It's 0.1% to the upside, so up is good. Last I checked, ASML disappointed by price action, but not by their earnings. And let's ring it right about now.
All right, welcome everybody. U.S. markets are now open. We're into something right there. We got Tesla. So here we go, man. We are now long on Tesla. Tesla immediately down on that trade. It does come into the 260. That was small. We're not going to sit here and get run over. We talked about that. So we'll wait to see what happens with Tesla there. We like the 364 area of yesterday's closing price. So into it really, really small there on Tesla. We'll see if we can take $1 though out of something if we can. Take out 10% there on Tesla. That was the first name that hit. There it is. It's already right there, Neil. We're already $1 club in right there on Tesla. And again, it's just exactly what we write down here, man. It's 364 long. So came in, we sat there. Like I wasn't super nervous about today. So that's why we sit there and actually take that fill. Normally we don't sit around and do that. So take a little bit out. Let's take another piece out right here as well. As we have a long day ahead of us, 30 seconds in, right there for Tesla. So a quick little $1 out, but we could still wind up losing. And where are we going to get out of this now? Looking at the downside, I mean, 62s is where we just sort of dropped out into. So we could definitely have a look quickly there. But it's $1 club early. And hey, man, we're doing it again. This is my last day here. Got to have Joe in the seat for the next week after this. So there's your $1 club winner to start the day. And I hope some of you have that. And we'll just see where it goes from here. It's Tesla right now and looking pretty good.
Yeah, it is. Well, you know what's not looking good? Oil at the lows, Robinhood pulling back, IBIT dying. The thing that did not dip, however, was NVIDIA. NVIDIA is now taking out it's not all-time highs, local highs here at 197. Sometimes you get picked up, sometimes you don't. This time, we did have the orders out. Oh, and by the way, I'm going to have to change target on ASTS. Astis basically just, that's just a nickname for the stock. It just blew down like $4 here on ASTS. So continuing to sell off after that Globalstar. We'll look to see if it can close these underneath the prior low. So still looking for weakness there. Bitcoin already going to the downside, but it is NVIDIA which is churning. I don't want to chase that. AMD's a bit far. What's Intel doing here? Maybe we're being led by the chips as usual. Of course we are. And of course Intel tagged $65. Intel had a lot of sellers at 65.5. This would be a reversion trade if it gets to 65.5. I didn't think we were going to get to that price, but I have to respect that we could. And looking for some weakness in crypto, Bitcoin already moving down. I'm choosing BMNR. And once it gets some kind of a pop into VWAP, if it's not pop and fade, then it's short VWAP is always a play for myself. Market's still at the exact same place it was before. But looks like everything's heading in the right direction, at least for myself, but just didn't get picked up on that bid. Sometimes you put the bid out there, and it doesn't want to fill you.
Yeah, sometimes, pretty much all the time there. Yesterday we had something similar to this example on Tesla where we got missed. We had 354.25 yesterday, or somebody went to 355 and change, and then it just took up like 10 bucks. We'll see if Tesla can do something similar there today. We just took $2 on this trade, so we'll do a little bit of a floss. So let's just go over here and see what happens with SMR now. I guess no sleep, no problem so far. But we're not out of everything. I'm going to get one more piece out there so we can hold half of this Tesla trade. Yeah, SMR, we did write down 1040 there as a potential dip buy opportunity. It doesn't happen right now for Sam Michael Robert there on SMR. We'll have to see if that does wind up dipping down in there. So it's a good thing we took out another piece there on Tesla. Like, it went $2. We're out. I'm going to be taking one more piece here if we can. I don't want to get out of it all in case there is a rip today, but if I think that today is going to be relatively slower, you know, we should take advantage of these kind of moves higher. Like, we just ticked into sort of pre-market highs one more time there from 4 a.m. Europe, when that starts to get going, right there, 26,000 as that top for the NQ. So something to look at here as a potential fade out. And like I said, if we're not expecting too much today, might not be a horrible opportunity to take a little bit out here on TSLA. The other idea, SMR, we talked about that. And then Nike, I like the long over there in Nike. And oh, here we go. Here's an example of just missing our bid right there. This should be a 50-cent winner, but we were at 44.60s. It went to 44.70s. So just one more example there. And then there's the same dollar, but we took it again on Tesla. So $2 winner on Tesla, $1 winner on Tesla. And the only position so far here today has been Tesla. You weren't. Oh, you're in BMNR. No, you're not in BMNR.
No, well, I have an offer on BMNR, but we haven't got picked up. This one is still continuing to fall. It's just looking incredibly weak. NVIDIA is still, it's way gone. It just tagged 198 and a half. So this one is an absolute rocket ship. I'm glad that it's outpacing.
Let's go.
Glad it's outpacing AMD a bit, but AMD has already given up its move. It's already given up the entirety of the open move there. On advanced micro devices. So I do think NVIDIA is the right place to go. Just checking on Robinhood. Robinhood tagged that 82 level. It hasn't really confirmed the close above. Bitcoin's going to break. I'm not going to be able to get BMNR, I don't think. I might just have to look at Bitcoin because I'm not chasing that BMNR move. So if I can get the weakness in crypto reflected in Bitcoin, then I'll look for this breakdown underneath the volume weighted average price. So if we break VWAP here at 42 even, then I'll be short that. Would have preferred BMNR, but you know, you take what you can get and you will not be upset. So just putting a stop order or a conditional order, I guess, a conditional order for the breakdown in Bitcoin. And that's if it goes. If it doesn't break, then I'm not in it. Still going to be waiting for that BMNR trade. And wow, Weewa. Oracle? I guess the bottom is in. The bottom is in on Oracle, man. No doubt about it. All right. Another 4% off the open for Oracle. You gotta be kidding me. Did not pull the trigger on that one for a swing trade because I'm still waiting for that PayPal. PayPal hasn't done it yet. But NVIDIA, we'll look for VWAP here. 95 is not going to be a thing anymore. I can't say that I got missed by like 20 cents or anything. I probably missed that bid by about 40 or 50 if we're being real. So if we can hold VWAP, it hasn't retested it. That'll be the first place I look that isn't in the crypto space. Bitcoin's still holding about 42. IBIT holding that 42. BMNR still at the lows. ASTS, way too rinsed, and I'm not chasing that move down.
Okay. Nothing to see over here, just usual trading. I don't know. All right, so Google making, we only have, I mean, this speaks for itself. And you know, this is why, I guess, you know, if you guys are looking, the only trade that's hit so far, it's right here on the sticky note. It's the #1 trade on the note. It's 364 Tesla long. And that one so far. We'll see what happens if it flushes down or not. You can see I was writing in here, Google. Wow, man, we talked about this whole like you know, I got like the least amount of sleep probably I've had in a hell of a long time, but you know, it doesn't change anything for me. Nice upside play there. I mean, obviously the energy's a little bit low, but the energy's high here on this stock. As there it goes, man. This is a day trading show, and we've got this one. There it is right there. There's $2.50 we just get printed right there. So pound alarm right now on that trade. And Joe was asking me, how can one become a successful trader and hit some certain levels. Joe's looking to level up his game. And I said, honestly, man, it's try to find those good ideas, get consistent, and then up your shares, man. That's, you're here on prop. We talk about that all the time. We literally read ads that say, what we are here for on a prop floor is to, use other people's capital, not risk your own, and take these levels to the next level. So I want to thank Joe for asking that, and I hope that most of you guys are doing that there. But there it is, man, one trade. Like I said, what's up to JKL and everybody else that, hits their goals and is done in 10 minutes. I mean, there goes Tesla right there. I'm looking for other names. I mean, for sure, you could see that now Neil's in too short, so we can go over and check those out. But I was thinking Google too, maybe. They broke through that pre-market low. Or sorry, yesterday's, that's not the pre-market. This is yesterday's at 3 p.m. So maybe something here, Google a little weaker than the rest. So we could potentially see a continuation lower on Google. But again, for me to get short on this name, we got to be pretty specific, because since we've locked in, just to say something that kids are saying here, we really haven't missed a beat, man, in the last little while. So we're just going to stay focused on that. Right now it's $3 in the money now, Tesla. I mean, we had some the TQQ trade, that we put on yesterday, just for an example. I mean, just to show you guys examples of locking in, right? I mean, when you get specific trades on, part of it is to maybe watch these things. That Apple trade turned out to be a beast. Like that made a huge move down yesterday as well. Here's our TQQ early position right there at 10 o'clock. That was at 51.70, and where that, I mean, it turned out to be the our thing of the day on VWAP, that went at least $2, $3, $4. This was even at noon, and the market closed at highs. So part of it is like being very specific with your entries and letting something develop, right? And so we've done that already with Tesla, but anything can turn around, especially on a little bit of a slower market. So with that being said, let me just put out one more piece here. There we go. We get a 40 fill on Tesla because we're at the 50-period moving average. So if we're going to go from the low of the day, basically right there, obviously it got lower, right into there, into the 50-period, above VWAP, above the 25. This is why we have plans of action, and this is why you execute your trades, right? I'm going to take out one more thing here at 377. That's your $3 winner to start the day. So Neil with two shorts. We'll talk about those when we get back from Adara.
USO, keep an eye on oil. Getting some comments here. Again, this is just being reported by state media, but apparently the Pakistani negotiation team has traveled to Iran to deliver a message from the U.S. and discuss the potential of a second round of talks and when the timing of said talks might be. If I get more details, I'll let you know at 10 a.m. So in 20 minutes from now, we get the NAHB Housing Market Index. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Did say that IBIT was going to be the under VWAP play with the relative weakness it had yesterday because we didn't get that BMNR. Well, BMNR is catching a bit of a bid. I'm just going to cancel my order. It could be VWAP that it holds. If I pivot away from IBIT, it will be back into BMNR. But when that breakdown happened, we give it to the prior bar. And I like the comment about like locked in. I think one of the ways of being locked in is to just don't get a fill or whatever. Just go back to your standard. I feel like weakness. It broke the trend. It broke the volume weighted average price. We take the breakdown, give it to the prior bar, play it into the low. AST Space Mobile. That's the only time I'm not going to say Astis, everybody. Again, just right back, goes into the prior day low, which is also the volume weighted average price, short it, give it to the prior bar. So basically the same setup twice. Just looking up to see where Intel is at. Remember, Intel got to that. Oh, never mind. All right. No, forget it. Intel already flushed. Intel did not retest up to 65.5 for any kind of a reversion. Got to 65, and that was all she wrote. It's right back in at the lows. Market's at the high of the day, and Intel is at the lows. And same thing with AMD as it was starting to come back in. So yeah, just the two shorts for now. Robinhood was the other name off of the open we're looking for. It seems to want to snap back off of that 82 level. Hasn't really held on to VWAP. This is looking bearish too. On Robinhood, topping tail to volume weighted average price. Hold of a VWAP, and then we can get maybe along in this Robinhood trade because it also tried to fill in a bit of that gap. So lots to watch. I know some people looking at those quantum names. I haven't really had eyeballs on INQ and Rigetti. They weren't on my list. They were both buy imbalances, I do believe, or maybe it was QBTS, and they're both looking pretty strong. INQ is now up 11% and pretty short Rigetti as well. So far, so good. We'll see what this IBIT wants to do, and hopefully we can catch a little bit of BMR, or at least pivot to BMR is the plan of action for myself. I just think that'll be a little bit weaker. BMNR, not BMR.
We still got to find out what that We still got to find out what that IPO was there yesterday.
It was NI. Dara corrected it to me in the chat. I have to double check. Okay. No, but we got corrected. It was like someone was saying NCI something, but it was NIC something.
So I go back to my initial point. We still need to figure out what that IPO is. So let us know, guys.
It's a big one tomorrow.
If you can find out what it is in the chat, let me know. There, look, really glad to be kicking out this here on Tesla as we just sit back and relax. Bird, okay, let's go over and have a quick look at Bird. I'm waiting at 368, man, to get this $4 here on Tesla. And again, as we were just talking about getting locked in, I think that's 100% correct what Neil said, is that if levels aren't hitting, man, you don't have to jump in. And like I said, that's something that's really changed for me. And I hope you can see sort of, again, like it's a trading show, so I hope you guys can see the results of trades, and you can always ask us how it's going. And we have obviously no problem talking about that. Lucky me, man, I got to fill 64.75 on Intel there. So sometimes you get lucky on your own personal account. So we just get that fill, got the notification there. And I said, what, Intel's running? And then I thought it was, and then Neil mentioned that it wasn't. So lucky, very, very lucky.
It was. It just.
Yeah, no, I know. I was like, that's why when you mentioned it, I was like, okay. Because when I got filled, I was like, oh God, there we go again. I got filled, and finally something actually worked out for me. Yesterday we actually did pretty good and got filled on Marvell. I don't know what Marvell. Okay, 133. So it's right back up again. So there you go. So we make a little bit of money on the Intel sell, and yesterday on the Marvell sell looks to be a little worse for the wear. But yeah, like this trade can hold the day for me all day right now. We only have left 40% left on this trade. It is having a problem here in and around 367. I mean, I could take another out. Let's take an out right here. Okay, there it is. We'll take it out at 30. It's the highest level we've ever gotten yet. I'm still waiting at 368, that high. So here we go again. Hopefully we can get that right now. And then it will be your $4 winner to start off with. There it is. That's $4 to start the day. So, we'll just continue to chill and hang out and, watch a little bit of this here go through. So that is it, MF Dane Generous. That's your bang there for me, and we'll look for some more. I mean, like I said, SMR, we were waiting for that one to do something, so we'll have that on our radar. Maybe a pullback into 1090, something like that. The 50 period, the pre-market high could be looked at. We said Google maybe on a short there. That's already kind of broken through those pre-market levels that we looked at, but I still think there's something here for Google. I don't really want to short it. I mean, I think there's a strong name. I like Google here. Great movement. Last 9 days, absolutely hot fire for Google, but it is a little underneath right now, so that could be that short. But hey, man, we are just like, we couldn't be really, hey, you're welcome. Let's start getting some of these nice comments there in the chat, man. What's up to Solar Tech here today? A bunch of thumbs up and everything. So, you're welcome to all that. Thanks for your help there today as well. It is a pretty weak open there. I'm not going to put, thank you so much. Like, we only have one GOAT here, and that's going to be Brendan. So we shout out to Brendan, but I'll take the call there as well. So, shout out to everybody that's in the chat, man. I mean, everyone's doing their own thing. Yeah, you're right about this one. No sleep, no worries. I did get 5 hours or so, but no sleep, no worries there. You always want to feel better. What's up, T-Money as well there? Oh, thank you so much, Randy. We're just talking about lack of sleep, but it's a $4 winner on Tesla. Looking sharp there with your new. Yeah, do you smell brisket? My bad. That was I had that for dinner last night, if you know what I'm saying. No, we had tuna last night. Tuna melt. Tuna melts. Oh man, those were so good. We've never really had.
The funny thing is, the second you said it, I'm like, for sure it was a melt. It was a delish.
Yeah, we. Oh no, Neil must have got a fill on something there. Position board is now gone.
No, I didn't.
You didn't. Okay, well, it just randomly disappeared. Andre.
Well, I got a fill a couple of minutes ago.
Oh, maybe that's what it was. Yeah.
No, so. But it was good. No.
Anyways, I'm still long. Well, once we get another fill, it'll show back up.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. We got tagged down in front of 86. Ooh, did it break? I'm not gonna wait for it to break. I'm just gonna get out. Oh, I don't want to be long. Get out. And hold. Come on, Phil. Come on, Phils. Anyways, I'm going to be out of ASTS. If you get in accidental position, just jump right out of it. Because I did get in. I don't know why it's saying short. I am flat on ASTS. Yeah, we got 86.1. No, it's right now.
Is it? Okay.
So we got the 86.1, but I did not want that reverse. So I'm going to jump out. If it closes under VWAP, then I can re-engage that short. IBIT tagged LOD and is coming back up to VWAP. The only thing that might make me not take this trade is I did prefer BM&R, and BM&R is also coming into the volume weighted average price. So instead of reloading IBIT, if we get a topping tail candle here, I'll just elect to get into the stock that I wanted, or I guess the instrument that I wanted first, which is going to be BM&R. And as far as Robinhood goes, it's still really just looking at the same names. Hood is now holding VWAP. It's got a decent trend up, showing some strength in Robinhood. Wanted to see this one hold. Someone's asking where I think the dip buy is in Robinhood. I'm like, well, if it doesn't fill in the entire, if it doesn't lose the gap, I want it to hold VWAP. I know it would have rhymed if I said VWAP, but it's VWAP. So it just broke VWAP to the upside. Now I want to look for that bounce to continue trend here on Robinhood. Really not get BM&R again? Bitcoin's already right back at the low LOD, and I didn't get filled on BM&R. Crypto's weak, very, very weak. Which is that's another thing I like about actually Robinhood here, is it's holding its gains much better than crypto. And I know it's a PDT story, but you do have to remember, Robinhood typically is gonna move with the crypto markets. So the fact that we're sort of chilling out here on the lows on IBIT, while Robinhood's going higher lows, that's a good sign. I always want to make sure you're long things that are going to be relatively strong. You don't want to fight the trend. I find when we talk about being locked in, there's only specific setups I like fighting the trend. It has to be at a major support level, or it has to be a mean reversion trade. Like that's the thing that's made this a good start to the year. Although I guess it's been a quarter in.
Yeah, I love all this. I love all this locked-in talk, guys. So there it is, $5 now on Tesla. So we talked about books he likes to read. One good trade. That's one book that I read. Pretty much the only book, trading book I did read. That one that I really like, Reminiscence of a Stock Operator. That was another one up in there. All right, SMR is testing 12. What's up, Midwest Strong? I mean, wow. Wow, okay. SMR was another one of the names that was on your boy's radar, and this is another one. We talked about missing some levels. I'm bidding $10.44, gets into 10.68 there, and then it just rips upside. We were looking at SMR this morning when this name was only up 5%, and I remember talking about it, and then, because some people were like, well, why does this guy have SMR as the second best idea today? And I tried to talk about some levels that I liked. I didn't like it enough to really get super aggressive with it, but it is what it is there with SMR. We can have a quick look back at Nike. Nike had Tim Cook and your boy Elliott Hill step in and buy a couple 100,000 shares each. And that name, again, like that came, like there's our 44.50 marker there, and it gets into 44.70 again. So we do miss that one for the long, but like we said, you're not going to get filled on everything. And all you're trying to do is have your winners essentially outpace your losers. And today we only have one trade, so we could give it all back. We're just looking for another one right now, but it's Tesla. Look at that, man. We get a 370 fill right there. So 364 to 370, that's $6. So, pretty happy with the way that's been performing so far here today. Hope you're all enjoying it. It's Adara time. Speaking about enjoying, we're going to go over and see what Adara's got on her. Oh, there goes Tesla right there, 370. Again, just took out those highs. So, oh boy, we're rocking and rolling here today.
Another minute, another headline about negotiations with the U.S. and Iran. Latest headline I'm seeing here is reported by the Wall Street Journal. The U.S. and Iran have agreed in principle to meet, but they have not decided on a date or location. Now, we know President Trump earlier this week was saying that they could meet within 2 days. Again, as of right now, bit hard to discern if that is the case because it looks like they're still kind of trying to decide on a lot of key details. Furthermore, apparently Iran and China's foreign ministers are discussing the Iran-U.S. talks within a call right now. I also mentioned here, before I let you guys go, Morgan Stanley, MS, looks like they just wrapped up their earnings call. Morgan Stanley saying they expect their net interest income, or NII, key metric for the banking segment. They expect this to build modestly or consistently here over the course of 2026, and then modest sequential increase in Q2. So they think over the year, it'll be nice growth. They expect modest quarter-over-quarter growth for NII as well, just in the near term for Q2 26. Back to you.
Oh, I love me some Morgan Stanley. Just keep it up, Morgan Stanley. As long as you get that growth, they're leading the banks today. BM&R just came to view up, so we did finally get this. Elected not to reload well, I mean, whatever. IBIT's at the low of the day, so I was not going to reload this at literally the low of the day. But as that's trying to break down, you are seeing the market at the highs. But just like yesterday, you're seeing relative weakness over in the crypto market. So if it's going to stay trend down, then we're going to continue to look for the short side. Going to give this one to 21.5 because that's a prior bar, so short VWAP. Give it to the prior bar, look for the low of the day. And as we go, still wanting that Robinhood on trend, it'll be interesting if this holds the entirety of the day on the upward trend while crypto looks weak. But that's what we're looking at right now. Hasn't really dipped back into VWAP. We can be patient. Sometimes the best dip into VWAP happens between like 10, 10:30, even lunchtime. Who knows? But Robinhood on an absolute tear. I see the quantum names up there, and I want to shout out to everyone putting your symbols in. We get it. We love it. And I see Allbird, which, look, I'm not going to come. I don't know any. Look, if they want to pivot their business to AI infrastructure from a shoe company, congratulations. It looks like a lot of short covering because of the headline, and then who knows what it means fundamentally for these guys long term. But Bird, you got Robinhood, Tesla, Oracle, SMR going to be up here. Webull, which we have not looked at, prefer Robinhood to Rebull, but that PDT rule is going to be a heck of a catalyst, I think, for both names. So regardless of what you think about the space, might take some time to implement, but I think it's going to be good for all of them. Yeah, Bird all the way up to $13. The squeeze is really on with this stock. It's just hard to really figure out that kind of a shift, what it really means for the business. I don't think anyone's really trying to price that thing today.
No. Pretty speechless right here to start off with today. That doesn't happen too often, but it's now $7. Neil says Robinhood's really going here, but Tesla $7. I mean, Robinhood's probably. Oh, you know what I want to look at? Let's look at SoFi right here because I didn't get that fill yet on my own account. I'm at 18, so if that comes in, it got to 18.20 there. We'll see if we can get some SoFi love back in. Yeah, what's up, Barton? Man, you want to make it $8? Can we make it $8 there? And you know, I used to think that some of these things weren't possible, and then now it seems like it's happening all the time. So, like we said about just being focused on what strategies are working, and this is definitely one. We had that couple big moves yesterday, and then the very first trade here today, Neil, is $8 straight to the upside. So it's always great to have have these on board there. So yeah, you're right, Ja. We have had $20 winners on this, but whatever. So far, so good. The good thing about this trade is that we actually still have on 15%. So, and we've been getting out, look, 369, 370, 371. So we actually just have been holding on and getting pieces out as we go higher and higher into this name. So it's been allowed me to hold on to this for quite a while. So I don't know what sort of a lesson this can fit for today, but I definitely want to talk more about Tesla as we go. So just, you know, when you can make it like that, it's not easy, as we say. So just happy to have that trade. You could always have gone the other way there, and we're just lucky that it worked out for us there. Apple 258 and change. This name really pulling back. I mean, this is what could happen to to Tesla at any time, right? So we're into 15% left, but there's Apple up, down, like complete almost an A-shaped recovery there, up, down. We just need a line to go through there for that A. I like the V shapes a little bit better than that as well. So yeah, good move there, and second round of talks. Yeah, we have Pakistan's now trying to bring these guys back.
You're the big time moderator. That's what it seems
right
like
there, but yeah, man, that's what it is. So
well, it was a question I liked.
Yeah, sure.
I really liked the question, but I'm trying to find it. It was Crystal Castle. Right here. It's easier to just do it this way when I have it on the message instead of putting it on the screen. Can you say a few is why you choose to be short biased today? I'm not bias short with all the strength in the market. It's pretty simple. Relative strength and relative weakness. The dip buy didn't come in for me on NVIDIA. That was the one I liked the most, and it didn't sniff my dip buy level, so I'm not into it. But the NASDAQ was trend up all day yesterday. This is the NASDAQ yesterday. This is IBIT yesterday. This is ETH yesterday, trending down. So for me, the first setup that happened was identify relative weakness because the market was going up, and then the first thing that happened was Bitcoin started losing the bid. So like rightly or wrongly, it's a setup of fail the high, short earnings VWAP. It's as setup that works. And like if it's something works, you just sort of stick with it. If that's the first thing that comes in, then that's the first thing you're going to trade. And over time, like your job as a trader is to just take setups that work for you and then make sure when I take this setup, this particular setup, do I make sure that I win more than I lose if it doesn't work? And then win, lose, or draw over the long term, you can be a consistently profitable trader. Like BMNR, it doesn't seem like it wants to hold underneath that volume-weighted average price the same way that Bitcoin does. So if Bitcoin continues to hold, then I'll dump out of this and maybe decide I want to reload IBIT instead of BMNR, right? So you go with the one that's working the best, and then it'll usually end up in like an all-day, if it's relatively weak, I can end up in like an all-day short. But it's just a setup style trade. You know, like there's a breakout level, so there's the short, there's your out, just leave it to the stop. And if we get a chance on NVIDIA, and again, it never came anywhere near the levels I liked. Like I wanted it down around the 195 because that was the massive breakout price, and it's in the chop. It hasn't really sniffed anything that's good for me. And Robinhood was another one to the long side, but that's not pulling back into VWAP. It hasn't seen VWAP since like minutes into the open.
Okay. Okay, so we still have that. We can get rid of that news source. I was just trying to.
Oh, that's that's the old story.
Figure out here. Okay, I was wondering if one of my orders was on post only because I tried to punch out a little bit there of Tesla. But anyways, we get that. I'm now rating at 373 now for the next order. Just to, I mean, we topped out 372. That might be it. Actually, I wanted to get, now that this keeps changing, I wanted to get out of, if we broke through this 200 period, the 25 period moving average on our 1 minute chart. So we're getting closer and closer to that rate now. This purple line right there. So that's 368.50. So let's put out an order to get out of a third of what we have left. We have, like I said, about 12% or so left on this one. I think that's been the big change for me, being able to hold on to something a little bit longer here with a bigger position. So 368.50. We'll put a stop order in and see if that triggers on these numbers. What's up, Adara?
We're about 10 seconds away now. Not a massive number here, but something to be aware of. NAHP Housing Market Index forecast 37, prior print 38. So we're expecting a little bit of a decline from the prior print here for NAHP Housing Market Index April. Larger decline than we expected. So coming in here at 34, again, prior print 38. Our expectation here was 37. Here's the market hanging out at intraday highs, right above that 630 level. S&P 500, a little bit choppier looking here than the NASDAQ, and oil, of course, going to remain on focus. This holding up relatively well. We did just get some comments from White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett. He said that he believes the spike in oil prices will be, quote, quite temporary. As of right now, again, we've already kind of given back some of this spike over the last couple of days, and today, roughly where we opened. But yeah, just be aware, oil is going to remain on focus. Geopolitical conflict will remain in focus. And also in focus is Robinhood, HOOD and BULL, both on watch today with the SEC saying the pattern or I guess getting rid of that PDT pattern day trading rules. So that's been a good look here for BULL and HOOD. Again, this news came out yesterday, but the stocks really reacting in a big way today. We have to talk about Broadcom as well. AVGO is in focus. They announced that they expanded their partnership here with Meta. It is related to AI chips and deployments here. Basically, they're going to be deploying technology to support multiple gigawatts of Meta's custom silicon. So interesting look here for AVGO. Also earnings on watch with ASML, Morgan Stanley, and BAC all having reported this morning. Do make sure to like and subscribe if you enjoy the content as we send you back over to Neil and Sean.
Make sure you like and subscribe for sure. Thanks, Adara, for that one. I was thinking of Amazon maybe starting to get a little bit short here on AMZN. I don't know. I don't, it's a strong, super strong name, Amazon. Like, I just don't know if I want to take this short, but I was looking at it. It's underneath the 200 period. We did take out some of these pre-market lows. Right now we're back, pre-market lows. And now we're kind of back into those areas. We did make a move into the 200. We didn't hold it. We fell back down. I think you could probably scalp this for $1, 248.50 at least, back down to 247.50 right there. A very, very good opportunity to get back into Amazon. I mean, potentially you want to wait for the long then, down there at 247 and change. That could be a good little look there. And then AAPL, as well. It could come through at 259. We just talked about this move coming back up and then right back down in and then right into some of those pre-market levels, which gave you, again, as we keep on talking about it here, the setup that you would want. And that's a good one to look for there. So yeah, like I missed a lot of my setups too there today, but one hit, which is good. And sometimes that's, you know, you can get multiple ones hit. And it's like the other day when I think I was short the market, but long Palantir or something. And it's because both levels hit. And sometimes you can go back and forth a little bit with it. But I'm at 3. Here we go. There it is. Now we're at the highest level of the day. Watch out. You might take a glizzy here. But there it goes, man. 372. Now you're $8. And shout out to Barton there in the chat. Said, can we have 8? Maybe we can. But I'm still waiting for 373. We only have 15% left. And we almost got stopped out there when it came back in, right? I mean, again, trying to respect our levels one more time. So I'm going to change that into 369 now. So if that breaks through 369, then we'll get out 369.50, sorry, on where this 25 period moving average is, or we just let this thing mature back to the upside. So far, so good there on this trade. Just 1 for 1 over here right now and looking to get into some more. Should have probably taken that Apple near those lows. But here we go, man. You're now officially $8 in the money, and we ring the cash register on Tesla.
Nice. And by the way, it's not that no one's talking about Microsoft, Dr. Jozan. It's just you can't look at literally everything. Robinhood's coming back into VWAP, so that's what I'm going to watch, the one that I want to trade. But yeah, you see Softy at the highs, the market's at the highs. A lot of things are blasting off. Nvidia's at the highs, up 1%. You saw the IGV yesterday catch a bit of a bid. I don't want to say a big bid because it was selling off a lot of it, and it did not hold on to its gains in yesterday's trade. Like the initial pop in the IGV was the only pop that you got, then it trended down. So I'd be a little bit careful if this were to lose VWAP today, but the name I'm watching is got to be Hood, is it's trying to pull in the VWAP. If we can get a VWAP bounce, it did this at about this time yesterday on the uptrend. This is different. It has failed to break out yet, so it is not like this is not like A+ in terms of yesterday, like it was just breakout, breakout, breakout. This did hold on to prior lows, and it's above VWAP, so the trend is still my friend till the end. iBid hasn't really retaken the low of the day, but if it's still near the low and the market's at the highs, then that one's still going to be valid. Adara, it's already past 10 o'clock.
Oh, my God.
We did that happening now here with those numbers, but I do quickly want to mention here, interesting comments on tariffs from Kevin Hassett, who is, of course, again, White House economic advisor. These came through about a minute or so ago. He said, excuse me, quote, the backup plan on tariffs is almost ready to go. So keep an eye potentially for more tariff headlines down the line here as we get from this quote from Hassett. Back to you.
I did have enough of out there, so I got out there on some Tesla. I just wanted to look at, right here, I want to look over. I know Adara did some happening now, but let's just quickly look at this here. NVIDIA, we have Micron, we've got some good little levels here on KLAC there as well. Texas Instruments coming through. Okay, so, you know, it's just a tale of what is a relatively flat market today. I mean, the NASDAQ's starting to head upside, but if you're looking, it's kind of led by, we saw yesterday, big move in NVIDIA, Broadcom starting to go today. We did get Marvell trying to tick a little bit higher there, but as Neil just mentioned, Microsoft, I mean, that's up 3%, so yeah, maybe there's something there. Yeah, Oracle, wow, up 5, yeah, you looked at that earlier. CRM, so some of the IGV names really starting to go, once again, ServiceNow, ADSK, so on and so forth. So there's a lot of...
What's the single name down there?
Here? What is this name over here? CDW, so I don't know anything about that name. And then right into here, because we have some ASML weakness, you know, like it or not, you know, you are getting some of these names starting to come back in a little bit, some of the producers like a Lamb there. Wow, okay, now Tesla is now $9 in the money as we continue to break through. Man, me getting out at 372 there, not the greatest, but there it goes. Yeah, you are right, Jappy, right there as we go woo-hoo one more time there on that one. So yeah, man, just wish we put a couple zeros behind those numbers there, but there it is, woo-hoo for you too there. But yeah, so far so good here on TSLA.
I know there was I didn't see that super chat. What was it?
Was there one?
For green. Swing trading, day trading. Swing for the greens. Yeah, that was always
Blue
a problem.
Jays style.
Oh, that was always a problem for me in golf.
Oh, yeah.
I was getting to the green. Oh, sorry, it was being on the green. My short game was good. I was the worst putter you could possibly imagine.
Putting is...
No,
Funny.
I'm diabolically bad. How many shares are you trading on a full-size trade on stocks like NVIDIA or Tesla? You want to know scale, curious about lots. Look, we don't share sizes, and in my opinion, it's not about that. It should be about the why for the trade. I had this conversation, I was talking with a trader, and we were going back over like some of the history. The former trader, he does a lot of other business stuff now. And one of the things that we were actually discussing was everybody is going to have their own plan of action, but the more important thing is that you do have a plan of action. Like it should be more about, and you'll always hear me talk in these terms. This is where I'm getting in. This is the key level, and then maybe the stop is exactly on that line, or maybe it's a penny or two. No, but this is where I'm in. I'm risking to here. I'm looking to take one out at the low, and then if in this particular case I was looking for an extension, so I wanted to break that low, and then I want to look to get out on the way down to a 2050. Right? So it's all about the risk reward and the why. Like I said, why it was relatively weak compared to the overall market. And then it's about that trade as an idea. Because every single individual trade is just that. It is, you want X to go to Y before Z happens. And if X to Z is 20 pennies, then you want to make sure that when you lose, you're not, or when you make, you're not just making 10 or 15. That matters more. Like, where are your entries? Why are you taking it? And what does it mean to be wrong? Because the number one thing, and this again, I even talked to this trader about this last night, the number one reason why traders aren't profitable is because if you go and look at their trading history over like a month or 2 months, they'll have a couple of good, or maybe like 4 or 5 good days, let's just say. It's like those 4 or 5 good days, they're red because their losing days are twice the size of their winning days. And so it just comes down to, well, how do you manage your losers relative to your winners? That comes with knowing where you're wrong and having an actual trade plan. And realistically, the only limitation to share size is going to be liquidity in your account. And everyone's is going to be different. So it's almost irrelevant what someone else is trading because they're not you.
All right, NVIDIA to 200. Yeah, man. I mean, we can see if NVIDIA can go to $200 for sure. Right now, 199 coming into play for NVDA. I mean, wow. You know, like I said, man, yesterday was a great day to check the account, and today's going to be even better as NVIDIA just ripping up that 1% there. If you've got NVIDIA in your account, you got Microsoft, I got in the account, unfortunately. I am just a hell along all MAGs. I might as well just sell everything I have and go into MAGs, M-A-G-S. I mean, what a good symbol that's been.
There's the other one that has all 10.
As of recently, yeah, this is just all 10. This is just MAG 7 right here, but there it is, nice move up, 1.1%. Look at that move, 56 to 64. Right there on the MAGS. So we brought this to your attention a little while ago, and it was like, why bother to pick and choose? I mean, if you have reasons, obviously you want to get into NVIDIA more than Microsoft, more than Google, whatever you're interested in, you can pick and choose it. But this one, pretty good with a management fee behind it. Obviously, if you didn't want to be too specific, MAGS is definitely a good one there as well. All right, now we're almost $10. We won't hit this 10 times, but there it goes right now to the upside. $10 now on Tesla. So we still have 10% left. So that is still a number, and we'll see what winds up happening on the long side now. As there it is, man, you are now officially that $10. And I mean, it's like if you're just joining us for the first time, thank you, and welcome back. If you're joining us for many times, like many of you are, we want to thank you to everybody for all of that. Every day I post this out, you can go back. It's literally every single day. Yesterday, I have this box here, and I pulled it out yesterday, and we found, let's do that. Maybe we can create, yet again, another segment right here. It's what was on past sticky notes. So I have a box here. Shout out to Prad, got me this Palantir hat. And yesterday, I randomly pulled out a sticky note, and Palantir has been a source of very much happiness in my family's life. But, we randomly pulled out a sticky note yesterday. We have a whole box full of them. This has been one of the consistent things here with Trader TV Live has been the sticky note. So I'm just going to randomly pull one out. Look, when we used to be... we used to have Trader TV marked down on the sticky notes, believe it or not. All right, so let me just go with one random stock here. Okay, well, we have Palantir long here at $26, but that doesn't really matter for right now. Let's just pick another one. Oh, this is interesting. AMD we have written down here long at
84.
Yeah, $213.50.
What the?
Can you imagine $213.50 for AMD the same time that Palantir was $26? Palantir's gone up now, X amounts from that. AMD hovering still, 250 for AMD, so that's a good one right there. Look at this, Rivian, $11, right? Rivian still a stock there, $15. Palantir, 26 on here. We have NVIDIA written down here. This is a funny one, Neil, 900 long. So this is before the split. Split happened around 12, was it 2100 or something? NVIDIA split, something like that. And then we have Uber. You want to talk about a name that's doing jack all. We have Uber right here, $77. So when Palantir was 26, when NVIDIA hadn't even split yet, Uber, we had written long $77. So talk about like investing versus actually holding on to decent, wow. $11 now in Tesla. But anyways, it just goes back to, being prepared and writing down some levels that you like and then trading off of those levels. And as Neil mentioned, man, it's just trusting your ability to trade, to read levels, and then, hopefully once you've hit levels like this, like I said, to be here, Neil and I are lucky because we both have over 20 years. So it's useless for us to sit here and waste our time. We're going to be here trading. We know the strategies, so we'll use different share sizes on these trades. But it's about, I agree 100%, it's about having the winners in your account, right? So there it goes, man. And this is what it's all about. Whether or not you're trading 5 shares or 50 shares or whatever amount of shares you're trading, it's Tesla today for me. And as you can see, man, there's the extension. And it's really great when it works out as it was written. Shout out to my guy, Nas.
And someone asked in the chat, was that a reload? Because you'll see the price shift on iBid. VWAP is a moving target, like it starts higher, and if it's trending down, it goes lower. I did miss this reloaded VWAP, though, because that's when I went over to BMNR, which was actually the original plan. But one held VWAP, one didn't, and it looks like, basically same thing. We'll look for the low of the day. If the market doesn't really break out here, and we're going, but the NASDAQ's not really extending. Like, you look at the last couple of sessions. Oh, that's right. Why is there volume on days? Anyways, it doesn't really matter. I'm trying to figure out what's going on with this gap in the chart. Well, you're not really extending. You're only a third of a percent to the upside. So if we get a reversal, I know I'm in the weakest name. That said, if we like the volume weighted average price and we like some strength, this could be the time that Robinhood pulls back in. It has not sniffed VWAP, but it was a good VWAP trade yesterday. And was about, again, it was just after 10 o'clock, so I'm thinking the same thing here. It's at the highs, but it's not blowing out of the water. The only thing that gives me a bit of pause is Bull. Like, Bull is actually setting up something I usually like, which would be a VWAP and a trend break. Like, hold the low, lower highs, break the trend, and go to the upside, which is a setup that I like. So it would simply be like you break it here, go long, and then give it to that prior bar low. So I actually might end up in Webull because it's at VWAP, and Robinhood is not giving me that entry that I'm in love with. But it has to break the trend. If it doesn't break the trend, there's no entry. There, just heard Oklow's up 13%. Yeah, quantum, baby. Quantum is a big deal. Maybe Allbirds should have gone into quantum computing instead of.
And of course, Oklo is nuclear, but I do understand what you're saying. Quantum also up over there.
I don't know what Allbirds is doing. They're a shoe company. I still don't understand that story.
And again, talk about being patient, right? I mean, we wrote down, I'm not going to call it the sticky note up again. I need some more content over here. But we have $12 on SMR, and this was the #2 idea written down there on the note today. And unfortunately, we did not get, we miss it by 10 cents there at that low. Just waiting for this 200 period moving average to hit on SMR, and it just doesn't do it. Oh, by the way, right now, man, just 5% left. We take out the $12 winner, and now we just watch it continue to go higher. I mean, obviously this name was going to be, I thought obviously today as we got that chip news, right? I mean, sometimes stories go the other way, but today it definitely went the way of the stock gods long on that one. I think $200 on NVIDIA is something for sure, but I may short it. It's not really, it's getting to it, and it looks real good. But if we do somehow get a bump, like it's just kind of grinding right now. We'll wait to see what kind of size is going to be sitting there on NVIDIA at that level right now. But it doesn't look like it's going to be overly huge, just because of the way this is sort of grinding to that north side right now on NVIDIA. So let's just wait to see if it gets up there, and then maybe we can play a little bit of a short initially on that. But I want to see what size is there first. Obviously, a dip down into VWAP would be great right there. Wow, Tesla just took out 377 there as well, man. Birdman fly in any weather, that is for sure. As birds going upside down there as well. We did already look at the, we already did look at the board, but we can call that back up again, this stock generation board there. If you guys put something, visualizer, if you guys put something in the chat, it'll allow Neil and I to look at that. So if you do want to put that up, we can do that. If not, Apple right there, wow. This one triggered, man. It triggered. We should have taken it. Wow, what an extension there on Apple. You see, man, I've been only looking long today and only having longs, only one long with Tesla, but just looking there, looking at that short for NVIDIA potentially, but man, did we miss that one on Apple. That came in almost as clean as day there. And let me guess, Amazon's probably going to the downside as well, as we talked about. Yeah, okay, so we talked about that name, again, looking at these levels. We talked about that at the 200 period, right there at 249, but, you know, didn't have too much confidence in taking that either. The NASDAQ 0.36, 0.37. Let me just check out what's going on with oil here to see if we can get another opinion on what we need to do. I mean, with Tesla being $14 in the money, like I may not put on another trade. I'm trying to be as disciplined as can be, and just to show you guys, like, this is why Joe does the options. You know, we're looking at key levels, we're looking at bigger plays, you know, and if I can sit in this all day now and just see what winds up happening and not give any of it back, that would be fantastic for me right there. But there's oil, just went red. So, you know, it is making the move lower now. So we're starting to see what's going on with the oil contract. And like we had Brian on yesterday. Yeah, we had Brian on yesterday. He doesn't even look at USO. He looks at the contracts. But whatever you want to trade, whether or not you're an equity trader or futures trader, this is what it looks like. Look at this. High, lower high, boom, boom. So you're definitely starting to trend a little lower right now in this space. But all right, let's just put it out. I mean, we don't have to hold this all day just because. If we break our levels, we should need to get out, right? So right there, 373.50. We'll ho-hum a $9 winner if we have to, and get out right there, 373.50 if it does come back in there for Tesla. I'm going to put the stop order in right now, and then we'll move off of that and go over to Adara with her small cap recap.
I'm just seeing apparently there's a volatility halt for Avis budget, so keep an eye here in CAR. I just saw that apparently it dropped 11% in a hurry, so just be aware this is happening. President Trump's also posting on Truth Social, nothing market related. Let's start with these small caps. BIRD, one of the biggest small cap movers today, probably the biggest. Allbirds is going to be on watch here. Now, again, guys, the news is this company doing a little bit of a pivot, and a little bit is downplaying this quite a lot. They're executing a $50 million convertible financing facility agreement. They're going to transform themselves from a clothing company into an AI compute infrastructure company. So that's the deal here with BIRD. That is Allbirds. Now we have NCI, name mentioned by Luis Barbado this morning. This is Neo Concept International Holdings. This is a Hong Kong-based company with a $4 million market cap, 1 million share float, and apparently a 90% short float as far as I can see. So massive short float and no news catalyst for NCI. Last but not least, LAES. This is super range-bound and choppy today, but there is a catalyst for Seals Q and in that's rallied in the past. They're a quantum play, announcing that they're EuroQ company, so I guess maybe a spin-off here or an affiliate. They demonstrated the future of autonomous quantum computing laboratories in partnership with Conductor Quantum and NVIDIA. So NVIDIA partnership for a subsidiary or related company. On watch here for LAES. This company is a $672 million market cap, 7% short float. Back to you.
Thank you very much there, Adara. Appreciate it. So waiting for an opportunity to get back into IBIT. We always had our stop here at 42.07, right under that prior bar. It didn't break out the highs. When we took the reload, it broke back under. We'll be about flat on this one. Obviously, we got a reload. Still like it is relatively weak. But as I said, Robinhood is the one I want to come into VWAP. Someone said it was on the trend line. I think that's, you could make an argument that it is. It's a little bit underneath. It doesn't really matter. It's still upward trending, and it's still above the volume weighted average price, but it has not broken out the high. If it doesn't break the high, it's still going to be look for that volume weighted average price for myself. Whether you're looking at, again, like whether you're looking at like the trend or higher lows or VWAP, it's all of the above for Robinhood. That Webull potential breakout trade, that's right, Webull's a NASDAQ stock. The Webull potential breakout trade, not really happening. Like it's still holding this. It's kind of above, it's above the lows, but it's not holding the volume weighted average price. It's not extending, and the volume looks pretty weak as well. That's why the focus is going to be back onto Robinhood, which I just like better. Nothing against Webull. I know they're up about the same percentage-wise. Actually, Webull's technically up a higher percentage, but Robinhood for now just looks stronger. So this pulls back into VWAP. I like it a little bit better than Webull. If it breaks upside on Webull, I'll still get in. It just hasn't happened yet, for sure. Krisharmi's saying look at Coinbase. Haven't looked at Coin. I can tell you personally, I prefer Bitcoin and Robinhood and a whole lot of other stuff relative to Coinbase as a stock, but I do like the breakout that's happening on the entirety of the group here. Like you've already made the lows, you've held the lows, they're all taking the 50 period. Bitcoin held that 60K level, is now holding 70K. It's broken that down, somewhat of the downtrend that it's been in when you look at IBIT on the higher time frame. So I think you're getting some participation in that with Coinbase, which is great. I just kind of like Robinhood. I think a few more catalysts there. You're not solely reliant on crypto in the same way. I know Coinbase is trying to branch out, but Robinhood already did, and Coinbase is just trying to follow. And then the one thing that kind of led me to the relative weakness in IBIT is, yeah, you're breaking out, but you've been rejecting this prior high in IBIT. So until it actually breaks through here, I'm not looking bullish on this. Because if I get a topping tail wick through the high, I'm jumping right back into the short. Because it will just confirm that it's not as strong as everything else. And if that's the case, so be it. You said NVIDIA 200. It's close. 199.
Yeah.
I'm not taking a break at 200 because yesterday, look what happened at that key 95. Reject, reject, afternoon break. I think that would be the more wise call. Let it give you a consolidation breakout instead of just chasing the move up here in NVIDIA.
Appreciate you, DJ Quantum Theory over there. I don't know if you had that yesterday, but Tesla is a beast today. Yeah, like I said, trying to just stay humble about this and not get too excited. But I do appreciate everybody doing that. But there is one GOAT around here. We've already mentioned that. That's Brendan. So we want to say shout out to that. And yeah, what's up, Ethan? Man, I mean, we're just here having a good time, man. We're just an average dude trading and. Having some luck as of late. So, but yeah, I've already talked about NVIDIA there at that $2 mark. I've already talked about going short on it. So if it does get up to there, we'll definitely have a look at the short. Wow. Okay. So just about that Tesla, we almost got stopped out. By the way. On that trade. So I'm putting that stop back in now. It just keeps on extending higher. I have it at 374 break right now. So if that does wind up happening, then we can get out because definitely an extended move. But look, $13 is still $13. We're pretty proud of having that on board. But it doesn't necessarily mean it's the be all end all. You can go $15. You can go right back into VWAP again and it's down. Next thing you know, you're down at 370 again. So, we want to make sure that we do get out where we want to. So we're going to now take that bottom wick right there and see about getting out. So we do appreciate all your nice talk over there and everything. So thank you for that. That's NVIDIA. Okay, so the other name that we have on our watch list today for me was Nike. Of course, we get that good story about Elliott Hill there and Tim Cook stepping in and buying some more shares, putting Tim Cook's total position out to 130,000 shares. I want to thank Adara for the watch list there today, putting all the notes in there for us. Obviously a great read, and if you haven't done that, make sure you do subscribe to our watch list, which is in the chat right there. I'm actually going to show you this watch list just so you guys understand like what you're missing. If you already got it, then I apologize, but this is what it's all about, man. Like every single morning, a lot of work done by the team here for this. So definitely try to get in there and support it by signing up. But there's all your economic events. There's all the pre-market trading, what's trading higher, what's trading lower. Example, any of the earnings that were coming today. We didn't even talk about the banks yet, but ASML, BAC, we did obviously talk about them this morning. And then names going lower. And then all the stories. Here's Broadcom. There's the Webull story right there. Here is a story for Tesla. That was the number one trade for me today. Now, continues going. I mean, have I talked about Tesla today? There's Nike up 2.5%, so that was as of this morning. There's GitLab, and there's the NVIDIA story there when Elizabeth Warren, something about that. Whenever I see like Elizabeth Warren and the word questioning, I just sort of scroll on. Alphabet there, Google minus 2%, 0.2%, so we can have a look there. And just all the stories right there. Make sure you do. Grab that watch list. It is in the description, is in the link. So link is in the description. How about that? There, but it doesn't come in. So I'm still bidding, which is why it reminded me. 44.55 is the bid that I have on Nike right there. It gets to 44.70. So we do miss that little long there on Nike, but still fine, still happy with it. But we do miss that trade. Good day there for NKE. I got to look at my account and see if I have any Nike shares left. I might. I literally own like 30 or 40 names. I'm a degenerate investor. All right, J&J as well, downside there. I really like this stock. They did get upgraded today, but you're not really seeing anything here. So we'll just sort of pass on J&J right now. But I do think that there is going to be some get up to that stock. And then just I'll put it back to Neil in a minute. But Morgan Stanley, let's see if that's, yeah, so good move early. We've seen some strong moves off of early plays on banks. But of course, they were such a good report that look at it, just ride that 50-period moving average. And, you know, I can't see everything, but that is another great strategy on a high stock, on a stock that's been moving. You want to play pullbacks into support levels. And there's one right there on Morgan Stanley. So missed opportunity on that. And then JP Morgan, see if there's any. Oops, that's the Canadian. See, that's a CDR. You can trade CDRs here at Real Trading as well. Yeah, it's okay. JP Morgan, the opposite. So money switching maybe into Goldman, maybe into Morgan, and out of some JP Morgan. Right now, down 1%. This is the big, no doubt they'll be fine, but a little bit of a pullback there for JPM.
Don't worry about any bank except for Wells.
Yeah, Wells Fargo there. I didn't even read the report, so I don't know what was wrong with that one.
It's just the fact that they were the only one that missed on any metric. Like everybody was double beat, and the guides all looked good, and the growth was all pretty solid. And Wells Fargo just missed on their revenue.
Okay. Yeah.
You missed expectations, and every other bank met expectations. They were the only one that got sold off on the day of, so ball doesn't lie. Like if you have a choice to pick between every single bank name that reported this week, and all of them at least held fort, and you're the only one that went down, that's not my cup of tea, man. Just join the trend. Citigroup's fantastic. JP Morgan probably going to be. That's what kind of stock you just buy every single time. All right, well, enough of that. Robinhood ends up holding on to the trend. It doesn't get to VWAP, but it just bounced off trend, pulls back, holds trend line. It bounces off of 85. And now it's trying to get through 86 here, so it takes them out in front of the pre-market high and then see where it can go. This is not a blue, okay, 15 minutes, not going to show you. It's not completely blue sky setup, because if you go out to like February, like you're breaking this level here, but you go to February and had some failure at 88. So there's some chop on the way too. So 86, 87, I think you could run into some resistance, but it eventually comes on trend. But just because I'm long that, it doesn't really change the fact that if I said it, topping tail candle at this level on IBIT, then I want to look for a reversal here. Because it's at the highs now when the NASDAQ's been going through highs all morning. And I still like the relative weakness if it loses that top. We just had crude oil. Crude oil inventories there. But I didn't even see a move on oil futures.
No. It's not moving on these stupid numbers. We're moving on Strait of Hormuz news, and we're not getting too much of that right now. So I believe there's probably is a truce and a peace offering already labeled out, and just a matter of announcing it. So I think it's the market's playing that out perfectly right now. They're just front running all of this, right? The day I won't be here next week. This is my last day for 7. But you know, we will. Just the day that there's an official truce announced or a peace offering announced, the market will be down that day. So just get ready for that. I won't be here, but I'll be going risk off on whatever day the official announcement is, and whatever that looks like. I'm going to be going risk off because I do think the market has definitely front run all of that. So okay, so we'll see there. I don't know what's going on. Like, The story with Tesla about the new chips, like I didn't think this was a 3.5% move in there today, or obviously we would still be loaded up. We just have 5% left, and hopefully some of you guys were able to do this trade as well. And if anything, instead of worrying about where my stop order could have been, we could have reloaded it right there as well. But like I was saying again, I'm kind of playing defense right now. Just don't really want to give anything back, so I'm waiting for those ultimate setups. I see Disney they're hitting some of my scanners. Why would that be? Down to 102. Oh, probably right here. Yeah, days low, trying to break through. You got a 50 period, 200 period moving average area right there for Disney. That could be potentially a decent long right now on Disney. So that could be a trade to look for. IBIT also, so let me have a quick little look over there as Bitcoin 74.4. It's probably just dancing around VWAP, it feels like. Oh no, high day break. So yeah, there's IBIT right now breaking day highs as well. So that long continues to work out. Wow, Tesla's now, that's so funny because Barton, do you remember in the chat when you were like, hey man, it could be an $8 winner? I was like, yeah, $8 would be pretty sweet. You know what we're putting on its head right now? $14 right there now. So there we go, man. Another one there. $14 in the money there for Tesla. And we did pretty good. Like we did really good holding on to this. So, we got out pretty much every dollar on the way up. And then we just said, forget that noise and let's try to hold the last 10%. So we do that and we get out there at 376. And now we're really escalating through up to 378 right there for Tesla. On again, the story of all. Oh, and by the way, we had a huge trade on Netflix on Monday as well when we had 102.50s. That was a top VoIP pick. Shout out to top VoIP there in the chat. On Monday, that was the #1 name there on the list as well. But yeah, there goes Netflix, man. Big time movement for NFLX to the downside early, back up to 106. Now you're just on VWAP, so that's what hit the scanners there, which is what brought me to my attention there on Netflix. Okay, it's NVIDIA's world, man, and we're all just living in it. 200. Yeah, and we're sure as hell long NVIDIA there today in the account. So I may get some out at 200. I don't know, man. We emptied this clip on Intel a little bit today. We got some out on Marvell there yesterday. What a move higher it's been for these names as 200 now incoming. Let's have a look-see and see what happens there at $2 on Intel. NVIDIA. 200 for Intel would be.
If Intel gets to 200,
then I'm retiring.
The market has broken something. No, 100%. Like that, it has to do like a car to get to 200, like an Avis, if that gets to 200. I haven't seen the offer on NVIDIA yet. I haven't really scrolled back. It's only at 60s, but I'm going to assume there's going to be a couple million shares there. There was 2.5 million visible at 195 yesterday. I expect to see bigger things at the 200 level. Should be pretty massive, but it doesn't matter. NVIDIA's done 50 million shares. You're going to see a big wall, and it's going to chew through it if it wants to. So IBIT did make that trend break. So simultaneously, this is trying to pull back into VWAP. So you get a consolidation here, and then if it loses 42.08, then you look for the bid in front of 42. At the same time, it means Hood is going to try to pull back.
Yeah.
If it doesn't bounce off 85, which doesn't look like it wants to, I'll be out waiting for VWAP. So, IBIT's the one I like to the south side. Why is that a sell? We'll get out of Robinhood and then hold on to IBIT because that's the plan of action, is to be short. Overall, I'll join the trend and play inventory into 86, but once you lose that prior bar, we jump out and just go back to the original plan of action, which is to be short in relative weakness on Bitcoin. You're still trending up in the overall market, and this is still failing those highs. So we'll look to be about half out of VWAP, and then the rest we try to hold into that LOD. This is what it is. Something about crypto that's not really going today. And also I see USO for the first time picking up. This is a bit different. USO hasn't been above VWAP all day long. Now, so if oil gets above the volume weighted average price, then I think you could actually take a leg back in the overall market. And if the market legs back, then we especially want to see that low a day.
All right, nice try there on Robin Hood. We love that name, Robin Hood. I love it so much. No, I'm not in it. These guys are in Robin Hood over here, my man to my right and left. Good pickup there in there. Yeah, tough on the day trade. I mean, when a name moves like that, that's a tough one there. So
not really.
Oh no, okay. I thought that was a tough trade there, just because of how it's moving. That's all. I like Robinhood. I like the day breaks, but that's one thing that really for me, like I was saying about just waiting for tops and stuff like that.
Well, the reason I like that trade is opposed to when you take it on trend instead of the breakout. then you can have 85.5 and then risk 85. So in that case, like you're risking 50 pennies instead of taking an 86 break and risking $1. That's the way I always sort of look at that trade. Is I used to just wait for it to break out 86, but it's like, no, if you can get in on the trend line and then be into it to the upside, the example would have been silver yesterday. Like SLV, okay, it'll be kind of hard to see this one. But like when it went into $71 here, like this is the 71 even dollar, you were establishing the trend. It bounced off VWAP. You can be long on the trend in here, get like 70, 50, and then when it breaks out, you're already in. If it fails to break, you don't necessarily lose, or you lose less going into an even dollar break. I just prefer loading into or getting into the position before the actual breakout and risk a little bit less. Sometimes you're in a market where clean breakouts are true, but when it happens late like that, not as big of a fan. And then you throw on the fact that the market's been breaking out the tops for a while, and any stock that isn't breaking out is just already built different. You just want to make sure you get a better price. So we're almost at VWAP here. If we get to VWAP, then I'll be half out, and then we'll see what goes next. We did have a super chat from Easy Peasy. I didn't want to completely ignore you there, Easy Peasy. Andre, if you want to throw that one up. No? There you go, 2x daily target out of 80% of the trade on Tesla. There you go, easy peasy. Going to take a little bit of a nap, recharge, or whatever you do. That's what it's all about. It's always interesting. Not many traders use daily targets. I know you do.
No, I don't. But I just mentioned it to people because, I still go. I just always mention it because I want people to understand, just like you said. I mean, you went out with some traders yesterday.
I was just one guy.
Yeah, I know. But again, and I know he wasn't a successful one. And it was just a matter of talking about, what makes successful traders, right? And so that's why easy peasy and stuff like that. I think if you have a mental goal for yourself, then and you hit that, then it is doing what you're doing right there. Go have a nap and chill out. 98% of traders will fail. I haven't seen stats different than that, and I've hired and trained thousands of traders. So, the pool of that is quite large. I'm not just talking about sample size of what I see around here. I'm talking about traders around the world and all different styles of trading, to be exact. So many people love trading, and it gets into your mind where it's this is something I want to do. I want to be a full-time trader, and I think I can do real well. Well, the problem is it's a very, very tough business. So I like to preach the fact that I think this is a part-time gig, not a full-time gig, to be a day trader. I think you need to hit it and quit it, have some side pieces, gigs. See what I did there?
Have some, Mike Vrabel?
Yeah. Have some side gigs there on the side and make sure that you're managing your positions. And then, like we said, think about the successful traders in our chat, right? Easy peasy, you're one, I assume. That JKL, some of you guys know what the life is and what we're talking about. So, anyways, thank you so much.
This is a good point here because M. Kelsey.
Yes.
Every trader, that actually doesn't necessarily, it doesn't mean true.
That, no.
I've seen lots of traders say
that's why the share size thing is so important.
More wins than losses. You could, just do simple math.
Yeah.
If you trade, say every single day in the week, right? So you trade 5 days in the trading week, and you're up 2 out of those 5 days, but when you're up $500 each time, right? So let's just say you make 1,000 on those 2 days, and then you have 3 losing days, but you lose 100 on each of those. Then you're positive, and you were 2 out of 5.
Yeah, exactly.
And there's traders that are the other direction. I've seen plenty of traders who are up 3 or 4 days out of 5, and they don't make money. And the answer to why that's true should be obvious. It's because if you go and look at it, they're just losing too much relative to their winning days. So there's no one formula.
No. 2% of traders successful.
It's just whatever works. That's the whole thing. You can't pigeonhole to there's one way to do it. No, you find whatever way works and just do that. Because it's hard. It's hard enough a business without trying to do it a specific way. You know what I'm saying? It's way too hard. I know we're going to Adara here. It is 10:40. I know that sector watch board. I wish it looked a little bit better because it's a little bit mixed.
374.50.
That being said, Neil, there are a lot of sectors with some outside strength. Mostly it is tech, but a lot of these tech names are battling back quite nicely. The SaaS-mageddon over, at least for now. Oracle to the upside, and Apple to the upside, both of these up about 5%. Adobe, we know, got hit yesterday with Figma on news that we'd get this new design tool from Anthropic. Right now, though, recovering quite nicely. We've got ServiceNow up 6%, Microsoft and Meta both to the upside now. And electronic technology, this is a lot less rosy because you have Micron and SanDisk both down sharply, but NVIDIA, Broadcom, and Apple all to the upside here. Broadcom, of course, with that Meta chip deal up a cool 4%. Consumer durables being held up exclusively by Tesla. The rest of these are going to be red. Consumer services has some bright spots, including McDonald's. Commercial services here, decent look. We know Uber on watch here with their, I guess, cars here for robotaxis. There's a headline this morning. They're up 5%. DoorDash up 6%. So transportation with some strength, but a lot of these other sectors that I haven't mentioned yet are going to be incredibly weak. Producer manufacturing, consumer non-durables, retail, trade, energy, minerals, utilities, industrial services, and process industries all to the downside. Back to you.
SPACs.
A SPAC? Oh, is that?
Oh, no, I thought.
Did we ever find out that IPO, by the way?
I thought, okay, there's two. Well, no, the IPOs we care about are tomorrow. There's Madison Air Solutions tomorrow is 2.5 billion IPO, and Arxis. Madison Air Solutions is not a, like you'd hear that and you think, oh, maybe it's like a drone company. It's not. There's like some air purification, whatever, buildings. And then Arxis tomorrow is 1.2 billion, but this is the one today is a SPAC, which makes it trash. So they open at $10. They don't move too much off of $10, unfortunately. But there's a couple of decent IPOs tomorrow. They're just not in sectors that I think have any hype. And I'm not hating on anybody that's in the air purification business. I just know absolutely nothing about it commercially, and maybe it's fantastic, but it is 2.5 billion tomorrow. All right, the market's still trying to play into those highs. At some point, it's like you got to break the low, and it's going to be tricky for IBIT to break the low. So got to VWAP, it's breaking underneath. If it doesn't break the low of the day, I think it's going to be because the market just kind of drags everything higher. So what I think could be good is if we get a trend break on the NASDAQ, then that'll be a spot to say, okay, let's reload. Regardless of what's happening in IBIT, I'll look for the reload. It could then be at the low of the day, it could be at VWAP, whatever that is. If we break the trend down, that'll be a spot to re-engage. And IBIT would, I don't know why the position board just went out. But I'm still in just this, right? So we reload. We said if it did a topping tail candle, then the thesis was still on, and I would jump back into the short, which we did. Now we're just looking for LOD. I know that bird stock, Allbird, has been the, I guess, the small cap gapper du jour. You can't buy VWAP here because it is about $4 away. 377%. If you're looking for the story, yeah, these guys are pivoting to the AI infrastructure. Allbirds. Yeah, I still own a pair. Nice, but apparently that's not what they do anymore. So I think they're going to like Bird AI or something like that.
Yeah, well,
AI is going to be the name of it.
We've known for a long time that birds are fake. Birds are just robots flying around getting data for Elon Musk and all that kind of stuff. So birds are not real to begin with. So I think the shift over into AI is probably smart.
The realest bird is the bird man.
For them. Yeah, and the bird is also the word. So you guys can get that. Someone said at the beginning of the day that, you know, a tired Sean might be a more funny one right there. And you might be right. I want to say shout out to O. James over here. Side Piece Trading LLC. Don't take that name from me, my guy, over there. I got to go, me and Joe are going to register that name right there. It's actually funny because tomorrow we're off on vacation, and I didn't realize how much this vacation would exactly cost me. Both my daughter and wife yesterday, mani-pedis, both got their hair done. My wife right now is getting her hair done as well, so that'll be a couple bills. The amount of clothing that's being purchased is absolutely unreal. She went to Costco yesterday and bought about 14,000 things of sunscreen.
It's crazy.
I didn't even realize there was an SPF 70.
She do.
They wear what, acrylics, I think.
Does she do braids when you guys go like?
We've never been anywhere, so this is gonna be the first time that we go there.
Sometimes like, you know, braids in the.
Yeah, Marissa won't do braids. She'll think that that's a cultural.
That's such.
It's hilarious that Beckham saw Nelson Mandela wearing cornrows. That's hilarious. But at the end of the day, yeah, we probably do that. That's a lot of fun. Maybe she'll come back with braids and we'll take some pictures. But yeah, this trip is costing just a little bit more than what the trip actually costs. So that should be a lot of fun going there. So, and Joe will be in the seat we're really working Joe, really grinding this guy over because he's going to be here and then all day on the midday show. So Sharif and Joe will be doing the midday show, and then Joe will be with Neil all day, and then that's how that will play out. And then I'll be back next week, and so yeah, you guys will have a lot of fun with these two guys. We're going down south. So we're really excited to do that into the Caribbean. So we're excited to see how that goes.
Island weather, baby.
Yeah, exactly. It's gonna be nice weather around here, but I haven't taken the kids anywhere. They've only seen one beach in their life in Miami, so like real proper beach on an ocean. So, but anyways, we're really excited. Yeah, we'll be still here. It's just Joe is the man, the myth, the legend. So we're gonna go with Joe there. I want to thank him for filling that out. NVIDIA, by the way, yeah, we'll go there.
I was gonna tell you, you got to 99.
Just bounced off.
99.91 on NVIDIA.
Guys, we talked about shorting that, and I just got distracted, and we didn't do it. So there's another win, man. Watch out for those glizzies again over there, Neil, as we get one in the face. But there goes NVIDIA right there, 99.90s. We said we were going to short it, and for some reason, we started talking about vacation. We started doing all these other things there, and we missed it. But that would have been the good short. At least all y'all heard me say it. I don't know, did anybody take it in the chat right there? Good little dollar club for you if you did. I wish we would have. That would have been well worth it. Not only for it to see that level, but to take that level. And we'll see where there's a bouncing spot right now for NVDA. 13 more minutes until the flagship takes over. Sharif is now in his desk.
He is. Someone said it didn't hit 19. Well, I mean, I don't know what.
We have the high of 88s.
Yeah, okay, fine. Like if it was like 88 is the top, 19.9, basically the same thing. It didn't break 200. Like I think we're splitting hairs at that particular point. But whether it gets back in and gives you the final VWAP trade, we'll see. I don't know if it's going to have that kind of strength. And, Commodity King just mentioned something that's, well, it was near and dear to my heart, but it hasn't done it yet. And there's a big-time it that I'm looking for on AV. Aero environment, and when you make it, we make our picks, but ultimately, one of the more important things with the picks is you've got to be able to be honest about like what you're actually doing. It'd be easy to be like, I like this stock for the year. No, I bought AVAV when it held the 200-period moving average. I trimmed a third of it when it got up into the prior resistance level. I wish I could tell you that I got it before, and I did not. It was like at 360 or something in front of 3. I missed out on another like $30. When it lost the support at that 230, I got out. I'm not that dude that's holding on to it all the way down, but I do like the fact that it's making a bottom, and I do want to get in again. But it's not above the 50 period. It can't retake $200. So I still like AVAV. It just hasn't looked like a reload for me at any particular point. And believe me, like if I buy back into it, just like I said when I got out, if I buy back in, I'll be like, yeah, this is now looking good. I'm gonna like it on the well, it's more of a swing count. It'll be my TFSA. This one I don't own my long-term account.
We have some here. Let's do an update. I don't know. Is this is the dark mode here? There it is. Dark mode. There it is. Dark mode.
Yeah. That's
okay. So here we go. So as of that right here, I have the same story, man. I didn't buy. I'm not long BBAI at this price, but that's the price that got scheduled. And
it is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is. And when we made this, we told you guys these were our picks at least for the year, for the half year. So we are. Yeah. Let's do it, Joe. You get on top of it, man. Let's go. Joe, do you have your mic on? No, okay.
We already said we're doing it at half the year.
Yeah. So right here. So we're doing half a year.
We already said that.
So right here. So here's Joe down 5%. I don't know why he's getting so testy about this. Yeah, there it is right here. 94 days so far. Right there to 365.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, no, Fabian just told me. This guy's on fire right here.
Oh, yeah.
So out of all of us right now, there's about 50-50, right? I mean, the aggregate is down, of course. There's Brendan, Mateus O'Neill's picks. Obi, we can go over some of the picks. It's 10:50 right now. You guys can maybe do this in the midday. There's Circle short right now, so that's down 27%. This BW trade, I can't remember the name there, Baker Hughes or something. It's not Baker Hughes, of course. Babcock's Wilcox. There it is. So those are, so one. This is a good example where you can go 1 for 3. Right there, right? Here's Neil's picks. There's AVAV down 46%, FCX up 17%, CRISPR up 4%, and then here's Sharif's as well. Pretty even keel there for Sharif. These kind of cancel out, and then he's got Northrop right there up nicely there for you. And then, yeah, on mine, it's Marvell is like up 66%. Like, I have basically the same amount of money in Marvell and Eli Lilly, so that's that. And my Big Bear AI price is actually 420 in my account, and we keep on talking about that there. So we like that one as well. But last year I was really lucky because we were able to have, we put up 167% or something last year, and that's because we had Palantir, which was an absolutely huge, and we've talked about Palantir being that stock. So there it goes. All right, let's go back over to the desk. We've got Adara with something that talks, and today it's Tesla money, baby.
There's a small chance, emphasis on small, that we could get a green day after 4 days of selling on the US dollar. However, I say small because right now we are up, it looks like 0.02%, relatively flat here, but above yesterday's low. So let's see how this fares here on that US dollar. Again, it looks like this next level of resistance is going to be this area that we're resisting, to repeat myself here, 99.2. That was that high that we had on Wednesday after the gap down on the ceasefire news. We rejected that level again on Monday. So again, 99.2 is maybe a level to watch right now. Not even close. We're at 98.1. So quite a ways below that level. Let's talk about the CME FedWatch tool. As of right now, 98.4% of participants expecting we're not going to get any rate change. So very unlikely we're going to get anything massive changing in the next 2 weeks. Probably still going to get rates held in place. We're expecting that for June as well. Now, if you look here at the wider time frame, again, September still going to be the first sign of the cut. So it's just we hear, oh, the Fed could maybe cut rates this year. The Fed could give us a rate cut sooner than we're expecting. As of right now, I think until we get some fundamental economic data shift, looks like we're still going to have to wait until September 2027. However, that does not mean that we won't get some kind of data to change things up. And we also had President Trump yesterday saying that Kevin Warsh apparently said he'll cut rates. So whether you want to believe that or not, President Trump's confident that once you get Warsh in mid-May to replace Powell, you're going to get some kind of rate change. Back to you.
What is that?
Tracker. At the bottom.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm looking up
Neil's
top
looking
for
at this
some
right now. We're $15 in right now on Tesla. It might be a good time to figure out what's for lunch as we get going on this one right now. So let's go over into the email and find out what is for lunch. What was for lunch yesterday? Yesterday was a jerk chicken. Yeah, yesterday was pretty good. So I'm going to find her here. Here is menus till April the 17th. So let's have a quick little look today. And the flag, today is Wednesday, the 15th. Okay, we got a Greek flag. So we had American, Jamaican, and Greek. And it was actually made sense. We got ribs with mac and cheese was the American flag. So that's pretty, can't be more American than that, I don't think. And then yesterday we had jerk chicken. I mean, I think that's, again, Jamaican, you can't beat that. And then today is kind of the same thing again. Yeah, exactly. It's Mediterranean lemon and herb chicken, which is pretty good with tzatziki, so that's nice. And then the vegetarian, which if Ramin doesn't come in, which I think she's in already, I was going to steal her falafel because they're really tasty. Crispy falafel with tahini sauce, man. You cannot beat that. I might actually switch.
The vegetarian would be way better.
I might switch into falafel. Starch, garlic roasted potatoes, so that's okay, with roasted vegetables again. So we have that, and then a chopped garden salad, which will probably be Greek salad, but I have no idea.
Chopped garden? No, if it's a Greek flag, there's only one kind of salad. It should be a Greek salad.
It should say Greek salad. Let's see what's on it, though. It doesn't say.
Come on, son. It's got to be Greek salad.
Yeah, it could have olives and feta. Let's wait to see. Give it a chance there, Neil.
I'll wait till if it comes out and it's not a Greek salad, I'll hit the fail a few more times out.
Okay, and there's be no failing today as we only have one trade, and it's Tesla. And guess what, man, Sharif, we took this trade at 9:30, right off the open. What level, Sharif? The one that we put on our sticky note, 364. Where is it right now? 380, Sharif. So we got $15 right now in the money. It's 379. We're going to look at 380. I'm going to stop out, man, on a... Thanks, man. I appreciate that. I'm going to get stopped out on a 50-period break as we get dabs up there from Sharif. We appreciate all the love here and the support. Thanks, Neil, for the support. Thanks, everybody. Thank everybody on the show watching right now for the support, man. We are absolutely rocking and rolling. And I just told something to Joe. I was like, all these ideas... we've gotten in big time trouble if we don't have our mics on.
Yes.
So it's like like yesterday in the midday, the minute Joe has his mic on, he can come on. Anybody can come on any minute, including Fabian. By the way,
the problem is
Chilean Nightmare, get over here.
We'll have conversations.
Yeah.
You guys can't hear the other side of the conversation.
Yeah, and it's not. How many times are you watching something and they talking off camera? Almost never. You can't hear it. So we just want to make sure that everybody can hear Mr. Joseph Wilson, because he is a partner in Side Piece Capital. We've already talked about that a couple of times. It's Wilson and Katina Capital coming through. Okay, we always get requests for Fabian to come on. So, hey Fabian, Tesla's at 380 right now. So all is well on this side. Are you excited for the Greek lunch today?
Yeah, possibly. Does it have like a Greek salad with it?
We've already had this discussion.
Exactly.
Or is it just souvlaki, like the dried chicken?
I have to admit, Fabian, you don't sound that excited about it.
I'm all right. I do enjoy the olives in it.
He's all right. Give me what song you're listening to now. Let's learn a little bit more about Fabian.
Man, you got to give me a little heads up.
Okay. Anything. What's a band? A band that right now you're so interested in?
I was like catching up on my Oasis discography because I completely failed on trivia yesterday.
Okay.
And
That's not where I thought you.
I thought it was gonna be Weezer, but it was Wonderwall by Oasis.
Oh yes. We had somebody in Rome sang that to my daughter. Almost knocked the guy out. But no, I was at a bar. It was a lot of fun. I went to the Oasis concert this summer.
How was
that was
it?
Amazing. I mean, that's got that concert bug again right there. All right, there's that. Favorite type of food?
Favorite type of food? A burger. I think I can demolish a burger anytime. But or pasta. I think I could eat pasta also every day.
Yeah, but you can't just say pasta. Which pasta?
Ooh, like a pasta alla vodka.
Ooh, okay.
Or fettuccine alfredo.
Oh gosh. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Man, this guy's coming with heat, man. Next time I gotta be more prepared for these
Get that
questions.
good ravioli.
Over there. All right, coffee or tea?
Coffee.
Coffee. Okay. Dark chocolate or milk chocolate or milk?
Oh, a lot of cream.
Okay, so
like
so
double
milk chocolate there. And other than that, that's a wrap.
intolerant.
And you went to school for?
Media production.
There we go. All right. That's Fabian, everybody. So the more you know, where's that more you know button right there? So we want to thank Fabian for coming out. We always get questions about the individuals behind the camera. So we introduced Andre to you a couple days ago. Fabian, they're the man with the greatest hair around here. All right. By the way, someone said it earlier. I've seen Sean have $20 winners on Tesla. It's $17.50 now, but remember, we're only 5% in. We're just letting this go right now and trying to use this 50 period and just have to keep on changing it. I'm a minute and a half. I got to go to the bank and get some US dollars for some tipping purposes, and then hit the gym, and we'll be back. But that's where my stop is. So for right now, I'm just going to put the stop at like 3 right here, because I assume that that's where the 50 period will be eventually. 379 break, and we're out of that one. Good trading for everybody today. Thanks for watching, man. It's been a banger of a day, and I just hope that you guys have enjoyed yourself.
Absolutely. With 1 minute to go, NVIDIA might get to 200 before we get out of here and send you guys off to the midday. We tagged it, I don't know, I guess 99.88, so I shouldn't say 90 because we got like in trouble for saying it got to 99. 90, but we're getting pretty close to this potential breakout for NVIDIA. It's been it's just been a rocket ship, but it's not alone, man. You know, the Tesla's going crazy. The NASDAQ is going to go higher. I do think you're going to get that 200 break in the middle of the day, early. I just cautioned yesterday when it put in the triple top, and then the breakout came at 3 o'clock. On power hour is when this finally went. It'll be the same story for me. This market it's going, but it's going without crypto. It's holding. The good thing is if you're looking bullish, it's holding the volume weighted average price now. So I took a little bit more out at VWAP because it's trying to hold on to that range. But as long as we don't break out that top, I can't get bullish on this bad boy. And Sam asked why you're tipping in the USD. That's an easy one. Even
when I went to Cuba like 15 years ago, I was tipping in USD.
All of the islands, the vast majority.
What am I going to give them, a loonie?
You know, the US dollar is just sort of. Yeah, like you never use Canadian dollars down there. You'd use US. Depending on where you're going, like some islands, if it's like my family from Antigua, they could be the EC there. It's that or US dollars. That's all anybody uses.
No, but I mean, even when we went to, US dollars is universal.
It's insane.
It's like you give that tip and that's what it is, right? So with the amount
it's also
of
desired more. Like in Antigua, like trust me, people are happy if you give US instead of the EC. And nothing against it. It's nothing against it. But it's just as what it is, man.
Yeah, so you, anyways, that's what I'll be doing. Or you can give pesos, doesn't really matter if you're going to Mexico or wherever you're going there. You go to Rome, you can tip US dollars. I mean, it is pretty universal. All right, it's 11 o'clock. Thanks, everybody. Off to the midday show. Let's see where Tesla winds up. We'll see you at 2 p.m.
My mic is on, Sharif. Don't worry about it.
Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. This guy right here is your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. Yo, I had to take a shot in the dark there. I didn't know if I was like at your face or in front of your face.
Pretty close, man. I almost had to throw the defense.
Natural reflexes. Yeah, I was gonna catch a hook back there.
Watch a counter. Yeah, exactly. Watch the counter.
Watch the counter, my guy. Let's say hello to everybody, Joey. We got KC 520 freaking 6. She's already dropping cash in the chat, guys. I gotta let you know, MNTS is on the breakout right now. So if you guys are small cap gapper inclined, you needn't wait for me to say hello. Just go on over to MNTS. Shout out to Gorev, Commodity Kings, Super Triple No Yes, Drago, Eclectic, Passions, Black Sheep Trades, Nix, Nation, TV. We got Judy Hamilton. Hello, hello, Mr. Leahy. We got Danes Kobar. Shout out to Judy, JL 8822. Michael Burnett, A-Day Trading. In other words, Luis frickin' Barbados in the chat, A-Day Trading. That is his handle. He's going to be on with us, Joey and I, at 1 p.m., so make sure you're around for that. We got Martin, 1882. Bird is going. Yes, I see that. Ichiro, Marketeer. We got Alan. We got Hinsey. We got Andrew. We got Rusty. Shout out to Pablo. Jay Stevens, Kalua, Apple Kings, man. If you're new, throw your name in the chat. Mosh Palmore, Sir Bud, Big 40 Nephew, and Princess J, Y8N. Shout out to 051 La Raza. It sounds like, what was that Latino Heat guy that used to come in all the time? Who am I thinking? Guerrero. Yeah, what was that? Eddie Guerrero. He's like, hola la raza. Yeah. And he would come out like all Latino Heat. I liked it.
R.I.P.
R.I.P. of course,
Eddie
man.
Guerrero.
I saw him back before he died by like 8 months. I saw him back SmackDown Summer 2005.
Shout out Chavo as well.
Chavo Guerrero as well, of course, man. That whole week there. Good morning, Joey.
Yeah, what's up, everyone? Hope everyone's having a fantastic morning. Man, Tesla really screaming here today. I mean, 9.8% here on TSLA as it's continuing to climb. The market, the SPY that is only a couple of pennies away from hitting all-time highs. So for the midsummer guesstimate by me, came a lot sooner than what we were expecting. All right, guys, let's get right into what we were trading here today. We're going to kick things off. I was patient on this one. We were fortunate to get the move, but then as soon as we started to curl back over, see you later. So that short did work out. Boom, 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 and then off to the races it goes. So just before we got that break even, we get out of that one, and then Sharif's going to be proud of me over here.
I'm always proud of you, bro.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. And Luis. Luis, were you trading IMPP today? There we go. It took us a couple times to get this one rocking and rolling. It did hold up around the volume-weighted average price. We were fortunate enough to get a nice little bounce up there. And then sure enough, as soon as we put in that aggressive selling candle a couple bars later, I'm like, you know what? Yeah, this is going to be really, really weak here, guys. Let's get out of Dodge on this one. So a nice little move up here, 80 cents. I was going to try to hold it to $1, but I didn't think we were going to get it, especially after that candle. The volume stepped in. So exhaustive print right there. And then down she goes. But what we have on the watch list here today is going to be the SPY. We have the TQQQs hovering around the high, Tesla, IMPP, and Robinhood as it's slowly grinding higher. The lower end of this range would be more ideal. I want to try to catch along on this thing. A nice $85 target right there. 86.12 is that pre-market high. We're going to be keeping our eyes on that one. One more thing before we send it over to Shreve. He's punching keys over there.
Stop, bro. Like what?
I
can't trade in silence over. I'm always exposed.
Yeah. I know when you get antsy, man. The enter button's getting smashed, bro, and everything. So I try to send it over to you.
Oh, Casey, 520 freaking 6. What is she always doing, Joey? Like, I mean, that's what she does, man. Go ahead, and then we'll cover that.
200. Look at this $200 mark. Look at the size, drastically from 195. Fell off a cliff. So there's a lot of individuals who are hopping out of these trades, and this could maybe justify a little bit of this squeeze right here, right? We were going over this specific contract earlier in the day. $200 now down to 84, so the size is really starting to cool down. I actually want to do one more thing before I send it back to you, Sharif.
Maybe do it.
And it's this, like, because this was documented last night. Look what it's printing here today. We had 104,000 contracts. Like, come on. What is this noise? And then now down to 84%. Like that's 25% reduction essentially in the size of open interest. So they're like, yeah, we're getting squeezed. This thing might continue to climb higher and go to all-time highs. Let's get out of Dodge on that. So NVDA is still moving, and I think we can run into $200 probably soon, today, if anything.
All right, MNTS, I'm involved in that, 698. We already got 1R into 718. Into 711 was my 1R. I got prints at 18s, but that was not for big size. I'm looking now for 2R at 724. Alas, it's back down to 70. It looks like it's, 7. It looks like it's having a lot of trouble clearing 7 decisively to 725 high. And here it is again, below 85, I stop out. Simple as that, okay? I'm not going to let this one breach prior bar low, and that is what the low is there. Prior bar low is 686. I'm stopping out 685. Let's see what we can get on this one. Still holding some, we can definitely take some shares above our 2R, but we're looking for that 724, which is, fortunately for me, below the high of the day, which is 725. Otherwise, I'd have to be struggling trying to take out the resistance at the quarter of a dollar. But I want to shout out KC526, man. She's always doing this. She's doing it live. She just dropped another 10 Trader TV Live gifted memberships. The only way to get those membies, though, is you got to be in there in the chat. So your Huckleberry TV, you got one. Film Production Pro, you got one. Brown Lighting, Oscar, the Chow Up Batman, Eric Leung, Schurer, Just My Style, Boy JK, and Rachida. All you guys got free live Trader TV memberships vis-a-vis Casey 520-6. We're going to thank Casey for that. And I know for a fact, given her messages in the chat, that she's printing up several storms on this bad boy right here. Pretty Bird, she called it. BIRD, up big, up 428%. And I got to tell you, this is still above the 10 EMA. It looks like it's in a bit of a pause and hold phase right now. But keep your eye out on this one because it could certainly be deadly through that $15 area. Certainly, right now having trouble clearing 14 with that $13.97 high. But look where the price is, man. We're like 40 pennies below the high, not even, less now, 30 some odd pennies below the high of the day. So, and it's holding up moreover above the 10 EMA on the 5. So it's been quite respectful of trend. It does have topping tail candles when it gets into area highs to be expected. And there it goes, Joey, from 13.60 something into $15 in one fell swoop. It popped up $1.30 quicker than I could even yell. So there you go, $15, the high of the day. This thing's up 477%. I know for a fact she's probably still holding something. Shout out to KC526, great trade there. BIRD really going. I'm trying to finish here my MNTS trade so that I can kind of focus on the other ones, but this one coming back down a little bit. We might have to give some back. Let's see if it can pop up back above 7, Joey, trying to nurse this one. It hasn't breached prior bar low, but it came close. It came to 688. Prior bar low is 686. So for the moment, buyers are stepping in.
All right, man. Sounds good. Let's take a look at some of these TikTok shout-outs. What's up, Bravely? We'll give a couple, we'll give some notice to individuals over on TikTok, our other social media platform. All right, guys, Toast Malone. All right, Patrick, JV, Ayo Kumi. What's up, Michelle? AG Holmes. Who else do we got here? A couple more. Randy, Ash, Sandra Shaw, Rami, Lil. What's up, Lil Cold? Abraham, XSN, Tech on Wheels, Pero. What's up, man? Dog, Choloco, Randy's World. How's everyone doing? Kim, Dog, Rohit, Gazi, Andor, our guy Bravely over there, King Infinity, Carlitos Way, Overton, Phil, Gabriel. One more, Hail Caesar. When the way that you said, when you're like, hey, yeah, you don't like Caesar?
I do. I wouldn't hail him though. Would you?
I don't know. No,
I wouldn't.
Anyways, there's only one man we hail to. Anyways, aside from that, Sharif, when you were talking about Bird, all it reminded me was like Pretty Bird. Hi, Pretty Bird. Do you remember that? What that's from? Pretty Bird.
Stop, bro.
You know what that's from?
Yes, I do.
Pretty Bird is like, they sell him the dead.
Why did they do that? I don't even understand.
They sell him the dead bird, which is crazy. All right, aside from that, guys, Robinhood still continuously grinding higher. We did take actually one attempt on this. I'm like, what am I doing? And I got out like right away, essentially. I'm like, okay, wrong move. And then it goes long. So we're happy that we just got out of that one. But IMPP and that short on Tesla has definitely been working for us here today. I think we're going to continue this climb. We're up 8% in Robinhood and still moving. Maybe you run into that $86. Let's take a look at the options chain to see if we got anything. Implied volatility is going to kick up. We had a lot of movement in the post market last night in this name, so I thought we would see a little bit more chop here. And there it goes. Man, oh man, 84.70. This name is just like, I don't know, it's like Micron to me. It's just difficult to trade for some reason at sometimes. If I were to punch in right here, it would just absolutely tank. So I'm just going to avoid it right for now. Wait for a solid pullback. The market is consolidating, most likely more or less am I referring to the SPY. You can see we have that base at 696.70. And then I think we're going to break. Yeah, we're going to put in a new all-time high probably in the next hour or so here on the SPY. So a lot going on. Tesla's still up there. I don't know about this, man, but complete buy program on today's session. You would probably want to avoid the short. I got a nice little scalp out of it. We're now breaching trend, so see you later, man. This might be a good time to engage in some Tesla all the way down here at 382.
All right, man, we're in MNTS scalping, looking for a move back into 15. We got 30s, there's the $0.50, and there's 1R. Immediately, we get 1R. Let's look for continuation now. We've got 30s on, there's 70s, here comes 80s, and there is 80 again. Boom, into this one, looking for continuation into 15. Can we get 15 now? I've basically taken out the majority of the position. I'm looking for 15. I'm looking for a little bit more than 15, in fact. But here's the deal. Anything below my entry at 14.30 ends the trade. We're going to look in a scalp. We're not looking to hold. I'm seeing a lot of resistance here at the $0.75, despite the fact that we've obviously been above it. So selling coming in at the 3/4. We're going to pause for a second. We're going to the big desk with Adara.
Just be aware here, there's a couple different ceasefire talks from a couple different groups on Watch Jerusalem Post reporting, citing an Israeli official, that there are no plans for Israel to cease fire with Lebanon. Meanwhile, seeing another headline here with the U.S. and Iran saying that they're considering extending their ceasefire by 2 weeks. Again, these are just reports. So one report of a ceasefire extension, another report suggesting Israel and Lebanon, no ceasefire at all. Back to you.
Thank you very much. And there it goes into 15.40, Joe. We scalp out there at 15.25. Not bad. Should have definitely held a little bit more. This one is on its horse, and it's looking for 20. All right, that's my bias here. So this could end up being a big mover on the day. Let's see how it interacts with the next holdout level. I'm talking about 16, of course. This is very aggressive, but we both know that aggressive on the way up usually means aggressive on the way down. You do not want to be on a caught long on the way down. Of course, you're going to take it to the way down, just short it, but make sure you're trading this one to the high side with a fair degree of caution. Big seller at 16. That is now the new high. 537%, $16 high. A lot of volume. 156 million shares traded so far. And the volume is increasing, ironically. And there goes 16, Joey, into 16.20. Wowzers. We got to figure out a way to get back in here. It looks like it's respecting the 10 EMA on the 5-second chart. So I might get in if it dips down aggressively into 16. I'm going to take less size so that I don't give back the position that I have already. We have a good trade on it so far, but this one's just destined to continue to make new highs. And there it goes, Joseph, into 1677. This is squeezing the hell out of people. A lot of people are caught offside here. They're in trouble, and this is likely going to 20. So trade it carefully. I'm not going to keep saying that, but there it is, into $17. I can't believe I was just in at 14. It's at 17. It makes me look like a stupid trader. There's 15 and a quarter. Sorry, 17 and a quarter. I can't even talk. There's 17.42. Oh. Here comes 18. Unreal. Very, very strong over here. So keep your eye out on this one. Shout out to Augustus Plays, 78.96, drop in a $2 super chat. We're going to thank him for that. Reads as follows. Is Apple a buy? I'm late today. What's still hot? I don't know, brother. Look, you know, I never really want to give anybody financial advice, but Apple is my biggest position in the long-term account. It has been that way for many years. I'm in at a much different price than the one that it is now. I always concern myself with the Apple Intelligence rollout. I'm cautiously optimistic this time around. I think that they may have their ducks in a row. It's been 2 years since they did that much maligned presentation at WWDC 2024. Hopefully, you know, with the fact that they're working with some other companies, whether it's Anthropic, Claude, whoever, or sorry, OpenAI, Gemini is the big one that we heard about with them making a deal with Google. We'll have to wait and see how good they do. What I do like is the umpteen amount of different products that keep being rumored and connected with Apple. So I've been following Apple for years. I haven't seen so many rumored products for launch this year as I have with Apple in the last like 6 months. So, you know, you're gonna have to do your own thing, see what people in the chat have to say about that. But that's kind of my feeling about Apple there. Full disclosure, again, I'm an investor. Jackie Sharif, how can it still be a short squeeze when it has traded 10 times shares outstanding? New shorts today? Not necessarily. Let's have a look. Just because it's traded 10 times outstanding shares doesn't mean everybody who was in it had their shares rotate. It just means that there was a lot of shares rotation. You know, some people could have been holding this entire time and not had their shares participate. But let's see where the TA takes us over here, because this is ridiculous. Okay, so see what I'm saying, brother? I mean, there is a 1-to-20 split from back in September of 2024, but this is by no means area highs. Like, there could be people holding shorts from over here in the $50 area back in March of 2023, excuse me. So, you know, so long as the price action previously has higher highs, there is a chance that there are bag holders or shorts from holding from there, and they get caught offside. And much like you and I, they have stop losses. Once those stop losses are triggered, they're forced to sell. And we know what happens when forced selling occurs. It's double whammy, right? People are buying in to the strong name, and then shorts are having to cover as well as they're forced to buy. And there it goes, Joey, into $18. It's all gas, no brakes. $18 coming. That is the high right now. I can't believe how strong this is. This is going to 20, guys. Whether it goes in a straight line, your guess is as good as mine. But keep your eye out on this one.
All right, man. Good luck. Yeah, the market just, the SPY that is just made all-time high. You have a bunch of technical breakouts here. We can go through a couple of them here. And we're going to start off with Tesla, right? We're going to head over to the daily and see what we got going on with TSLA. We'll just type it in here to make things a little bit easier. Technical breakout. This is what we were talking about for quite some time. I mean, here it is. You have this channel. You've now breached it. Right? Now you're a couple points ahead. Now you want to wait for a couple of sessions maybe to see if there's any form of pullback. But this is really strong price action. You want to see another technical breakout? No problem. I'll show you one. Here it is on Robinhood. You punch through this pivot zone right here. Now you're way north of 85. You're up nicely off of that low, 35%. We'll take that all day, every day. One of my largest holdings, full disclosure. And maybe we get involved with some Tesla because this might be an attractive price. The quantum space has been moving as well. So there's a lot of trend breaks across the board. How has Netflix been performing on a session like today? Relatively flat, surprising. I mean, here it is. It's had a lot going on for it. Now taking somewhat of a breather here. The way this is looking, if you can catch the lower end of the range, I wouldn't be surprised if it catches a later bid. But we do have a bunch of size. We were talking about that this morning at that $110 mark. Let's see how we react for the rest of the week. I'm going to take MMP off of my list because it's continuously breaking down. I want to try to find some potential longs here. And what I've noticed, and Sharif and I were talking about this the other day, is that when you get south of VWAP on IMPP or these small cap names, very rarely do they recover from what I've observed so far. So let's get that garbage out of here and find something else. We're going to look at AAL. Not much liquidity here today. Mara, how have you been performing, and how has Bitcoin been performing? I mean, we can use Mara as somewhat of a gauge, but you can see that we're not doing too much in Bitcoin here either. A lot of sideways price action. Maybe you'll get some form of a curl over late in the latter half of the session, but that doesn't seem to be the case right now. So we'll toss that one aside. Amazon, we'll go through some of the larger names here today, not doing anything, and look where the market is sitting.
Jeez, bro.
Like, this is insane. Right? SPY, we'll pull it up from the daily so you can see what we got going on for that all-time high. So that was a really nice look. You took more bird there?
Yeah.
You want to talk about it?
There's a buyer in the low 80s, Joey. 83, 85, give or take. It's losing it now. Watch out. 17.5. There is support, I see, at 1740 on the 5-second chart. This is the 5-second chart. And you know why I use it. It's just kind of like another version of the level 2. Come on, bro. Like, not now. There we go. So look at that topping tail candle at 11:15, minus 5 seconds. There's support here, but it looks like it might be losing it now, okay? So on the 5, it's losing trend on the 5-second chart. Now on the 5-minute chart, prior bar low takes us to 1614. Whoa, 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 whoa. Current bar low, 1620. So we did get bought up off 1614. So if you had an order waiting near prior bar low, you're $1 in the money, quick as you freaking like. Wow, wow. That's an aggressive buy up there, Joey. But it did lose trend on the 5-second chart, but it did hold support on the 5-minute chart. Hence the importance, Joey, as we always talk about, you and I both, multi-time frame freaking analysis over here because, well, not everybody's charting and executing on the same time frame. So you need to see what everybody else in the market's seeing. So I did scalp out, took nice here, almost $1. We got in at 1775. I scalped out into 57s. So not a bad look. That's a second trade on BIRD. Looking for continuation. I think we get to 20. That's just a bias of mine. Looks like it's not going to be a straight line. We're going to have to breach prior bar high, which just happens to be the high of the day as well, 1872. So that's what I'm looking at. And you know, with all the hype around Bird, and, you know, justifiably so, I've said very little about all the other small cap gappers that I've got on my watch list now. But funny enough, seems when one big one is moving, like the Bird over here, tweet, tweet, MNTS, or some others start giving back a little bit. What?
Bird is the word.
Bird is the word. I used to have a friend.
Bird is the word.
We used to call him Tweety Bird.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. And then we started calling him Birdman.
Why? You don't. Oh, yeah.
I don't even know how the hell.
Is it any relation to his last name, maybe?
No, man. He's Armenian, so his last name ends in Ian. Like most Armenians is IAN, right?
Okay.
I don't know why we call him the Birdman, but his name is a Haig. Yeah, exactly. I think because of the way he talks, maybe.
Yeah, Birdman. The bird is the word today for sure. Is it? What happened?
That's mean. He doesn't have bird arms, man. He's pretty solid.
Oh, that's chaos god, causing chaos, living up to his name. All right, guys, there goes Robinhood. I'm almost up 10% here today. Rock and roll. Yeah, the Birdman movie is about Buddy in Alcatraz, right? And he just has like a bird as his friend. I know it's an older one. I never watched that one, but obviously heard a good thing. So Birdman, I heard he's not broke though, Office Depot. That guy's hella rich, isn't he? Anyways, aside from that, are the futures pushing too hard, or Sharif pushing too hard? I don't know. Sharif lifts heavy, man. What else do you expect this guy to do? He only knows
one. You just lifted heavy right now, my boy.
All right, I'm glad.
Okay.
Yeah, all right, man.
Did a good work in the morning.
That's where we heard. Bird Box is a good movie too, Ramin. Thanks for pointing that one out. So any other names, movie names? We got Big Bird as well too. Shout out to the cartoon character. Big Bird's off of Sesame Street.
Ram. How come you have vegetarian food? Because the chicken is poop? Okay.
Yeah, that's fair. Bang.
I like it.
You should get the salmon. Anyways, aside from that, guys, the salmon is Assassino's definitely the smartest man in the room, getting the salmon every time. I mean, that's what you want to. I see. I've seen that, man. They're getting you. They're like, man, this guy's costing us.
They gave him 3 times tilapia.
Like, man, this guy's costing us way too much money. Let's switch things up. So now, Assassino with the hottest lunch before, but now only getting the tilapia.
It's a dangerous proposition to upset Assassino.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what they're doing. They don't know, man. They don't know what they're doing. Anyways, aside from that, no, I shouldn't say that. But no. In all seriousness, man, Tesla is just off to the races. We were trading this yesterday, but it doesn't matter what we did yesterday. This thing is going absolutely parabolic here today, and especially after this hammer candle. I was looking at it on the 5-minute print. I'm like, no way we're gonna go para like this. And then sure enough, man, it's been an absolute smoker. You're up, how much are you up here now? Like 25 points off of that low. So big time move. You have the SPY struggling at that new all-time high. We're still a couple percentage points on the NASDAQ off of that. But watch out, as NVIDIA and some of these larger tech names continue to climb, Tesla starts participating aggressively. You have NVIDIA climbing into 200 and some of the other names starting to recover as well. It's only a matter of time until the NASDAQ starts to follow SPY. Joey, will INTC come back? Eventually. Like, I mean, the government's involved, so I don't think that's anything you need to worry about. I mean, and come back. I mean, it's like at 65.43, so it's only a couple pennies. They put in a new pivot high over here. So, I mean, if you're involved in this name, then congratulations to you, because this is after I don't know how many years of just being completely hot garbage and no one essentially trading it, Intel is definitely in play and in vogue right now, from $40 all the way up to 65. That's 56%. When did Donald Trump take a stake? Was it September of last year, maybe? You get 163% like that. No coincidence right there. So we gotta pay a little bit more attention. If the governments get involved, you just gotta buy it and throw the kitchen sink at it, essentially. I'm looking for some longs here, guys, but we're extremely extended right now, so you have to be patient to see if you get any form of a pullback.
I'm just reading this headline. This is really funny. So Allbirds is a global lifestyle brand. They use sustainable materials to make footwear and apparel products. Shoes, men's shoes, women's shoes, men's apparel, women's apparel. Joey, they even make socks. But then they woke up one day like,
no, we're gonna...
This is too much, this is old stuff. So shares of Allbirds surged more than 5-fold on Wednesday after the footwear maker said it was raising capital and pivoting towards AI computing infrastructure. What the hell?
That's a
Y'all are
pivot.
Apparel, footwear. Why are we talking about AI computing infrastructure? This is hilarious. The San Francisco, California-based company said it would execute a $50 million convertible financing agreement with an institutional investor and plans to use the proceeds to acquire GPUs. All right, get in line, baby, because there's a lot of demand for that. Allbirds also plans to rebrand itself as Newbird. Ram, you're right. They're rebranding themselves. Sorry, I misspoke in our chat. And over time, shift focus to offering cloud computing capacity and AI services, though it did not provide additional details on the new strategy. Hey, man, they wouldn't be the first for us to see doing that. We've seen a lot of people kind of try to catch the AI tailwind, but that seems to me like it was in 2023. There's a little late to the party over here, Mr. Birdman, but in any event, it's still very, very close. And there it goes, Joseph, into 1950. We said we had a bias that this was going to hit 20. Here comes 20. It's a 1960 high. I can make fun of it all I want. It doesn't really give a you-know-what. It's going to go higher, and the shorts are going to get squeezed, and it's likely going to hit 20. It's a 1973 high. It's continuing to go. Great breakout for Bird. You only really need to look at one name right now in the world of small cap gappers, and it's BIRD on the NQ.
Yeah, I mean, you know what I noticed with the small cap too? If whatever name is trending right now, like whatever theme is trending, whether it be quantum or AI, whatever the small cap, like if you can find something that is running that is kind of based within that sector, then I find that they run a little bit.
They do. Like, and we saw this with the memory names, right? We saw it with the energy names. Remember with the bring your own power kind of thing, with constellations. And they just trend. They just trend for a while, and there goes 20. It's 2070 high. It's going to 21 probably now. Let's see if there's resistance genuinely here. Like, do people start taking profits at this level? Like, what are people doing? Because this is one insane breakout. This might be, one of the very few quadruple-digit winners we've had in small cap gapper world for, I want to say, 3 or 4 months.
You think it's going to get to 1,000?
1,000%?
Yeah.
It could. Well, it's at 21 right now, so it doesn't feel, Joe, like it's respecting the $10 level at 20. It's almost at 22 now. This is really headed up. Shout out to Drago 7019. This is a beautiful breakout. We can continue to watch this and comment on it, but we got to pause for a second and go to the big desk with Adara.
Time to talk crypto. And I want to start with a story in the crypto space involving Kraken, which is, of course, a crypto exchange, and the man on my screen here with this logo, that is co-CEO Arjun Sethi. Now, I bring this up because yesterday, Arjun Sethi, again, co-CEO of Kraken, announced that the company has confidentially filed for an IPO in the U.S. So again, Kraken with a confidential IPO filing. IPO season apparently is here, or at least is on its way with, again, we're expecting OpenAI, potentially Anthropic, and SpaceX all to IPO this year. Now, what's interesting is the decline in the valuation of Kraken, very likely in the decline of Bitcoin as well. Apparently, this company's valuation right now, $13.3 billion. In November of 25 is at $20 billion. So valuation decline is on watch here for Kraken as we apparently prepare for their IPO. Let's talk here about Bitcoin. Here is BTC on the daily chart, and that 76,000 level going to continue to be a bit of a situation, a bit of a problem here. Yesterday, we tagged 76,000 for the first time since mid-March of 26, and we could not break above it. So let's see if this is going to be a longer roadblock for BTC or an area that we could eventually break above in a salient way. Let's take a look at Ethereum, see how ETH is shaking out. ETH, unlike Bitcoin, not really having that topping tail with that resistance level yesterday. Bit of a rounded bottom. We know ETH and Bitcoin have generally been trading in lockstep for the most part so far this year. Let's see if they continue this pattern or if ETH breaks out while BTC continues its battle with 76K. Back to you.
There, man. Let's see if we can catch a little scalpy scalp right there on Robin.
What are you doing? A hood? Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
We just want a little scalp on that one, man. Come on, give it to the folks back home, baby. This is exactly what we're looking for. I'm not going to be holding this until I'm blue in the face or anything along those lines, but I mean, there it is. We'll take that all day, every day. Let's see if we can get another down tick here, guys, on Robinhood. Some clean flushes. I mean, it's strong today, so we got to be prepared to scalp out of things relatively quick. But a nice little break, a pullback here. It's kind of essentially what we're looking for. 86 flats would be more ideal for me. If we're not, then we get stopped out, so be it. It's a pretty good entry on my behalf, so we'll be patient to see if we can run into that level. I mean, we're printing 06s. The bid is continuously dropping, so we'll keep an eye on it. I didn't grab too many shares or anything. Like what I had on that TSLA, I have a fraction of a percent in IMMP. Same thing, right? Just to see if we can get a little bit of a move. We took a stab at it earlier in the day. Didn't work. Now we're just being patient enough to wait for a key level to come right to our lap, Sharif. So that's what I'm looking for.
Bitcoin just dropped, bro.
Did it?
Yeah.
Sucks to suck sometimes, my boy.
Bro, this thing is just not stopping. We're going to 25 now. It's 24, 30 high. Okay, guys, this hasn't even halted up once, man. I just saw a limit up there momentarily. It looked like be 25 and something. Let's see if I can take another quick look if it moves up closer to the high. This is, okay, if it goes through 25, it's going to 30. This is ridiculous, 830%. We're a measly 130% off 1,000. So this could be quadruple digits. This is unbelievable. Dude, I have never been so proud of my sandals. What does that mean, Jacques?
He said he owned the sandals.
Oh, could they make footwear, my man?
He says he has a pair of them.
Yo, you never know, Jacques. Those sandals could become a novelty item, seeing as how this company is switching from athleisure and footwear to AI computing. Makes more sense, right? AI sandals, says Assassino. That's what I love to hear, man.
What do we do with the AI sandals, I wonder? All right, guys.
I don't know, if tell you where to go. Maybe they can give you directions, foot massages. If they feel like your muscles are contracting a little bit
I like
too much.
that. As you're running, you get to catch a little massage. All right, guys, a little scalp there. Took half off. If it comes back against us, then we just hop out of this trade. No worries whatsoever. Let's see if we can get a little bit more of a pullback. But this thing is strong, right? We have to take that into consideration. We were talking about the PDT rule yesterday and how it's going to benefit. You have back-to-back almost 10% days here in Robinhood, continuing to slide. Yes, sir. That's what we want to talk about. Gorev, 5-minute Netflix you're looking at. Nice call out there, brother. I don't want to get greedy, right? Like if we're hitting target, take the profit. So now I'm sitting on 20% of this position, no problem. Scalp City is where we're moving to today, Sharif. So a nice little play. We'll keep a little bit for a runner just in case it wants to break down or anything along those lines. Now let's pull up my boy Gaurav. Where's Los Polios? I know we got to shout out some of the people that we love. Dragos, we got Lemon's Family, we got I Grow Fighting. We have Los Pollos Hermanos, I said Lemon's Family, Dragos, Hangry Wife, my boy Gorev, obviously, all the regulars in the chat. How could I ever forget the classic Mike P. DeRider, Casey, 526, right? I didn't even know it. Probably the second most popular.
Casey 526?
Yeah, exactly. Probably the second most popular name. I don't even know what I was about to type in, but that was Netflix. Let's see what it's doing.
Neil, look at Bird.
Bird is the word, man. So there it is.
Unreal,
okay, so you're at the lower end of the range, Goreb. I really like that. Okay, yeah, that's a really good play. Hopefully that works out for you. We're in some hood right now. No need for me to go bonkers and jumping from here to there, but I really hope that trade, it looks good. Let's see if that starts to rock and roll. We're out 80% of our position here on Robinhood. See if it's going to continue to the downside or find somewhat of a recovery.
All right, Bird taking a bit of a dive here. Coming back down from 24.31. It still hasn't breached prior bar low on the 5. Prior bar low on the 5-minute chart is $20.52. Current bar low on the 5, always $21.18. Let's go through some of these supers. My man, Adam James, abroad. Loving the pictures in El Salvador, brother. I aspire to go to that country one day. Let me know, Adam, are they using a lot of, do you actually see Bitcoin as a form of payment and transaction? Is that what you're seeing there, legitimately?
That's a great question.
Yeah, on the ground, Joey, because we know, I'd love to get your take, Adam. Thank you for that. Bird, gap up to the 40s, brothers and sisters. I hope so, man. We're going to keep a close eye on Bird. It's still holding trend. It hasn't breached prior bar low, so it's tradable under my system. Jacques, LOL, I'm not in the trade though. Too extended for me. You and I both, brother, this is not my kind of cup of tea to trade these ones, but sometimes you just gotta, I was gonna say something that I probably shouldn't say on thing, but that's fine. And Leanna is up $1,000 on Bird. Shout out to you, Lele. Love coolies for you. I love your name. I do know your name is Leanna. Shout out to Leanna, man. She's doing great with these names, man. These names can rip your face off. The fact that you're doing great with it, Leanna, very happy for you. Okay, guys, it just breached prior bar low, but it is finding momentary support right at $20. So current bar low drops from 21 and change into 19 2/3. So this could be a bit of a bigger pullback. If it loses 20, the 10 EMA on the 5 is showing me around $18. We'll have to wait and see if it holds up there. There was also a 2-candle kind of consolidation between 11.15 and 11.20 at that 17.50 area. And then it was followed by that 11.25 candle, the monster candle, the low of which was 17.90, the high of which was 22.50. That should give you an idea about the kind of strength of this name. Always be thankful. Yeah, thank you, brother. I appreciate you. We got Tim Lottie, VE5ZQ dropping 5 nice ones in the chat. Thank you for that. For Tim, 2 times, 15 times baggers on Tesla and Microsoft today. Took my account. Ooh. What the helly? From $15,000 to $225,000, 0 DTE on Google calls on Friday. Target 340. That'll take you to $225K to $2 million. If you hit $2 million, I'm just gonna go home and not come back here anymore.
Bro, go.
You know what I mean?
Move to Da Nang. You just retire.
This guy in Vietnam,
retire,
bro.
Man. You're good,
I hear so much about Vietnam from this guy. I just moved there already, man. I mean,
you mean just move there already, man? It's not that easy.
Well, you know what?
All right, man.
You know what Trader TV is doing. You know what Trader TV is doing. We can't say, but you might have a home in Asia, Joey. Here we go. Adam James Abroad dropping another 5 in the chat. Thank you, Adam, for the $5. Responding to what I was saying earlier, it's not widely used by Salvadoreños. I probably butchered that. I apologize. Salvadoreños. Except expats and wealthy locals. They have really cool BTC ATM machines called Chivo for US dollar BTC transactions. Very interesting, man. I'd love to get like that kind of direct information. Yeah, I'm going to do it Assassino. 5 Canadian from Delmont Vantage. Thank you very much, Delmont Vantage. Best advice. My kryptonite is 1 daily target. My kryptonite is 1. Daily target met any trade if I take it. What? Daily target met any trade I take. If it is a loss, I have to stop trading for the day. I have to take A+ setups only. I couldn't agree more with that. And there's a lot of people that will do that kind of thing. Remember Danik?
No.
How do you not remember Danik?
I never met Danik.
The guy from Kazakhstan, man. You never met him?
Never
okay,
met
so
him.
Danik would basically sit all day on the floor, and he might take 1 or 2 trades.
Dang.
Yeah, and that's literally from probably an hour before the open till 4 o'clock, and that was his move. He would sit there waiting for the A+ trade. Didn't come in, he didn't trade. It was that simple. And he did pretty good. I don't think he graded, but
that's smart.
You know.
That's good, man. That's really good. Isn't Borat from Kazakhstan?
He is. So is Danik. What you're trying to say, Joe?
No, I'm just asking. I was just a genuine question. I never met Danik.
Yeah,
I thought you were maybe mixing him up with Yannick.
No,
but you know what I mean. Yeah, obviously.
You know, Yannick and Ian just went to Miami together. I didn't even know Yannick and Ian were friends.
I don't know who Ian.
Ian, he's like that tall, half Filipino, half white guy.
Oh, I don't know.
You never met him?
I know him. Yeah, because when they would come here, they would like DJ and stuff, man. We were playing like poker nights and stuff. Yeah.
So I know Ian's a DJ. Yeah, I didn't know Yannick was. But they are actually on vacation together.
That's good, man.
Yeah.
I'm glad. Maybe they went and checked out that SMB thing here in Miami.
Feeling good, Joey?
Yeah, we hit that. We hit that Robin Hood trade, my boy.
Good job.
Go. Good job. Yeah, I mean, we're only sitting on about 12% of it right now. So that was a nice breakdown in a strong stock. I'm not expecting too much of a continuation, especially what we're just seeing right here from a 5-minute print right here on Robinhood. But we'll leave the rest for a runner. If it decides that it wants to continue to the southeast, then we're going to be partying. Look at Tesla go. We're not going to be standing in front of that freight train. We were fortunate enough to catch this little micro pullback, and then it was AC
Hold on, just before we go to Adara.
It was AC Slater to that one. Okay.
Just before we go to Adara, guys, Q. Remember this one? Breaking out. It just got into intraday highs. At the day high right now, CUE up 34%. It's no bird, but it's looking pretty good here at the highs. Adara.
Just be aware here, guys. USO pulling back a little bit here, seeing reports that Israel is expecting its ceasefire with Iran to be extended. That's again being reported by Reuters. We've heard similar headlines over the last half hour. This seems to be the largest move in oil, though. Again, Reuters reporting that Israel thinks the ceasefire with Iran is going to be extended. Back to you.
All right, that's good. Yeah, this is what we want to see as the market's continuing to climb. Once we get the final notification that it's over, the U.S. is withdrawing, Israel's going to stop strikes in Iran as well too. They can do whatever their thing is going to, because I think their Lebanese issue might go on a little bit longer than what's anticipated. But Tesla's gone absolutely parabolic right now, Sharif. This is a complete buy program. Do not stand in front of this train right now. It'll just continuously grind higher, because this is the vibes that you're getting, and this is exactly what a buy program looks like. I wouldn't be surprised if we climb back up in Robinhood. That was a nice little move. Shoulda, coulda, woulda, would have been ideal if we held the full size all the way down here before we took our last profit target, but that's neither here nor there, and we look for that next potential opportunity, even if there is one. I'm out right now as it climbed all the way up to 12s. We'll trail stop that before it comes back to the break even as the market is screaming. IMPP moving back towards the top side. We got 1876 on Bird. That thing was up to $24, drops pretty aggressively, $6 in the span of a couple of minutes, so not too bad. We'll go through our trades real quick here. Robinhood, we started off wrong on this one. Bang, no problem. We were patient enough to wait for that. Nice little scalp city right down there to the downside. That one works out for us. Holding on to some green here today. And then TSLA, we were fortunate enough to get a little bit of a move on there. And then we were AC Slater to that one, Sharif, because look at this. Oh my, imagine if I held my amount of size all the way up, if I just decided to bag hold, I would have been having the worst day possible, and it would have been absolutely disastrous. That would have been almost $1 against me, exactly $1 on that. That would have been like, would have been just an absolute horrible thing. That's why it's important to get out. And then we have IMPP, which we shoot at a 50% clip rate.
What is Tesla doing?
I'm telling you,
8%?
Yeah, dude, it's complete buy program right now. People are just, someone's grabbing this stuff hand over fist. I like that. Maybe we grab a little bit more Tesla. Here it is, 80 cents. Everything was all doom and gloom the other day, but now off to the races as the SPY is about to put in a new all-time high here, and the the NASDAQ not too far off either, brother.
All right, Niraj, you asked me about AGAE. Here it is. Look, this had a great move yesterday. Like, we have to put some respect on this one's name. It was obviously an after-market breakout, I think. Yeah, it was a 4 o'clock breakout, whether or not it was earnings or headline. You know, usually I don't care. I can look for you if you'd like. But looking at the current price action, I would say, personally, I'd be looking for a short here, okay? You got a double top into 60 pennies. 60 pennies is like a penny and a quarter below the volume weighted average price. I'm looking for a possible move into VWAP, if it hasn't already done that move, and then a reversal back down. You could have a number of different strategies here. You could get in short, you know, at 60, it's at 56 now, so it looks like it's already double topping, and it's losing prior bar. AGAE could be a nice short off the 60 penny area now. If you're looking for price targets, one area you could look at right away is this 47.5 penny area. There was a long area of consolidation as resistance there. It could find that area as support. If it loses 47 and change, it could come into the low of day, 42.5, 42 and a quarter, a third, something like that. We'll see. Just be looking for trend continuation. And what I mean is it breaching prior bar low? Because we're looking for the other way now, right? And the reason I say short is because, you know, they have these small cap gapper style stocks have a tendency of, when they lose VWAP, and they lose it by a substantial amount like this one did, of retracing back into VWAP. There's a lot of reasons. Some people are buying down there because they think it's a good deal, or they're trying to take a mean reversion trade back north, or because, you know, the shorts are covering after that big win that they had. So there's a lot of buying that moves it back into VWAP. But what ends up happening sometimes, not all the time, is that it rejects VWAP, and then it kind of makes its way back down. So AGAE up 64% because we're looking at that 32.5 penny area, which was the closing print technically at 4 o'clock before this one got the monster breakout at whatever, 401. So AGAE should be in focus. And then the other one that I have here, CUE up 40%, looking real good. This one could be on the way to $0.0002, if not 3/4. It's a 62 penny high. It just bottoming tailed right into support at 58, which I should have been alive to, but I was doing the analysis, so I didn't get it. That's a clean area of support. Look at that area of resistance. Calm down there, bro. He's dancing. I can see him in the corner of my eye. Comes down into 58, rockets back up into 61, on the way to 62. Keep your eye here on Q. And then last but not least, of course, Bird is holding the 10 EMA. Now watch out. It did breach prior bar high, but it doesn't look as, you know, continuous as it was before, you know, where it was just moving up dollars, 50 pennies in one swift increment. Support, though, is kind of established here on a 10-minute basis. The 1140 candle, the low is 1785. The 1145 candle, the low is 1790. So we have a buyer between 85 to 90 at 1785 to 1790 on BIRD. If it loses that level, I wouldn't be going long, okay? You could get in here and give yourself support to that level. Obviously, it's like a couple of bucks, if not more, but that has to factor into your risk to reward. So for example, if you were to use the Bird, let's bring this in over here. Let's just do it quickly here for the OGs. I don't know why this thing's telling me sell. So for example, I said 1785, so let's go ahead and put 1785. So given the current price, $20.22, and you want to take, say, $50 worth of risk on this trade, and you want to stop out at 1785, then you're punching in 22 shares, 23 shares, depending really on what price is at any one moment. But the point here is to maintain your current risk parameters by sizing down, right? Because you don't really want to adjust your stop loss, because then you could get out of the trade prematurely and then miss on some real good profits. So keep that in mind. This is just kind of like the risk calculator that I vibe coded. We've been using it to some good effect here. So we're going to pause for a second. We're going up to Adair.
Meta headline here, guys. The information reporting that Meta is going to be reorganizing its Reality Labs to, quote, execute faster. So again, Reality Labs reorganization reportedly occurring for Meta, META, near intraday highs. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. All right. Guys, sorry, Joey. I know you're happy, but Q's on. If this keeps going like this, we're probably going to see $0.75, if not $1. Q is really on its horse. Look at that. Nary a green candle, certainly on the 5, and only 2 measly ones here on the 1-minute chart ever since 11:35. So you can kind of get the strength we have locally and respect for support. That 58 penny retracement held up to a T because it was a prior area of resistance. There it goes, Joey, into 65. Q's on the move. Got to look at this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they're going to need extra security on that one for sure. I'm just watching Daniel Cormier, thoughts on Hamzat versus Sean Strickland. You're going to definitely need a little extra security for that one there, guys.
shares at 67. So we're going to go with how many shares? All right, let's go like that. And then we're going to go 0.67 for the sell order there. Let's see if it continues up. Right now, oh, I totally missed that, Neil. My bad, my bad. There you go. 6.7. Now look, we've got higher lows on the 5. But this current candle looks like it's getting a sell at 65. So this could be trouble here. Let's see if there's continuation, because it looks like Q is running into a bit of a sell wall. Let's now watch, see if we can get through 64 again, because now it's 65 penny level resistance, moving down into 64. Now it looks like they're selling at around 63. So this one could be on the way down, and that is a no good for me because I'm looking long. By the way, guys, MNTS is about to make another move into that 726. It just printed area highs. So that was one that we were on earlier. MNTS, keep that in focus. But I'm going to try to let this trade resolve here. Joey, what do you got?
Yeah, all right, man. There was a couple of good moves here in Tesla. We'll go over them. I was looking at TSLA, just seeing if I can pick the top. And we were talking about this specific candle. Sure enough, we don't breach it, that's a good signal, and then off to the races it goes. Now it's just a matter of, and the question being, how deep is this pullback gonna actually be? This was a pretty strong and aggressive parabolic move. I don't know why my thing does that all the time. So yeah, this is what we got going on, and the exact same thing in Robinhood. We may as well take an additional re-engage, but I've missed the signal on this one at the break. We're holding that 86 mark, but this is a nice inverted, failed to put in a new high right here, and then maybe we get somewhat of a pullback to that pivot. That'd be the ideal target to hold some shares to. I don't know if we're gonna get any form of a move back in where I can get a good risk to reward, because there's zero chance that I'm gonna risk all the way up to 86.40s. I need pennies, right? Like I'm looking to risk just a couple of cents, and then off to the races, it's going to the downside. Palantir, maybe we'll start to find somewhat of a turnaround. 1 minute time frame not telling us the lower interval, but essentially what we got going on is some selling pressure starting to step in. But Tesla's giving us kind of what we want, man. A pullback here, we were looking at 1336. Now you're down to 1315s on TSLL. That's a good move. Unfortunately, we didn't pull the trigger, but at some point you have to come to the realization and the acceptance that it's like, hey, it's really strong today. Do you really want to be going counter on something that has that aggressive of a buy program? And how deep is your pullback going to be? And I was talking to myself, there's a good time to play the retracement play, but also when you see something so aggressive, and if you're not patient enough, it can just continuously blow you out of the water. And then you're like, well, this is ridiculous. Why am I even doing that? So just avoid it at all costs. Well, not at all costs. Just make sure you're precise with your entry. You get as close to the top as you possibly can to increase your risk to reward ratio, and then look for a move down.
Wow.
Moving forward, let's take a look at Dell. You have something?
MNTS is breaking out. I don't want to interrupt, but it's breaking out. Yeah, into the highs, Joe.
Okay, let's pull over the small cap, because if MNTS is looking good, we may as well talk about it. I've seen it up here. Where did it go? There it is, 10.5 million shares traded on the day. Shreve's talking about this one. A pretty good look, right? Okay, why does it say that? But anyway, $7.36, 657, continuing to climb, putting in a new high of the day. That's a good trade right there, especially at the volume supporting it. You can see the uptick on the 5-minute time frame. What do you have there?
Did you see your friend Timmy C? He was doing a little buying, Joey.
Why would he buy Nike stock? Well, I mean, there's no point in questioning why he's doing it.
I don't know.
Just buy it, I guess.
Well, he's on the board, right? So Timmy C was buying Nike. I'm sure they brought this to you already, but while Wall Street has been sprinting away from Nike stock this year, recent purchases by Apple CEO Tim Cook and the apparel maker's chief executive signal some insiders are betting on a comeback. Cookie purchased.
Did they actually put that in there?
No. He purchased 25,000 shares on Friday, roughly about $43 dollars per pop, according to a filing with the SEC, for a total. He just dropped a milli like that, 1.06 million. The Cooksters serves as Nike's lead independent director and has sat on the board for more than a decade. Following the transaction, he holds 130,480 Nike shares, which were valued at about 5.7 million based on yesterday's closing price. He wasn't the only insider buying. President and CEO Elliott Hill, the new guy, snapped up 23,660.235. Why is this guy getting fractionals? On Monday for around $42.27 a pop. So he got a better price than Timmy C. A separate filing shows for a total of, he spent $1 million. Hill directly owns, he owns basically double the amount of shares that Cook does, 265,247. and fractional shares after the purchase of around $11.7 million based on Tuesday's price. The amount includes fractional shares, as I was just saying there.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll go through that. But I don't know, man. I don't know how I feel about punching into Nike. I got to tell you, when I go to their stores, and we know that they, tried to move away from the direct-to-consumer, and funny enough, their stores were direct-to-consumer, part of their direct-to-consumer push. Dude, it's empty. They're not.
No one wants to spend that on.
They're trying to make themselves a premium brand,
right?
And they're not cheap. What I do like is, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but their Air Maxes have dropped in price a bit. Like I was looking at getting these white Air Maxes for the summer, and I think that they're cheaper than when I purchased them a few years ago. I was looking at $120 at Foot Locker. It was discounted, Canadian, of course. And their new Shocks TL. They're TL. I know you're not a big fan of Shocks. I love Shocks.
I own a pair of Shocks.
You? Okay.
Yeah, I used to. I like Shocks.
They got this new version called the Shocks TL, and they're like, I don't know, I like them. I think they're pretty good. So the Air Maxes and the Shocks look good to me, but I think they, I don't know, man. I think they're...
I think Nike's best is to kind of take a step back, pivot back to what they were doing before, shut down all their brick and mortar. Like you don't need to have a Nike store in Sherway Gardens or anywhere.
Every freaking mall,
right? Like I mean, I get it. Like if you go to Vaughan Mills, you get the discount side of things, but you go back into the Champs, you go back into the Foot Lockers, and just start distributing your apparel through there.
Which is what they wanted to do. I think they're actually doing exactly what you're saying.
It's just dropped, because think about how large of an expense it is for them to open up all those new stores that they do.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. All right, guys, 12 o'clock. We're going to go up to Adair for happening now. Then Neil has his lesson of the day.
The market is right now hanging out at highs. This last 15-minute candle seems to be the first red candle of the day since 9:45. That's right. We went cool 2+ hours without printing a red candle on the 15-minute on the NASDAQ. S&P 500 has had a little bit of a choppier journey, but still trading near intraday highs. I think it is also worth noting USO is going to be on watch. Why? Because we're continuing to hear about the possibility of a ceasefire extension by another 2 weeks. So again, the ceasefire does expire this Tuesday. Apparently, they're considering expanding this, adding another 2 weeks, and that's specifically for U.S. and Iran, because Israel reportedly, I guess, not interested in this Lebanon ceasefire. That still seems to be in question. So if I get more details on that, I'll let you know. Tons of individual stocks to talk about throughout the day. We know that there is a Broadcom and Meta deal, AVGO to the upside in this chip deal with Meta. We also had Tesla with their AI5 chip, which Elon Musk posted on social media, led to a massive pop in the stock. Apparently, this is Tesla's best one-day performance in 9 months. I also want to let you guys know President Trump is going to be in focus. He's not appearing, but his White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, will be holding a briefing at 1 p.m. featuring Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and Small Business Administrator Kelly Loeffler. Bessent could be of interest here. And again, Caroline Leavitt also going to be on watch at 1 p.m. She usually starts closer to 1:30, but the calendar always says 1, so I'll tell you guys 1 p.m. Either way, this is going to be something to keep an eye on. I think everybody today, though, was keeping an eye on Allbirds. Now, this is BIRD, this stock that I'll show you in a second, has had a massive run today. Here are the shoes. This is, I guess, one of the shoes that they have here for BIRD, but now they're not going to be doing shoes anymore. They just announced a massive brand switch. They're going to go from shoes to AI. They're going to do so by executing a $50 million convertible financing facility agreement, expanding into AI compute infrastructure, and changing their names from Allbirds to Newbird AI. So I guess the BIRD ticker will still remain BIRD, a little bit off intraday highs, but massive push to the upside for this formerly shoe, now AI name. Lots else to look at today, so do make sure to stick with us at X at TTV Research for updates, and here at Trader TV Live for all of the live updates you need. You can check us out on YouTube. I believe Instagram, definitely X, lots of other streaming platforms, so do not miss this show. We're here every day. The market is open. Like, subscribe. And we have Neil, and he has a lesson. He also does this every day that he is here around 12 p.m. So today, going to pull out your notebooks, going to get ready for taking some notes for Neil's lesson, which is...
Well, the good thing about the lesson, Adair, is it's here on YouTube. So if you don't want to take notes and you just don't feel like writing stuff because nobody writes anymore, you can always rewind at the end of the day, like any portion of the show, and you go back and you can rewatch it, or you can have something You can have, whatever. You can review it however you want, or you can take notes if you really want. No, what I wanted to talk about today, and this isn't even going to be about the charts. I might show a chart or two. But I think that the notion of one of the things you should never do is you ever heard the term don't get married to the trade? Yeah, I haven't touched my lunch yet. Don't get married to the trade. One of the things that can mean a few things. A lot of times what you're usually talking about when you say don't get married to a trade is simply just because you own it or just because you like it or just because you have the idea does not mean that you have to take it to essentially to the grave, right? You have to go down with the ship. And it's easy to say for something that looks like it's gone bad. The example I would give, today we were talking about our picks for the year kind of deal. And I said candidly, I was look, all 3 of my picks I bought, right? The one that's out of the money this year, I told you, I got out of it when it showed me that I was wrong. The other side of a don't get married to the trade, though, is that idea and concept. Because what can also happen, you can be disciplined enough to be oh, well, I mean, there was my in, it hit my stop, I got out of it, great. That's one level of discipline. But it's meaningless if then you turn around and when it doesn't even flash a buy signal, you just buy it again. And then you adhere to your stop and then you lose again. And then it continues to go down and then you buy it again and you adhere to your stop and you lose again. And if I use the example on the chart here, just to give the one chart example, here, if we can come to, Fabian's, I was going to say Andre. I was, over the 200 period moving average was the trade, and then I just looked at the support level, and when it lost the prior support level, it's get out of it. But what I could have done is said, after earnings, it caught a bid. There's a bottom, there's a double bottom, let's go long there. Fails, out. Oh, there's a double bottom, let's go long there. And maybe that one works out, maybe it doesn't. Oftentimes, you can get caught in this whole trap of there's another setup that I like on that stock. It's okay because I have a structured trade. I'm getting in here and I'm adhering to my stop when it breaks that low. But if you're fighting the trend, if the setup is a C+ or a B- or a D or something that you shouldn't normally take, it's what are you doing? And the example, and the reason why I'm actually bringing it up has to do with BM&R and IBIT. You saw me this morning where I was okay, well, I couldn't get into BM&R. It got to VWAP eventually, and in that moment, I took BM&R for a loss on a short. Meanwhile, that was the one chance to get a reload on IBIT. Instead of just sticking with the one that was working, okay, the structure of IBIT was an easier read. Get out when it breaks VWAP, use VWAP early, get out when it breaks VWAP, work it off the high. And sometimes you can get cute about it. I wrote down BM&R today. So in the midst of a moment in which IBIT was making perfect sense to me, I still flipped over for a trade in BM&R. And did I follow my rules on it? Sure I did. But I was married to the notion of, but I preferred BM&R on my note, but that's not the one that's showing me the clean entries and the clean setup. So I went over there for one singular trade that ended up not really making a lot of sense. And in that moment, I could have done another scalp in IBIT and made a little bit more on that one. And so that notion of marrying a trade is often, I think, misconstrued with this, it's about holding on to a loser. It's not just holding on to a loser that is getting married to a trade. It is taking trades that don't make sense on that instrument or stock or whatever it is that you're using, whatever that you're trading on. It could be Forex. It doesn't really make a difference. It's just that you keep looking for something in the same place when it's not making sense. And that's what it comes down to. You want to take entries that make sense to you. Win, lose, or draw. And then you can be calm about it, and then you can be reasonable, and then you're not freaking out, all that good stuff. Like NVIDIA today. I already said, I'm gonna take my shot at the 200 break so long as it doesn't go parabolic. If it goes in there multiple times, I'll take a shot at it. I won't take it the first. That was a plan of action. I won't take it the first. I'll take it the second, but when it breaks out in a consolidation, I'll take the shot. But I'm not going to marry the trade now by buying the dips or doing some other stuff that I wasn't even looking for on NVIDIA. It was pull back into here, which it didn't, show me a clean VWAP trade, which realistically it didn't even show a clean VWAP trade, or take the 200 break. So you just take the setups that are there. Maybe we get VWAP later, I don't know. But the notion is all about sticking to actual setups and trades that work. You can like a certain stock on a given day, but if you don't happen to have a read on it, then you don't need to trade it just because you sat down in the morning determined to do so. So anyways, that's the lesson of the day, everybody. You can marry a trade without it being just one thing that you hold forever. By the way, just you can see the lunch here. This is not a Greek salad. It is just a regular garden salad. I don't like Brussels sprouts, but there's other vegetables in there. And it is just a heap of what looks like dry pieces of chicken breast. So it looks very dry. But I guess there's enough protein. I'm not looking that overly optimistic, but I can't grade it because I haven't eaten it yet. So we'll send you guys back to the midday boys. And good luck trading all birds. That still makes absolutely no sense to me. It's a pure squeeze.
Yeah, Neil, usually they don't make a whole lot of sense, the small cap gappers. But yeah, your point well taken there.
Fabian, I made a trade, eh? I don't know if you heard me. I didn't say anything change on that. Yeah, it didn't change anything.
Looking for MNTS here. So I'm in a bunch of trades right now. MNTS just got in 17.9. Well, I wanted to get in at 7. I didn't want 17.19, but that's where we find ourselves in. MNTS finding some support at $7. So in at 19, looking now for, let's just go ahead and put my price in so I can see what my 1R is. 743, we're looking for 1R around there. That would be below the high of the day, so that's not a bad look. So on MNTS, we'll put 7, we'll just go 739 for that many shares. Let's see if we can get the print around there. I'm also in Q. Go over to Q. I'm looking for continuation here. Pops back up. Let's see if it can work its way above 70 pennies. I'm in at Q at 66.8. Let's see if this one can kind of pump up, see what this one has to offer. 67 seller, and we haven't closed many. In fact, we haven't closed anything above 67. So now for a fact, we know that there's a bigger seller at 67. So for Q, let's go ahead and put in my price. So my 1R on this one is going to be about 75. That will necessitate a high daybreak. So that does kind of concern me a little bit. Let's go ahead and put something at 68, see if we can get a liquidity tester there to see what we can get. So in Q, in MNTS, oh, and I'm in QSI as well. But we'll cover that one in a second because I still have to build my position into that, Joey. What do you got? Oh, no.
This guy off the keys, man. I know, in all seriousness, an additional reload, right? We were just waiting. I don't know how much more of a breakdown. We're sitting on the 12% that we were sitting on before. If it decides to squeeze higher, then we get out of the trade break even. There is a uptrend that is formed. You can see in this secondary trend right here, guys, these higher lows continuously. So I wouldn't be surprised if we bounce, but if it breaks, then maybe we get a little bit more of a continuation into that next forward base, which that next level base, which is going to be around 85.70. Where am I short at? 86.33. We take some off at 12s, 20 cents right there. A little bit of a one-to-one, and then sure enough, boom, off to the races we can go.
Oh, wow.
If it stops out, then I have no reason to get out or hold on to this.
All right, guys, Q is taking out the high of the day. Here comes 70.5. If this candle closes in this way, it'll be the first candle that closes above 67. So watch out here, 70.41 high on Q. CUE up about 60%, a little bit less, 58.5%. Looking for continuation in at 66.8. Looking for the move now into 75. We got to shake the sellers, though, of course, at the 10 penny level at 70. I did have a liquidity tester there at 69.9. So I did get the fill there. Now, what we don't have is continuation through 70. 70.41 high, as I mentioned, but this is the area where we topped out last time. So we know the sellers are very staunchy. Guys, AGAE is breaking out as I speak. I'm not involved in that one, but it's on the move. AGAE is rocketing up here, man. It is up 190% now. So eyes on that one. I just have to resolve the trades that I'm involved in. I'm in MNTS, QSI, and CUE. I'm not doing well on QSI. I'm okay on MNTS. I know the position board is not working. So we'll get that fixed for you in a second. But AGAE is on the way to the dollar just like Q is. Boom, into 72 on Q. Looking for more now. 1R for me. So ironically enough, only 75 pennies on CUE. And again, it's having trouble taking out 70. So a lot of resistance here in and around that 70 penny area on Q. And again, it's dropping below 70. So no continuation, Joey. There's a very, very aggressive seller at that 70 penny level. Let's see if we can shake him.
Absolutely, man. We're just listening to some lo-fi geek right now for those who are familiar with the lo-fi world. Aside from that, guys, it's been a pretty good one. So now we're just going into Zen mode and chilling out a little bit here in Robinhood. 8.8% to the top side, starting to piece a little bit out. I don't have very much left of this size, so we'll leave it on for a runner. I had 12% before, now probably down to about 7.5 or something along those lines. Lo-fi girl is a good one as well. I listen to that, but lo-fi geek is my jam. But aside from that, guys, we had one loss on IMPP. We had one loss on Robinhood earlier, so we go 2 for 3 essentially on this name. And then we go 1 for 1 on Tesla as it's still hovering around those highs. Consolidating, are you going to get somewhat of a breakdown? What we can notice on the lower time frame, and once you get into a little bit of the detail, starting to establish these lower highs, and even on the tertiary trend. So keep an eye out on that one. It looks like Robinhood wants to break down, but I do believe we're going to get some continuation in the coming days on this name. The PDT rule obviously getting kicked to the curb. Positive for the retail space. I was reading a couple articles on the fact that it might just turbocharge retail investment into the market and day trading. So that's big. I think that's going to attract a lot of eyes and change a lot of people's dynamic in trading, right? Like if you're already day trading and you're sitting on that 25K account and you don't have to worry about that threshold anymore, then it's just like, let's rock and roll, let's party, let's have a good time and put on a little bit more size because you have the ability to do so. Doesn't mean get reckless, but it's starting to look good. The market's climbing higher, so that's going to give you a lot of good opportunities to get involved here. If we get stopped out 25s, the position board's not working. We're out at 33s. If it climbs higher, that 7.5% that we have remaining, no issues whatsoever. We want to leave a little bit of a runner, and that's totally fine. Let's take a look at a couple more names here. Bird is still at the top of the list. 211 million shares traded on the session, and with a high of around 24.57. NVDA bouncing off of that. Oh, nice call out there, Gorev. All right, let's get out of Robinhood as it comes back to our break even. We'll take that nice little scalp city as this name is strong. But Robinhood off of that $240 mark. We talked about the supply zone at that level with 89,000 contracts. Has that grown in size? And are the market makers pushing price lower of that zone? We've already chewed through multiple that I didn't think was necessarily going to be the case, but not this one. All right, so 84,000, 139,000 contracts open and close already at that level. So watch out. This might be a difficult level for NVDA to break this week, but if it does, then so be it. It's only a matter of time until it runs into its all-time high. So we'll go over to our watch list. We'll run through a couple more names here and see what we have going on. SMCI in the dumpster, all right? I don't know why we took that dramatic pause, like we were waiting for something on that one. Salesforce participating on the rally today. This is good. This is what we want. But downtrend still fully intact, not performing well. And how has Coinbase been performing on this? Just absolutely destroyed. This is CoinL, the 2x leverage. But what we will do is take a look at the actual underlying to see how far off of that high that we are. And it's not good, 56%. And we're down 40% in Bitcoin or so, 45. Bitcoin's gonna have to go on a monster rally in order for Coinbase to start to recover. I'm glad that Robinhood's moving Oppo. Outside of it, there's no PDT when it comes to trading cryptocurrency, so keep that in mind. Moving forward, iBit not doing too well, 41.97, still within that consolidation zone. The other day, we went over the potential of the Condor at 42. It's holding. The bull put spread, definitely the better one to pick up.
All right, just watching AGAE, 95, 86 high. Where am I in? I'm in at 89, so flat now. Looking for support. There's generally support at 80. So I have my stop a little bit higher than that, which may be a mistake, but I'm keeping my eye out on this one. It looks like it's getting some resistance now. The reason I put it at 81.5 is because there is the prior bar low area support that I'm looking at. We already got a beak wetter, but for a small amount. I'm looking for a move into that dollar area, whether or not we breach prior bar low. Your guess is as good as mine, so I'm keeping my eye out on that one. I'm also keeping my eye on MNTS. I'm still involved in that one at 19s. It's holding up at the 10. It seems to get a lot of buyers in and around the 10 EMA, but it's slowed down certainly in its And it's the way that the price action is developing. But I like how it's holding above 7, but I want to see some higher highs. And that's what we're not getting right now. I want to see higher lows and higher highs, and those are a little bit elusive at the moment. QSI, the other one I'm involved in, this one I'm in for a VWAP trade. It looks like it might be recovering here, but I've already got my stop on that one. If it loses my stop, I'm out. It's really that simple on QSI, but it's an attempt for a VWAP hold at that level. Right? So keeping an eye here on AGAE. This one looks like it might be a bit of a deeper pullback, so it looks like we're going to get stopped out here as it comes back down. Let's see if it breaches prior bar low, holding it around 85, so not really rocketing up. Yeah, this one's coming against me, and there we go. We get stopped out on that. So AGAE, it giveth and it taketh away. It's above that pre-market or that aftermarket high yesterday, but it didn't continue through that level. I had a bias that this one was probably going to work into the dollar, at least not yet. Let's see if we find some support here at 80. Let's give this one another try. I like this possible entry here, so let's go 78.5. Let's see what we can get on that one, and then we'll go to live. There we go. So that'll put us here. Give me a sec just to adjust my order. Let's see if there's support at 80. Let me just flip to the 5 seconds so I can see whether or not this is catching support. No, it is really coming down now. So this one could lose the bid over here. Let's watch. I'm not involved right now. Let's see if this one finds any support. There's no support at 80. It's at 78. The next level I'm looking at is a 10 EMA on the 5, which is around 73, but it could find support at 75, really depending on whether or not the buyers step in at around the $0.75. But that's an aggressive 20-penny move off that 95.86. But hey, it was as aggressive on the way up, so it does make sense that the aggressive move on the way down would be in this fashion. So continuing to watch here as it tries to recover above 80. If it gets above 80, I think I'm going to get back into this one for a possible 80 hold. So I'm sending it back to you, brother. What do you got?
All right, man. I was setting up that poll that we were talking about not too long ago. We have a couple of names. That. I have Tesla, BYD, Lucid, Rivian. Any other ones? Ionic. Or is that
Sorry, just give me a second.
Yeah, okay, you're busy. Yeah. All right, we'll throw that to, we're going to throw this in here anyways, guys. Let's see what we got going on. We're going to remove that option. These are going to be your top 4. I bet you it's going to be a landslide, 1, 2, 3, or 4. The majority of these you can't even get in North America, half of them anyways. But there we go. What should I throw? I'll throw Zeekr in there too, because we know that one's hot. Zeekr.
And that got moved down to the value. It got taken off the NQ. I was like looking through my watch list.
Zeekr?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right.
ZK is no longer around.
ZK, so we'll throw that. Start voting now. Let's see what everyone's favorite. You can't put TSLL in there. That one doesn't count, man. Come on. We'll put 1 in there. I think a 2. Put that in there. No contest. I didn't think it was going to be much of a contest. Zeekr with 0 votes. We got 3 votes on Tesla. Get those votes in right now. Polestar is a good one as well. Rivian. No one really voting. Come on, guys. We're not going to put on any more trades unless you start voting here.
Wow.
So, yeah. There goes. Look, happy to get out of this in the Robinhood. Now you're going to go up 10% to $86. My long-term account's really liking that one. The only bedwetter, I guess I can say right now, is IBIT. Man, oh man, I'm glad that I cut my exposure in half, though. I won't even cap family, as the kids would say on that one. I'll never do that again, I promise. But as for Tesla, nice inverted hammer candle. I think this might be a green light for a potential short. We had this big-time curl over, and if this 1 minute closes how I'm thinking it is, no, it's really starting to step in the buying pressure. So if this closes as an inverted, this might be a good opportunity to head a little bit lower, considering we just tapped into that previous high of the day, and then boom. But we also have to take into consideration what the overall market is. And new all-time high on the SPY. The TQQQ is continuing to climb higher. How far off the highs are we on the NASDAQ now? Probably only a percentage point or so. It can't be very much considering we just put in a new all-time high right now on the on the SPY.
That's
yeah,
correct.
oh yeah, it's 0.5%. See you later. We'll gap up tomorrow morning. It'll put in a new all-time high probably by the open and then sell off. So we'll keep an eye out on that. We have Robinhood being an absolute monster for us here today, and then IMPP. I don't know why I still have this up on my chart, but other than that, I was just hyper-focusing, narrowing down my stock watch list, and just trying to get into sync with some of these names. And that was going to be Tesla, Robinhood, and we were fortunate enough to get a nice little move here earlier in the day on IMPP. Let's see what the 5 minutes time frame is telling us. If you guys want to go over any names or go over anything on the options chain, just put it in the chat. We'll do so. I have no issues about that. How's your hammer candle algo going? Fantastic, Gav. It's absolutely. I bet my bottom dollar that it picked up the Tesla one here this morning. Let's pull it up here, and we'll do it as live as it gets, essentially. Let's pull up our trusty charting platform over here. Can't give too much credit there, Sharif. And see what we got going on. We got Bravely messaging in the chat, so we'll see what he's up to as well. Let's remove this one, and then we'll see what we got on this one. Oh, it didn't pick it up. Oh, that's all right. Not enough wick on it, but off to the races it goes. Been pretty good as the last couple of days here on Tesla. So what's the metrics looking like here? Woohoo, on fire. 60% clip rate right there with a profit factor of 4.92. Who does this algorithm think it is? Like, who created you? Who put all this stuff together there, Sharif?
Who put this stuff together? Me.
I did.
That's who.
That's who. Who do you think you are? I am.
You know where that's from?
The bowling guy?
No, the one that I just did, yeah.
Oh.
Scarface, man. Remember when
yeah.
he approaches him, he's like, yo, you met Skybomb without me? Because he wanted to rinse the money, right?
Yeah.
And Skybomb was gonna rinse it for him. And then he's like, no, this Skybomb deal, let me do it. He's like, you're not a negotiator, man. You love the ladies more than you like the money.
Yeah.
And then he kind of said something to him, and then Al Pacino lost his mind.
He lost his cool.
Right?
He lost his cut.
I put it together.
He lost his Caribbean cool, man.
Caribbean cool, yeah. He was never cool, bro. He was always angry as hell.
Exactly. Yeah. But there it is. A nice another print, and that's what we want to
Scarface.
see. So been performing as for the past March 9th, the past month, been absolutely on fire. We can go over a couple of names. If it's been in play, then the chance of its performance are pretty good. Netflix, not so much. We're going to eat that one. SLV, we're not going to go over. But Palantir, it's always been half decent on, not doing so well here now. Robinhood, not too bad. So it's not 100% on everything, but that's the nature of the beast. If it was, then we would all be living in Da Nang, Vietnam.
What? No, I'm not talking about you, Ram. It's just he won't stop talking about Vietnam. I love it. I like that, though, bro. Hey, way to stick to a tune and, like...
Yeah, Ion Q. We can go over that name.
Ion Q.
Yeah, would you go over there? Sure.
In a heartbeat to visit Vietnam?
Yeah.
In a heartbeat.
Yeah,
good morning, Vietnam. Yeah, I would in a heartbeat, man.
Yeah.
Man, we're gonna do an Asia trip, just another maybe year and a half.
Yeah, that's a bigger one, man. You got to go a couple of weeks.
Well, because I want to be able to actually use the Mandarin, brother.
Yeah.
On level 14 now, so now I'm 14.
So you're almost fluent in that, John.
Not even close. Not even close, but I can.
In the basics, dude. If I can pick up a good chunk of words in Spanish, you can probably read paragraphs in Mandarin.
I can't read paragraphs, Joey.
No?
But I can read a lot of different characters. See, the characters mean different things depending on where they show up, right?
Okay. There's IonQ. Trendline break in the quantum space. A pretty good look right there.
So I can't read that. I see Ni. That's Ni at the end there. Says Zacharitas Stoic. I know that's Ni at the end. I don't know what the other first two characters. So Ni means obviously you. I can't read the other two. Guys, there's a lot of characters I still don't know. I'm not even close, right?
So, rooster.
I appreciate you, Dino Vincere, man. I appreciate you, but it's something that I do every single day. I lied. I do about 4 to 5 times a week. I try my best to do it every day, Fabian, but sometimes. Woman, she, Meg Warren. So woman means we. She, Meg Warren means American. Woman, she, Meg Warren. Woman, she means we are American. I don't know what Bukoi means. I kid. Okay, I didn't know that. It's not she, she. I can't, he says. All right, I like that. No, Meg Warren obviously is American. So you typically see Guo at the end of, so for May, will be like May Guo is America. And then Hong Guo is Korea. Then there's the exception for whatever reason, Japan.
Yeah.
Ruben. Even though it's Thai Guo. Canada though, Janada.
That one's easy.
They're not all Guo, right?
Yeah.
So,
Whoa.
Sometimes there's some rules that change here, but that's normal. We remember learning French, irregular verbs, être and voir, and oh my god, verb irrégulier. Don't even get me started on that.
Don't even get me started about French, my boy.
Yeah.
As soon as
irregular verbs in
you know what?
French.
It was my worst grade ever. You know what I got in grade 9 French?
What did you get?
56. That was the worst thing I ever
I gotta
got.
tell you, it was the least motivating class.
Why were they
I've ever
always?
taken.
All the teachers were always like.
You know why it was least motivating? Because it was shoved down your throat.
Yeah.
Like I probably would have liked it if it wasn't shoved down our throat constantly.
I don't know if I would have liked.
You know what
I don't know. I don't know if I would have liked it. I would have much rather.
Yeah.
This is what is this?
Okay. Can they hear you, Ram, or no? They can't. So Ram's saying she came from Saudi in like grade 8, grade 9, 8th grade, 9th grade, and she hadn't taken French before. Bird is going, guys, and then they kind of like forced her to take it. We start in 4th grade French. Like we don't have a choice. So we had many more years than she had. Obviously, you know what, Ram, when my sister moved down to California with her kids like in high school and junior high, they didn't know anything about American history. They had never taken American history. They had never taken any of the like American specific subjects, and then they started and they had to. So that's kind of like the way that works.
You can't get 100 you didn't get 100 in grade 9 French, Ram.
Who got 100 in grade 9 French?
Ram saying that she got 100 in grade 9 French. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Whatever.
Okay, Ram.
Yeah, there goes Tesla, right to the downside. This breakdown starting to slowly happen. I mean, there's a couple opportunities to pull the trigger on this one. I was just talking about it not too long ago. Too much yapping, not enough action. Jackson over here, Sharif. We had the good opportunity to get in at 41s. Bang, flush it to the downside on that one. So, I mean, aside from that, nice little play. Are we going to head over here? Maybe. I think at this pace we might as the market's slowly starting to pull back, but a nice strong channel up. We'll take a sip of our espresso here. Even though you're supposed to throw it back like a shot, I sip it like this one there.
Sipping like some scissor.
Ooh.
Remember that?
Yeah. I was going to say, I was trying to think of another song with sipping. But anyways, aside from that, guys, been a pretty good one here. Multiple scalps. Like it's been scalp city for the boy here today. And we'll just go over it. There we go. We go 2 for 3, shooting at a 66% clip rate here on Robinhood. Would have ideally more like to have taken the long. We didn't get to participate on that front. That's totally fine. So we find TSLA. We were patient enough to wait for a level to come into play, and then we get out of dodge exactly when we're supposed to. You don't want to hold this against you, especially in a really an aggressive uptrend. IMMP, here it is. We go 50% on this one. Bang, bang, bang. We take some off. Obviously, this one's my smallest partial as it runs into that 94-cent mark. And then once it came back against us, I'm like, you know what? This is too weak. Let's get out of dodge. And then sure enough, it hasn't found any form of recovery. Oh, we got Luis in 28 minutes. Looking forward to that. We'll go over some of the small cap names. We'll talk about IMMP. Maybe he shorted this one at the volume weighted average price. This one has 556 million shares traded on the day. So a substantial amount. And I think that's what you're looking for. And Sharif,
yes, sir.
Going back to what we were talking about from Talking Book, is that these things, once they're below the volume weighted average price for an extended period of time, they don't tend to recover, and it's been an all-day fader. Shout out to the individual who I used to play hockey with, his last name. Anyways, aside from that, boom, straight to the downside, and a nice little move there for IMMP. Still up 99% though.
Dang.
Still up 99%.
All right, just switching. I want to take a quick look at AEO over here, Joey.
Oh.
What's it doing? 1904 high, new Sydney Sweeney ad. And you know what's funny? You know, when you were doing options in the morning,
and you tapped
I'm just going through my feed. Sydney shows up, and she's got, obviously, she's putting the ad on her Instagram, and it was 13 minutes old.
Yeah.
So immediately, I look over, type in AEO, take a quick look, and it's already breaking out. And that was the price spike up there. So I think in the pre-market, it got to 1935. Official high is 1904.
I can't wait until that next person comes into play and Sydney Sweeney's forgotten about.
Why do you just hate her so much?
I don't hate her so much. I think she's overrated.
You constantly, you're like, always, you're like, I didn't show you anything about her. You're like, you do that face. Like,
what face, man, my boy?
Like you.
Wait.
Yeah, they are, Fabian. They're both like extreme emotions. Fabian just said hate and love are both sides of the same coin. In any event, shout out to Hangry Wife. Yes. Creesh. Yes, he knows. Long Brady, I wouldn't go that way. You know, it's just your boy Joey Ops. He's got certain tastes.
What did Brady say?
And you know, Sydney doesn't fit the profile of the taste, and that's respectable. Your boy Joey Ops can have whatever he so desires.
To each their own.
Yeah, man.
Is Joe blind, Scott? Brother.
Just take it easy, Scott. Take it easy. It's not that personal, my guy. But Neil's shaking his head. I love where Neil has his headphones on, but I kind of like low-key know he's listening because he's reacting a little bit to what we're saying. Yeah. Shout out to my man, Neil.
Well, you think that's funny, Ramin?
What happened, Joe?
Diving over there.
Wendy's Tendies is backing you up, though.
I do.
Wendy's Tendies is backing you up hard.
Look what Milton said. Wendy's Tendies, my guy. Look, where's Wendy's Tendies? What'd they say? Bravely, why'd you delete that, my boy?
I don't know, Bravely, he got a short leash.
Yeah.
Bravely doesn't put up with that kind of crap.
What did Wendy's Tendies say?
Sharif needs to watch the new Euphoria season and then get back to it. Ram, how many times? I don't have time. I just don't. That's why I don't watch television.
I heard it was garbage, to be honest with you.
Yeah, well, the way that Adara just reacted there kind of makes me feel like, Ram, you just ruined our monitor over here.
Sorry, let me see what you got there, Wendy. Did you order them?
Shout out to Wendy's Tendies. Where am I going? There we go. Oh, there you Wendy's
They are.
Tendies.
Like, let's not beat around the bush. They are one of the better chicken tenders, in my opinion.
I wouldn't mind.
Ramin, did you sell more Ethereum to buy those Wendy's Tendies? That's crazy.
So, Ram, you sold your Ethereum? You did, eh?
Yeah, you know why she sold it?
Why?
To buy Wingstop.
Wingstop?
Yeah.
That's like how many people made that mistake in the early 2010s, selling their Bitcoin for pizza and stuff like that?
Well, yeah, well, this is like talking about not learning from other people's mistakes. Ramin sells some of her Ethereum to buy Wingstop. She's like, look, I sold some and I bought Wingstop with it. I'm like, yo.
Good job, Ram.
Yeah.
Good job, Ram.
Like, not the stock either, like legit the food, so.
That's okay.
That's all right, man. Each their own, man. Yeah, we have Dave's Hot Chicken around here.
We do. Yeah.
Never had it.
I'm still holding MNTS here. Food is tangible.
Tangible.
Says Fabian. I'm waiting for a print here at 725. The spread is opening up, though, on MNTS. So it's been up to 725 a bunch of times on the current 5-minute candle, but I'm not getting the print because it is not finding the requisite buyers, and the spread is opening up. It's done about 12.12 million shares on the day. I'm looking for ideally 740. That's where my 1R is. We're going to give this one the old college try. There's the print, and there's the move into 730. Let's see if we can attempt to take out that $7.50 level. Again, it's a 747 high, and I ain't talking about the airplane, baby. Shout out to the 747. One of my favorite planes, but obviously not feasible in the current economy because it takes a lot of gas. Jet fuel, that is. I'm holding QSI as well, and I'm running out of patience with this trade. So this was a VWAP bounce and moved into $1, got to 99.58, and now it's back down into VWAP. So it does look like this might actually be a short. So what I'm going to do is the following. I'm going to hold this until the current, the bar low at 12.10, the low of which is 97.27. If it fails that, I'm going to look over to Neil to get shorts on QSI. It's up 16.5%. I'm trying to see if this is a VWAP bounce. It's looking less and less likely that this is a VWAP bounce. I'm in at 99s, as you can see. Technically, I'm at 98.95, but essentially that's 99. If it loses this trend, though, I think it is a short. We'll have to find out exactly which way this cookie is going to crumble, but for the moment, I'm going to stay put. Guys, Q is losing the bid in a hurry. It lost the volume-weighted average price, the 10, the 20, and now it's losing that key area of support that we had earlier on at 58 pennies. Down into 55 it goes. If it continues this way, it could see 50 sooner rather than later. And if it loses 50, it's likely going to yesterday's closing print at a little bit below 44 pennies. That's my look on that. Now, AGAE. This is looking triple bottomish at 70 pennies. So it looks like the buyers are stepping in at 70 on AGAE. The problem is we don't have any new candles making new highs to kind of show us, yes, finally, buyers starting to outdo, overwhelm sellers at this level. You can get in here, give yourself a couple of pennies, maybe 3, down into the 12.25 bar low, which is 69.30. It's at 72 and change right now. So AGAE, I'm negative on that one. I couldn't catch a win on AGA for my life, but hopefully we'll make it up on this one and maybe some others. So packing the patience here, Joey, looking at possibly executing again on AGA.
Aragon. All right, yeah, pack that patience up, my boy. Let's see what else we got going on here. I mean, it's been a solid recovery here on the day for the kid. In turn, we'll go back to Greensville, USA, essentially. So that was, I mean, we were a couple of trades ago, but yeah, it's been a pretty good recovery. Just staying hyper focused on a couple of names and just trying to execute on them. I'm going to keep my eyes here on Tesla and Robinhood. We talked about IMPP. I'm looking to switch one name up here. And with that being said, I need some potentials. What is it? What is a potential candidate here? Sandus, too expensive for my liking. Micron, pure buffoonery. And then we also have coin. Webull was climbing higher. How's it been? Oh, that's a nice little signal here on Webull. Probably have to order shorts for this bad boy. 654, you get that move lower, so that's a pretty good opportunity. I mean, it's pretty cheap as well, so you can risk 10 cents on this thing and give it more than plenty of room. 5 cents is more ideal, and you can just load up the shares looking for that breakdown. The market really starting to curl over. We might break through some key support levels on Tesla. You can see that we're off of the highs on the SPY. NVDA was coming in aggressive off of that $200 mark. We were talking about that not too long ago. But look at the 5-minute time frame. Boom, nice inverted hammer candle, off to the races you go. What did it look like here on the TQQs? Yeah, see, the way that we're consolidating up here, if we're fortunate enough to catch a consolidation high, then by all means, there might be a good opportunity to get involved. I like with the price action, a lot of talk, no action on my behalf, but we've taken our chances, and I think we just have to roll with the punches, essentially, right now. What was I going to pull up the TQQs and see what we had? Yeah, same thing, not as aggressive, but hey, channel to the top side, and then nice slide to the downside here in the overall market. We'll go over a couple more names and see what we got going on. You guys didn't put anything in the chat. I'm not looking at what we'd had on the poll either, so put them in there if there's anything specific that you guys want to go over. Feel free to tag me or Sharif, and we'll talk a little bit more. The TQQs, bang, really starting to pick up its momentum to the downside. And there goes Tesla, breaking through that support level at 1320 on TSLA and picking up its steam. This is what we're talking about. You have that curl over, you double top up at 1340, and then now you take an aggressive slide lower. There goes Robinhood starting to pick up. There might be some news stepping in here, guys, because there was an aggressive move to the downside on Robinhood and a couple of the larger tech names. Let's see what we have on NVDA. You can see we're at 200, and then now we're at to 197.73. So that's a $3 slide in the span of about 25 minutes. And then Robinhood, after we've taken it on a couple attempts, starting to pick up momentum through some key support levels. This previous pre-market pivot high could be a level to watch out for a bounce, but at this point, I think we just want to go with this slight curl over and retracement play in the overall market.
All right, man. MNTS dropped off a cliff, and I thought I had a stop in there below 7, but I didn't, and that one cost me some money. So we're negative on the day now because of this MNTS trade, but that's all right. We're going to look for the next trade. Shout out to my man, Obe. I'm looking at AGAE for that specific reason. I'm really liking this 4-bar consolidation that it's doing here at 70 pennies. It certainly looks like it's holding up around there. The only concern that I have, even though that you can clearly see that there is a buyer at 70, I don't feel that there's enough buyers right now to outdo the sellers because we're not getting any move above 75, let alone like 73. I mean, local area high 75, it looks maybe like low 76s. Hard to gauge this one. I'm in at 74, so let's see if we can take a little bit of risk on this one. Yes, I do like that area, and I have a very, very specific stop. Now, it's kind of close to VWAP as well. So that 75 penny area, that 70 penny area where we keep getting bought up is close to the volume weighted average price, which is about 66.5. So my concern is you put that stop below 70, and this one has a destiny back to the volume weighted average price, and then I get stopped out prematurely, or I got into the trade prematurely because I should have been waiting for VWAP. So that's what I'm kind of trying to wait on right now. I don't mind adding a little bit higher just so that I'm not forced out earlier, right? So if we get that breakout, new 5-minute candle to make a new high, we start putting in higher lows. Obviously, I get a worse price than if I had bottom picked, but at least I get sort of the pseudo certainty that one would be looking for. And here comes 74. So look like this one is getting bought up pretty aggressively. There's a monster seller at this level, 74.20. We can't shake the sellers there. There's a lot of selling. Look at this, 74.12, 74.20. There's an aggressive short seller there. So yes, we got bottoming tail candles. Yes, we're holding up at 70, but the selling right now is stronger than the buying. I won't be convinced any different. I just saw a plethora of green and orange come in on my time in sales, and we couldn't shake that seller by even like 1 penny. So let's continue to watch. Let's see if the buyers step right back in, bring AGAE back into 80, 85 pennies, 90. It's a 95.86 technical high. Yeah, sometimes they don't quite make it up to the dollar, and that 95.86 ends up being the dollar-ish level. That's fine if it doesn't do that, but I'm going to continue to watch this. I think this is my best shot right now, other than BIRD, which I don't think is ready to go. And here it comes. Well, this is going to stop me out here. It looks like it's dropping down into 69, an aggressive seller, and now there's aggressive seller at 70. So there's all sorts of bamboozlement today on these small cap gappers. Let's see if we can work back up. Didn't add, but that's another defend of 70 pennies, but without any higher highs. So you know there was a buyer in and around 70, but just not enough buying to take out area highs, especially that 74 penny seller, Joey. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on there. Going to keep a close eye here on AGAE as we're looking to size up into this one.
All right, sounds good, man. I hope you absolutely smashed that one.
I appreciate you, bro.
Yeah. So lock in there, do what you got to do, put on that trade, and then may the trading gods forever be in our favor. Now, as for Robinhood, let's pull this one up. It was actually the third attempt. May the trading gods be in everyone's favor here, essentially, but unfortunately it doesn't work that way. But there it is. Let's go. 86.80. Now you're down more than $1 off of that high. The price action was weak. You were just stair-stepping higher, 86.74, and then boom, off to the races it goes. Now with the Tesla also breaking through that key support level that we were talking about not too long ago, 13.20. You're 15 cents south of that. Entry price of around 13.40 would have been more ideal for the short, but we just never re-engaged. So that shoulda, coulda, woulda. We got to talk about what's right now and what we can find potentially in this market. The NASDAQ is really sliding here, guys. Look at the TQQs off of the highs, engulfing essentially from where you were from 1040 in the span of about 20 minutes. So a couple hours of grinding higher just absolutely evaporated relatively quick. Stairs up, elevator out, the window out the door. Now, moving forward, let's pull up NVDA. Maybe you get some form of buyers, but all of today's session essentially engulfed already just like that. That was pretty quick, and it doesn't look like there's going to be any form of a bounce. You don't want all of these longs are caught offside now, right? So if you were thinking that it was going to be an all-day grinder, no, nice, see you later. If we break through the volume-weighted average price and then continue that slide, watch out. And I'm going to be looking for it here on Robinhood and on Tesla because this momentum doesn't look good whatsoever. The one name that is holding up relatively strong is Apple. It's living in its own world at this point, and it's disregarding whatever's going in the market. You see it's not relatively close to where everyone else is selling. This one's holding up, all right? Google doing the exact same thing. Microsoft, how have you been performing? You're slowly starting to come off of the highs. Amazon, we can talk about, hasn't been as strong as the rest. You have this breakout here, but then eventually met by resistance. Meta, how's that been performing today? We haven't looked at that. You go to 678 high, now you're back at a key support level low. Wow, Robinhood, this thing is really off to the races. That $88, that $87 high, just absolutely tanking, now down to $85. Man, oh man, why couldn't that happen 20 minutes ago when we were short just the momentum? And you can see the increase on the lower time frames as well, that we might not slow down. I don't know if you're going to find that strong sustained bounce and find any form of a recovery, because the way things are looking right now, it might be a wrap on the longs today, especially when you thought it was going to be just one of those nice steady channels. Isn't the case whatsoever. We're at our opening prices 196.55. We're not far off of that. $1, wouldn't be surprised whatsoever if NVDA heads into that level. All
right, man. Continuing to watch AGAE. We're break even essentially on this one, as we did get that entry into the low. I got it actually in the 60s. Looking for a recovery here. There's a touch of VWAP, but back above 70 it goes, but there's aggressive selling. So I'm continuing to watch on this one. I'm really unsure how this one resolves. If I had to guess, honestly, it feels like it might be headed back down. But let's watch a little bit more. Let's see if we can test some levels here at 71. There's really nothing going on right now. HUBC, says Grunfeld. There are some things going on. I got to keep my eye on the scanner a bit more. Once you you put up all your small cap gappers on the side there, you kind of forget that the scanner is still in play. HUBC, that's the one. Penny stock name, but breaking out quite aggressively in about 35 pennies, give or take. It's up 157%. Who are we taking off here? We're taking off NCI. We're putting HUBC. Shout out to Grunfeld for that. Thank you for pointing that out, brother. I didn't have eyes on that bad boy. Let's put HUBC. What's going on there, Neil? Uh-oh. I think he's bringing in the food, which means he's not happy with it. That's the Greek salad? Sorry, man.
You can leave it there.
I'm sorry, man.
Well, why don't
You're going to have that, Joey?
Of course, man. We're going to get those greens in there, man.
Well, yeah, I meant Neil's, but like...
Yeah, I would have ate the cucumber and everything.
Yeah, you got to get the greens, man. Otherwise, there's no fiber in the diet, and that's no good. Let's pull up HUBC. Let's see what kind of price action we're getting on the level 2 here. HUBC on the NQ. Yes, look at the tape right now. Very, very aggressive. Let's switch to the 5-second chart. Take a gander at what this one is doing. Good strength. Looks like there's buying at 31, but we've got a bit of a downtrend at the moment. Look for the loss of 31. The loss of 31 could be a bit of trouble. I would say a break above 33 probably puts us back on trend for a 35 break. Let's see, here's 33, rejects 33, so we're still putting in a bit of a downtrend right now on HUBC. Trade this one carefully, but it's done a lot of volume, 170 million shares, Joey, so this one should be in your purview. Amir, NNBR. Let me look at NNBR. Sorry, Amir. I do apologize about that. I did see you point that out earlier. NNBR. Let's see. Very consolidative, Amir. Kind of moving sideways a little bit. Guys, we're above 33 on HUBC. This might be the continuation. Hard to say, Amir. I mean, like, it breached 2 a bunch of times. So I'm hesitant to put anything at 2, but it's a good breakup. And then it's now straddling VWAP. So not exactly my ideal trade on NNBR, Amir, but it's up 30%, man, 29.3%. But it's just put on a bit of a downtrend. So for a momentum trade, not that great. Let's see what the daily is on this. Yeah, coming off the lows, claiming the 200, but we know what these small cap gappers are like, Joey.
All right, good stuff. I want to point this out here. It's either we're going to break this signal. I love where the SPY is sitting. Now, if this 5-minute candle can print, I want to get a little bit more detail in the price action. If we start to form a base, then I'm prepared. Like, I'm loading up this position because this is what I want to see at the location in which I want to see it. But I also have to take into consideration what these big boys are up to, all right? So we're hyper-focused and we're locked in. I'm going to be using the TQQs for potential long. But as soon as this 5-minute candle is broken and that wick is broken to the downside, we've already covered about 75% of it, even more of the value of that wick, then I'm going to have to just disregard it. We have 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35 minutes of straight selling here in NVDA. Oh. We don't stand any form of a chance if this decides to go tank city and move lower. Okay, so now we're bouncing off of it, but it looks like we have breached the lower end of the wick. Thesis invalid. I have to look for another potential opportunity. There's a momentum shift, a big one, as we're heading towards the opening price in the largest market capitalization name. With that being said, we're going to see that a lot across the board, right? So we'll see the TQs get there, the SPY is heading there, and then we just have a measly breath right here in 390 on Tesla as we look like we might continue to the downside. Look at the momentum really start to accelerate. Let's get more detail and head into our volume by time profile and see what we have going on. So you can see on the move up, right, modest volume, relatively cool, but as we start to accelerate to the downside, you can see the upticks in the volume by time profile. All right, that's a pretty good indicator of the fact that, hey, this continuation and this down move might be sustained. So keep an eye out. Don't try to catch this falling knife like I am unless you have a precise exit. As soon as your thesis is invalid and you're risking a couple of pennies, get out of dodge and look for that next opportunity. Be patient and don't ruin the day based off of you trying to catch the exact same thing over and over and over again. We were waiting, we went counter trend on multiple occasions, and it was the latter half of the session in which they really started to work. It was scalp city for the first little bit. You re-engage, and then you'd be fortunate enough to catch that longer move. That may not be the case. Multiple hammers at VWAP could be somewhat of a bullish signal. So the momentum's picking up. We can engulf that relatively quick. So essentially where you've been grinding higher all day, if you get that rubber band effect and that aggressive bounce, then you can see us head back in towards some key resistance zones that were acting as prior support. Or if it's weak and the mega tech names decide that they want to sell off, it's hasta la vista, baby. You probably won't get that. So nice hammer candle. Let's see if this is going to work out in our favor, but it's not looking too good right now as the larger names are continuing its slide. There's nothing stopping NVIDIA. I don't know if it's just a technical breakdown or something else from the news headline standpoint, which we can find out. But here it is. It breaches, it punches through that resistance zone, and then comes right back in. So be prepared for that. Jose and I and an individual from the L room were talking the other day about this. You have these punches, you break through, but then you get a little bit of selling, profit taking as it punches through those levels. Now I'm going to look up on my news feed to see if there's anything on NVDA and why maybe we're selling aggressively.
All right, man. Stopped out of AGA. I did get out prematurely because it did lose trend. So I had my stop at 65, but we took it out for a penny loss right at 70. But that will put me negative on it on the day. I'm also keeping an eye here on HUBC. And this one looks like it's the most prone to continue the breakout above 35 pennies. But it's not really holding trend at the moment. So I'm trying to keep my eye on this one, try to spot a buy area. There's a lot of resistance at 31.5 from where we were finding support before. So here we are right back into 31.5, selling now, dropping below 31. So there is still localized selling at this level. Wow. So nothing for me to do. What's up?
It's just still going, dude.
Nvidia?
Yeah.
The market's turning
it's really
big time here,
This is like waterfall type price action almost. The candles aren't that aggressive, but there's no signs of it slowing down. Like, look at that. That's 40 minutes of straight buying. All day grinding higher. You put in this one signal. Gaurav pointed this out. He's like, hey, Joe, did you see this? And this is VPA 101. I'm like, Gaurav, way to call that out, man. There's so many things aligning with this. You're at the high of the day, and you have the largest volume print. Now, it's not necessarily the price action print that you want to see, but there's things, you have the doji candle and the largest volume print outside of the opening drive. Even putting in hundreds of thousands of more shares out of that opening drive, that can be classified as stopping volume. That's a big time short signal, and I hope a couple individuals got to take advantage of that.
Yeah, man. Good call about that. HUBC, just let me pull that up over here, HUBC. And we want to take this much risk, and where's my stop on that? So it would have to be prior bar low, which takes us to 27.68. So let's say 27.5. Okay, good. So that'll put me here. I'm just continuing to watch to see if we can get through this 31, 31.5, 32 area. If we can shake some of the sellers there. We got a double bottom at 28. All right, let's give this a try. Let's go. I'm going to give this one a try. Let's see if we can reclaim some area highs. What do we get? We got 33s looking for continuation. So let's find out what our 1R is on this. So, oops, got a little bad up. We need that. All right, so what do we get? We got 32.61, so 62.61. That'll give me my 2R on that. All right, so 38, that's what we're looking for. Good job, Joey, keep killing it. I already put in my stop on this one, so looking for the move. Right now, prior bar high is 33.52, current bar high is 33.08. So now we're getting localized selling at 33. Let's see if we hold up at around 31, 31.5. That's where we had resistance before. Now we know resistance is showing up at 33 on HUBC. Let's see if we can shake some of those sellers there, Joe. Send it to you. See if we can take out some of these sellers.
All right, man. Smash it. Do what you got to do over there. Lock in.
Big sellers at 33.
Big sellers at 33. All right. As Conor McGregor once said, precision beats power and timing beats speed. Let's rock and roll. A nice little scalp city. That's what we're trying to establish here today. A nice little pop-up. I told you we were ready to hammer a couple shares. I have no issues with just taking that scalp to the top side, pops into 30s. We're holding on to 20% of this position. So that's a nice little move right there from 54.17s. We take some off at 22s. Then we take some more off at 26s. And then sure enough, we'll hold a little bit more for the dream. Why would you buy Qs? Why would you buy Qs at VWAP? Is that a serious question? There's no way. I know. I don't know why. If you're going to buy something, wouldn't you want it to be as close to the volume-weighted average price as possible? That's a genuine question. And trust me, there's no such thing as a dumb one, in my opinion. I never like that. If you don't know, anybody knows. But if you're going to be buying something, buying or selling something, wouldn't you want to get it as close to the volume-weighted average price as possible? I don't know. That's just me, and that's just how. Yeah, right. So why would you? So to answer your question, there were so many stars aligning on why I wanted to buy the TQQQs at the volume-weighted average price. Right? Look what was going on. You had on the 5-minute time frame, you started to see the buying pressure start to kick in, and then we also have NVDA looking for a little bit of a rebound. But this was my green light to go. And then sure enough, as soon as that candle printed, I'm like, let's rock and roll. Put on the size, and then take that scalp to the top side. So if I'm looking to buy anything, it's most definitely, I think a lot of it has to do is hey, where's your targets? I'm not insulted at all. I think that's hey man, you have a genuine question, but if I'm gonna buy or sell anything, it's probably at the volume-weighted average price. I think that's the most ideal thing. As Obi would typically say, is okay, you're looking for that reversion style play, where's the primary target? The volume-weighted average price. Where do you want to get involved in some names? The volume-weighted average price. Why? Because that's where the larger participants are essentially buying and selling. Hey, and I'm pretty sure that's how you're graded as well too, Sharif, from a proprietary standpoint, is how far away are you from how close are you to the volume-weighted average price, and where is price at the closing end of the day? All right? Awesome. So that's it. That's all I'm saying. So, man, long Brady, no need to. You know why? Showtime VP. There's no. You know what Party Next Door once said?
What?
No chill.
No chill.
There it is. A nice little move. You want to get involved at VWAP, and I think everyone here along those lines. I know Sean and Neil like grabbing those things from the volume-weighted average. Shit. Yeah. Watch out. Yeah, man. Watch out, man. Anyways, aside from that, a nice little scalp, a nice move to the top side. We're going to be looking for that next trade. We may not have to put on anything other than that. Not too bad of an opportunity.
Oh, we got a super.
Oh, okay. There you go. You're in long. So you're asking me why, but you're buying it at the same place. I hope at the same price. I hope it works for you. To be honest with you, it's starting to come in, and the momentum is to the downside, but there is some buying signals.
All right. Thank you very much for the super chat. Let's read it out. Shout out to DPKVDH at 12:21. Japan's finance minister said it would take bold action on FX if needed. The exact time the decline all over the market started. Source Financial Juice. This brings back shades of the yen, of the unwinding of the yen carry trade. Remember that from August of 2024? That was an interesting time. I was actually reading something about that not that long ago. I think about maybe a week ago on the way back, maybe from vacation. It was something to the effect of just the mechanics of how it was working and what they were doing. Just give me a sec here. We'll get back into that. Just keeping an eye here on HUBC, trying to see if we can take through 33. We're still having a lot of trouble clearing through the mid-30s. It's got a decent looking pattern hanging around that 30-ish penny level, but I don't think that we're getting the kind of the higher highs that we need for the breakout. We are getting higher lows generally, but that's not enough of a move here. So I'm trying to pack my patience on this one. We're in at 32. I'm looking for a move into 35. That would be the high of the day, and then possibly into 50. But HUBC setting up in a pretty unclear way. I just got to tell you, it's hanging out near highs. It's holding technical levels, but it's not, breaking out. So that is the major problem. We're going to pause for a second. We're going to Adair.
Keep an eye here on NVDA and some of these other names in that chip space. Seeing a pretty vague report for now. If I get more details, I'll let you know. But apparently a GOP senator has urged Commerce Secretary Lutnick to shore up U.S. chip supply. Again, if I get more details, I'll keep you posted. But just be aware here if you're in these chip names. Also, apparently the CFTC is probing oil trades made right before President Trump's Iran policy announcement. Now, this was something we already heard before as well, but just something to be aware of. Last but not least, UNP with a steel contract. No move on this, but again, NVIDIA, just be aware of here. Looks like there could be more probes, or not probes rather, but I guess shoring up here of the U.S. chip supply. Back to you.
Yeah. I mean, Stevenson, I know that was you, my brother, and trust me, that's why we were just talking. Like, hey, at the end of the day, like, why? And we gave the explanation. I wasn't saying it was a bad question or you're taking a jab at me at all, my boy. I know you're out there killing it. Trust me. So don't worry about that whatsoever. Here's the TQs, a nice little pop. Hopefully you're involved in this from a good price. Katina, man, you see that we're at 54.17s now, climbing up to 54.39. I'm out of the majority of the position, to be full disclosure. I only have about 10% left of it. We'll hold on to it. We did take some off here. It was about 40%, and then off to the races we go. But he's taking a jab. No, why would I do that? No, man. Trust me. The only jabs I'm taking are in the ring. Can we get days highs? I don't know. That's a risk. But this is what I was talking about, the elastic effect. I don't know if it's a risk, but that's a stretch potentially. But this is what I was talking about, the elastic effect, and Obi goes on about this as well too, is that you see we have that aggressive momentum to the downside, and then now we're getting that strong aggressive rebound. Does it always happen in that case? No, definitely not. But here it is. So you have that selling, you have the momentum pick up, but then you just engulf the majority of that again. So that's a sign of strength. And what we have on NVDA, that's positive. And what we have on Robinhood, pretty good look as well, right at 84.95. So market rebound, you can catch some shorts offside here, and the market can continue to climb higher as now we're hitting 54.43s on the TQQs. I don't have very much left. Would have liked to hold a little bit more, but that's not necessarily the case. You just learn from that and try to put on some more positions. We'll take another additional bid off here, all the way up here at 44s, as the TQQs found a nice rebound.
All right, man. Still holding here, HUBC, still out of the money on this one, but still holding higher lows. You feel like for how long that's going to happen. Such a consolidative look here. But it's above the 10, but it's below 30 now. I've already put in my stop, so we'll cut the bleeding if we lose the 28 penny area. So we're pretty close to that. We're going to have to cut the bleeding sometime. And there it is, get stopped out. And that is a tough trading day for me today. That's all good. We did all right the day before and Monday. So give back a little bit today. Let me just cancel all my orders, as that will be the end of trading for me today. Not shut down, not even close, but just gotta, it's not my day. So let's move on. Let's start the news. We'll get Luis. We'll stop. Let's start exactly what we got over here. We got Google facing an antitrust lawsuit over the Android App Store purchase practices, App Store practices. I'll get it right. So Google has been sued by Aptoide, which is a Portuguese Android App Store rival. It's alleging monopolistic control over the app distribution and billing within the Android ecosystem. The lawsuit was filed in U.S. federal court, and they seek an injunction and triple damages. So triple damages, essentially where, you've done something bad and not just breach the law, you actually had some bad action. So the court, what they do is they issue punitive damages, and they give the aggrieved party more money than they realistically would have been entitled to just to cover their actual damages. So there's actual damages, punitive damages. Sometimes they're called exemplary damages, different jurisdictions, different names. Aptoide claims Google leverages its dominance in the Android and the Play Store to block competing app stores from reaching users and developers at scale. Despite offering lower commissions and cheaper distribution, Aptoide says it can't even compete due to Google's anti-competitive chokehold. And Aptoide positions itself as the third largest app store for Android, with about 436,000 apps on the platform and about 200 million users. The company previously filed complaints with EU regulators showing that this is a longer running dispute rather than just something that came up quite recently, Joey. So Google finally getting some smoke here in terms of its app Store, because Apple always seems to get all the heat for the App Store issues.
Yeah, I'm just reading a little bit on it, with about 436 apps, more than 200 million annual users by 2024. This is Aptoide, that is. The case adds more antitrust pressure with Google. I just don't know how much this is going to weigh. I mean, Portugal giving them a little bit of heat, but we've seen them brush this off their shoulder, essentially. So, I mean, It's not heavily weighted today. It's not having a drastic effect, but it's just probably a fine or some regulatory change that they're going to have within the app itself with Google, considering they don't like the monopoly aspect. They don't like how much market share they have. They want to diversify, obviously, and I wouldn't be surprised if Aptoid does get some ruling in their favor. But
we got the man himself, Luis frickin' Barbano. Shout out to Luis. We already know the weather is good. Adara asked you this morning, and you said it was 24 degrees. Right. Sonny, you've got the hat on. That tells me that there was you were either outside and there was some great sun there. What?
The hat was a giveaway. As soon as he comes in with the hat, it's like, okay, it's hot. It's hot out here. Sure enough, and the smile too.
Exactly.
It's the smile, Luis.
Luis, I got to put this one to you right away because Bird looks like it's setting up here for a possible short. So let's just bring up the chart on Bird. So area high, Luis, lower high, flat bottom-ish, this 16, I want to say 16 and a third. You know, this general area here looks like it might be giving way. What do you think about a short setup possibly right now on Bird? Forgetting, of course, the locates and how much they cost, just the technical setup.
Right now, the technical setup might look okay for a short, probably for a second or third time during the day, and never worked. So don't be so confident in this. We might see highs. Listen, there is a lot of times that this kind of a stock, it keeps irrational, as why I think Warren Buffett said, the market keep irrational longer than you're solvent, right? So it could keep going and going. And if we close around here, 1720, I will not be surprised if aftermarket we see 40 or 50 or 80, whatever, you know, because aftermarket without liquidity, all the shorts stack will get out. So I don't know. Listen, I have to be transparent here. And as a short seller, this was a losing ticker, of course. We tried several times. I got it pretty much under control until this last push from $14 to $18. That was very tough. We tried just right out the open, close, of course, when it broke pre-market highs. We tried again on this small movement down, right, from 12 to 10. And this was, in my opinion, as a short seller, the toughest movement. We saw this break of highs here from 12 to 14 and a very, very tough candle down for the long bias traders. This is almost $3 candle, red candle. And surprise, it broke highs. So after this break of highs, for me, it's done for the day. I won't not short this again because the risk is very, very, very high. Look, even though it looks like very, very sharp, this movement from 14 to 24, if we consider this on a logarithmic scale, is the same movement that from $4 to 6 or from 8 to 12. You know, it's a longer movement, but percentage token is the same movement. So for us, it loses a little bit the idea of going shorts. It looks like might work today, but where do you place the stop? Right now, the stops are always too far.
Exactly. I 100% agree with that. And that's sometimes why you look at some of these, they look like great setups, but then you say, okay, if I'm going to set up a proper trade and put my out at the right area, not just a random area where, you know, you could just be pushed out of the trade early, like you'd have to give this, I don't know how you feel, Assassino, if we can show the chart just for 1 second. This is the area high above this 20.5 area. We're trading at 1782. So you've got to give this at least a couple of bucks, if not even more, because you also have this area high over here, Luis, the high of which is 2120. So that sets up in a bit of a tough way. I see your point on that. Just before
and the problem here is the risk reward as well. Even if you are right, are you going to hold this over $2-3 if you are right? Because your stop loss is there. And listen, if it keeps going up, the shorts are going to get the squeeze again, and long buyers are going to take again the power here. So they're going to be in charge. So it's very difficult trade. I think as a short seller, you know, you have to understand when you're losing the battle, call it a day or call it at least in this stock and don't try again. Because if you keep trying, then, you know, blow-ups are just around the corner.
I couldn't agree more. Luis, I want to ask you about this one just before we see what you traded on the day. RETO, not one that's amazing or anything. The reason I'm bringing it up is I like the chart pattern. So this one, Luis, a big breakout right around 10:30. It moves up from around 84 pennies or wherever it closed yesterday to that $1.40. So it's a monster move from top to bottom. It was up about, I want to say, 40% just off that level. But here's the thing. This is what got my attention. It loses everything, right? We call this the Christmas tree retracement. Moves up, green on the left side, red on the right side. But here's the deal. It finds a bit of a bottom at 95. Now it's working up to VWAP. Do you feel like these type of setups are good short setups where there was an initial breakout, a very clear failure, and then a move back into VWAP? Is that short, or we were going to recover? What's your look on something like this?
For me, first of all, it's very, very tiny volume on this one. And I think the only good setup was the first VWAP rejection, this one here, right? When you see from 85 to 115, there you have the VWAP. You can go short there, with a tighter stop. Once this movement is done, look at the volume. There is no one there. Look, it's like how much per minute? 200 shares,
right?
700 shares, 5,000 shares per minute is not enough to trade, in my opinion.
Fair enough. Joey?
All right, Luis, I want to drag our attention towards IMMP here today. This thing has put in over 651 million shares so far on today's session. But what I noticed in the pre-market, it was relatively strong. We took a couple attempts on this name, the second working. But what I've been noticing as of late, considering I started to essentially, I don't know, start trading these specific names, is that once it's under the volume-weighted average price and it's been holding under for, say, a half an hour or a little bit more, it's a lot more difficult for these names to start to recover and break through VWAP. What can you tell us about that? Because I know you were talking about essentially 70% of them retrace and they don't really recover. I think in this instance, once you're below VWAP, what is the probability of it staying below VWAP?
Well, first of all, talking about percentage and statistics, 70% close red. Yes, but first you have to pick up the right timing to go in. It's not like I'm going to go short because 70% of them go down. What if you go on bird short today and don't stop out? You lose like 100 trades, positive trades. So it is important to red flag some tickers, first of all, and a bird. It was probably a red flag because of AI-related news. I didn't give it enough important as it was, but I was wrong, of course. So if you red flag some things to no go short and write the perfect timing to short, then this 70% plays on your favor, right? On AMMP, I think the good short was here, right? When it failed on $1 wall, we went down to 75 cents. We see this push to 95 cents. You have a very, very tight stop. As you can see, 5 cents, 6 cents a stop, and a lot to go down. As you said, once it had go below VWAP, you have to consider this. Always, when you try to trade, when you're learning to trade, you have to understand what is the mass psychology, as I call it, like what is the people feeling. Who is comfortable? Who is uncomfortable with the positions? Are the long bias nervous, or are the short bias calm in the trade? And when you lose VWAP and it's, the time goes by, there is no buyers because no long bias is going to buy something that is below VWAP without volume. They are not going to buy. They will buy if it's below VWAP, but for very tiny cents, because they can expect this VWAP reclaim in the afternoon, evening trade, which is very popular between the long bias traders. But once it below VWAP for like this, it's 20% almost below VWAP without volume, I don't expect this to go up, really, honestly.
Fair enough. And with that being said, I'm curious, you were looking at that, but what I'm also just starting to gauge, obviously hindsight being 2020, but where I got out was at this top wick, but then what I noticed is that, hey, okay, we have a large volume candle right here, so maybe potentially stopping volume on that front, but as we're breaking through the volume-weighted average price, the momentum starts to pick up once again. Is that something specifically you'd be looking for as the momentum picks up through VWAP?
Yeah, but the problem here, if you are a long bias, I am not, but if you are a long bias, you have to trade like cherry things. It's always something above VWAP, above pre-market highs with a lot of momentum, with a historical volume, as it has BERT, for example, and increasing volume. And on this one, right out of the gates, you see lower volume, losing lower highs, losing VWAP. So I wouldn't take the chance here. I think the odds are against you if you are long bias, right?
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, we're just in AGAE over here, guys, breaking out. This is one that I had a lot of trades on earlier, Luis, but it was not good to me. It holds up at 65 pennies, and now it's trying to break through 80. So this is one that I want to take your opinion on as I'm in the trade. So AGAE, I don't know, would you call this bid non-compliant, Luis? And the reason I say that is because, you know, it dropped back down, trying to hold different levels. It looked like it found some support at 70 initially, and that's why I got into it initially. So take a look at that 12.25 candle. Area low 70, 70, 70, and then it finally gives it up at 12.45. Loses VWAP, finds support for whatever reason, Luis, at 65, not an area that I saw an area of support. What do you think about AGAE over here?
Well, first of all, let's explain this non-compliant
Explain it, yeah,
right?
yeah.
You have to go to the NASDAQ non-compliant list and understand few terms. Are very well explained there, but you can go to ChatGPT or whatever and ask them. You have like 2 or 3 important terms here about non-compliant. First of all is bid price. What means the NASDAQ has warned this company that is not following these rules. So it has traded below $1 for over, I think it's 20 or 30 days. I don't remember. It's trading below $1. So it has to go over $1 for 10 consecutive days. And they give the stock 180 days to fulfill this requirement, right? So, for example, AGAI, you see here, bid price, non-compliant. So it has to trade over $1 for 10 days, consecutive 10 days. The warning was on, this is 4th of November. So you can 180 days from 4th of November, and that's the deadline they have. I think it's very, very close to the deadline if it haven't been already. So the stock has to trade over $1 for 10 days in a run. And that's why it was 30 cents. They start with news, you know, and all these things to try to push it over $1. Because if they don't, it will go delisted. It will go to the pink sheet, to the OTC. So that's a big problem for the company. That's one of them. The other one is market value.
Right.
Even though the stock can trade over $1, if it's not enough market value according to NASDAQ terms, they will get a warning and they will have 180 days to raise this market value.
That's excellent explanation.
Sure,
yeah.
AGAA is bid price. It has to trade over $1 for 10 consecutive days. They're going to make it. I'm not sure, but they will try. And this is the first try today. So there is some swing traders, right? So they pick up this list and they see when the deadline is getting closer, they long a bunch of stock of them. And some of them, they will not do it. But some of them, they will do 300% like today, AGAI.
Excellent explanation, Luis. Thank you for that. I didn't actually know about some of those rules. That's more details that I knew. Thank you for that. Do you have any more questions, Joey?
I mean, we already know the weather, so I'm good on that front. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm enjoying trading these small caps. The momentum is exciting, and they put a substantial amount of volume in, regardless if it continues or not. But I'm starting to enjoy it quite a bit.
Luis, when are we gonna actually
We're very happy to have in the small cap team, Joe.
Yeah, all right, I appreciate that.
But we would even be happier if Luis ended up coming to Toronto to come to the
bring
Toronto
that weather with him.
Yeah.
No, I got an even better idea.
This is the perfect time of the year. I mean, we don't want to invite him in the winter and traumatize him.
Yeah. We don't want to. I got an even better idea, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
Let's bring the show to Barcelona. I think that would be. We'll go over to A trading. We'll go over there. I think that's a good one.
Do this vote poll, these polls that you do, like click 1, click 2. If people want me there, people want Trader to be here. Let's see. right?
I think for a fact, I'm willing to bet people will say yes to that. And Fabian says he's willing to translate as well. So there you go. But not like he needs it though, Fabian.
I'll translate, no problem, man.
Oh, calm down, Mr. Duolingo there.
Yeah.
Thanks for being on, Luis. Great information too. A lot of insight, especially about the trade non-compliant thing. I think that really did iron out a lot of information for people. Thank you for coming.
Let me go to two tickers that it's important that we don't forget. VSA, there was, I call it this pre-market. We short these 140s, hold it to BWAT, and we close it maybe a little bit early, 130, 120, 115. And then we had this BWAT rejection trade. So we shorted here front side, took the profit around BWAT and a little bit lower, shorted here against the BWAT. This is what we call BWAT rejection, probably the easiest trade in a small cap, in my opinion, right? And also, we talked with Adara pre-market, was LR8C, I think. There you go. We call this because it has a history of pump and dump, right? It goes up during the pre-market and all the way down. You want to see this? I think we saw it in 1 hour candles, even more, 4 hours. Let's go 4 hours. And you will see many days. Look, we have 1 day here, 100% up, even more, 300% up, down all the way down the same day. This one, 100% down, 100% down. And you know what happened today, right?
Yes.
No one took this trade. Look, from 40 cents to 90 cents is trading negative right now.
All right. Thank you again. Do you have any questions?
No, it's good stuff. That's good stuff. I mean,
all right, Luis. Thank you for coming on very much. And great to see you as always, and great information. And I did have actually eyes on VSA. I actually put that for a long, but it lost VWAP. And I kept my eye on those VWAP projections. It probably would have served me well to go short, especially with that failure of the dollar and VWAP. But I did have that one on there. Not a bad move for VSA. Still up about 48% on the day, but it's given back a big amount there. Thanks, Luis.
Thank you.
All right. Great. Always great information, man, especially about that bid non-compliant, like how he explained that, because I had a completely different understanding of what he meant by that. I thought he just meant that it wasn't respecting the bid, but no, what he was saying, obviously, is it's trading below the dollar. They got that 10 days to get it back above the dollar. And I like how he pointed out that there's swing traders that take that specific trade because the company fights for their life to stay on the main exchange so they don't get booted down and then have a date with Jeff Mendel.
Like, what do you do?
You know what I mean? Like,
Jerry, we got to call Jeffrey. No, I wonder what they do. It's like, hey, man, you need to, as bad as it may be, you need to pump your stock so it's above that dollar mark. How do you do that? Do you drop an AI headline?
There you go.
Something like that. All right, guys, a lot going on. Caroline was speaking not too long ago. Adara, talk to us.
Levitt, we've got as well alongside her, so she's not alone. She's also a Secretary of Treasury, Scott Bessent, and Small Business Administrator here, Kelly Loeffler. So three of them here, a little bit of a push higher here in the market, but I do want to let you guys know, I just got a couple seconds ago here, Israeli Broadcasting Corporation reporting that members of the Israeli cabinet are opposing a ceasefire with Lebanon. So it looks like more setbacks to a potential Israel-Lebanon ceasefire. Back to you.
Interesting look there.
Yeah, very, very interesting. There goes the NASDAQ. Elastic effect, you're right back towards the high of the day in the SPY, lagging here in the TQQQs. You're climbing back in Robinhood, but NVDA not doing too much. A nice move higher in the TQQQs to the top side, right off of the volume-weighted average price. Stevenson, I hope you're still sitting in this trade. It's been a good one for us.
All right, man. Let's start the news here. Let's just give this one a look. I lost it. I don't know where it is. Look, there we go. Okay, so we went through the Google. Story. Let's just load up. Give me 1 sec. Just got to get organized over here. This guy just gets up and leaves me. All right. Let's go to the next one. Amazon's Globestar. So we brought this headline to you guys yesterday, but we really didn't know that it was going to go through because neither company had actually announced that it was going through. But Amazon's planned $11.6 billion acquisition of Globestar is viewed as a major step in advancing its satellite ambitions, especially around Project Kuiper and the direct-to-device D2D connectivity. The deal would accelerate Amazon's ability to deliver satellite-based services by leveraging Globalstar's existing spectrum as well as infrastructure. Their existing relationship with Apple, especially powering satellite connectivity features for iPhones and Apple Watches, definitely seen as a validation, or key validation that is, of real-world demand. Analysts, though, they're expecting minimal near-term financial impact for Amazon, given Globalstar's kind of small size, about $273 million in revenue, and they lost about $9 million on the year, still not profitable there. The business remains capital intensive with a long deployment timeline, meaning that meaningful earnings contribution, at least to Amazon's top line, is likely pushed out several years. But Amazon's got a lot of money, man. They got $123 billion in cash, and they raised $50 billion in Q1. So they've got some maneuvering here in order to make these acquisitions. And, you know, if you can't grow organically, you can grow through acquisitions, unless, of course, Lena Khan is at the helm. Tesla, you want to comment about the Globalstar Amazon thing?
No, I mean, I think we talked about it yesterday. They're trying to directly compete with Starlink. I mean, Tesla's a big part of it as well, too. They have significant, Starlink obviously having significantly more satellites. I think with this Amazon partnership that they can start to climb and they can meet those quotas that they were, because they're behind on what they were supposed to launch.
How do you get rid of this stupid thing over here?
Click something else.
Yeah, I know, but I just don't want it to pop up. All right, let's go on to Tesla. Tesla, big day, a little bit off the highs. They confirmed their AI5 self-driving chip has been kind of tapped out. Doesn't mean what you think. It marks the completion of the design phase and then the transition by the company from that design phase into manufacturing readiness. This AI5 chip is expected to become a core component of Tesla's self-driving stack, you know, so still looking to be vertically integrated. Now, they're designing their own chips. Soon, they'll also be making them, kind of pushing ahead forward with that vertical integration. Elon Musk indicated AI5 is targeting high volume production starting next year in 27. I don't know exactly when, early, middle, late, we'll see. Tesla's already working ahead. They're already looking to the next generation of chips. AI6 and Dojo 3 chips are already in development. This kind of came as a surprise to me, I'm not gonna lie, because I thought he had shut down the Dojo supercomputer in favor, of course, of XAI's big plant there, but apparently he's still producing, or he's looking at designing the chips, but maybe not the supercomputer. I don't know. I heard him say something about that during maybe an earnings call back 2 or 3 earnings ago. Tesla, though, credits both Samsung and Taiwan Semi for supporting production. The company previously signed a $16.5 billion deal with Samsung, kind of reinforcing the commitment they already had for scaling their chips domestically as well as securing the supply. Just before we get Joey's opinion, we're going to go back to Adair.
Keep an eye here on Cadence Design Systems. CDNS getting a little bit of a spike up here. Google on watch as well. These two companies reportedly collaborating to scale AI-driven chip design with the Chip Stack AI super agent on Google Cloud. So again, Google Cloud-related collaboration here with GeoOGL and CDNS. GeoOGL very much at intraday highs. CDNS close to intraday highs and getting a nice spike here. Back to you.
All right, what do you think about this?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously a step in the right direction. This is probably going to be manufactured in the Gigafactory as well, too, which he's working on. Wants to have terawatts of essentially energy. Nothing I can really say. Like, at the end of the day, this is what Elon is working towards, to complete AV and to really, really get the robo-taxi out. So another step in the right direction for Elon Musk.
All right, let's go on to the next story. What do we got here? Meta and Broadcom deepen their AI partnership through 2029. Oh, my days. Meta and Broadcom extended their AI chip partnership through 2029. They're focusing on custom silicon. Specifically for Meta, it's called the MTIA. MTIA chip. Meta is committed to deploying a 1 gigawatt facility. Deploying a 1 gigawatt initially and then scaling to multiple gigawatts of compute over time. The MTIA chip will use a 2-nanometer process, which means that they will be building it with Taiwan Semi. The chips are designed for both training and inference, which is important because we've seen custom ASICs only be really relevant for inference. This, I guess, is designed for both. Meta is aggressively building its own AI hardware stack to reduce reliance on purchasing from the likes of AMD and NVIDIA, the costly GPUs, which have very high margins. Custom ASICs chips, though, like MTIA, are cheaper and more efficient, but they're typically only optimized for narrower tasks, meaning they can't be used for everything. Meta reaffirmed its plan to spend about $135 billion in AI in all of 2026, with additional commitments of up to 6 more gigawatts of AMD's GPUs. We know about Meta and the AMD deal, where AMD could give up to 10% of the company, not assuming future dilution, for this 6 gigawatt deal. But my understanding of the time was that it was going to be gigawatt by gigawatt. It's a scaled partnership. We'll have to see whether they unlock any equity in AMD as a result of that. The company is planning 31 data centers in 27 U.S. cities, and Broadcom CEO Huck Tan, he's not going to seek re-election to Meta's board. I'm assuming there might be some conflict of interest here. I have no idea why he decided to step down. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, there it is, Broadcom benefiting from some of these custom chips. We know that Meta's had some issues with it. That's going to generate by 2027 another 12 to 15 billion revenue for Broadcom. I mean, these names are going to continue to climb higher. This deal is good. It goes through 2029, as Sharif mentioned not too long ago as well. And then the initial commitment is more than 1 gigawatt and is coming in 2027. So another big-time partnership with the hyperscalers for some of these larger chip names like Broadcom. Marvell's getting that $2 billion investment from NVIDIA for custom chips as well, too. So a lot going on, the vertical and horizontal integration in full effect. And Broadcom, once again, just going to benefit from the accelerating spend from these guys. So a pretty good look in that company.
All right, let's go on to the next topic. ASML beats on Q1 and raises 2026 outlook on chip demand strength. It is down markedly, though, but 6.25% on the day. Q1 net sales came in at 8.8 billion euros, beating the 8.5 expected, and net profit surged to 2.8 billion euros, beating the 2.5 billion euros expected. And that also grew at 12% year over year, just in that profit category, not the top line. Results came in at the top end of the prior guidance, meaning the company was guiding between 8.2 to 8.9 billion in sales, and they raised their 2026 outlook to about 36 to 40 billion euros. That's up from the prior guide of 34 to 39 billion. The CEO highlighted that chip demand is outpacing the supply, and that is pushing customers to accelerate their capacity expansion in 26. If you're going to accelerate capacity, you got to have these EUV machines in order to do it. Longer term, though, there is some headwinds. Let's be honest about it, right? They potentially want to deliver about 80, give or take, extreme ultraviolet lithography machines in 2027. That is slightly below, though, the bullish expectations. I don't know if these were whisper numbers or the company guided, but they were actually talking about 90. So maybe some of the reason we're selling off here is that they don't expect as many sales in 27 as one had hoped. Let's talk about some of the AI tailwinds for the entire industry. AI infrastructure remains the primary growth driver here for ASML, and they continue to act as a key bottleneck supplier. Of course, if you want to build anything like 3 nanometer or 2 nanometer, even below, you need these EUV machines. Deep EUV or deep UV, deep ultraviolet lithography, just won't cut it. Those are kind of the machines of the past, so to speak. They're still used heavily for non-high-end chips. Strong read-through, though, from customers like TSMC had the market very bullish about ASML because TSMC was guiding all this chip sales, and the only way to do it is to buy ASML's machines. However, some possible weaknesses we just spoke about. Their memory segment did well. I didn't even know they sold memory, not going to lie, up 51%. I guess they sell tools to make memory, 51% in terms of tool sales. That's up from 30% the year prior. Regional breakdown, looks like South Korea has taken the bulwark of their sales, 45% selling to Samsung. That makes sense, right? Samsung and SK Hynix, two of the biggest RAM suppliers in the world, obviously Micron there as well. But the China exposure, another possible headwind here for ASML. The systems that they sold to China dropped to 19% of total sales. That was down from 36%. And there's now more potential for U.S. legislation, which could further restrict their shipments. So we'll have to wait on details on that. But ASML no longer discloses order numbers, so we won't know the exact details. Joey, we'll have to wait for some whispers.
Yeah, I mean, for 2026 outlook, the Q2, just a slight I mean, coming in below analyst estimates. It's not very much, right? Like, I mean, the 8.7 billion euros, the street was looking for 9.08. You're still running at 53% gross profit margins, absolutely substantial. And it's going to continue to grow. And you'll see that throughout 2026 between 51 and 53%, the midpoint of around 38 billion euros. And in all reality, even though the market sold it off today, you're only 7% off the highs. So that's nothing substantial. Nice, healthy move, considering what we've seen. The demand is still there. Just a bad outlook, and the street didn't like it today.
All right, let's go on and talk about the Iran war, possibly near an end. USO down, barely, down 0.18. So the markets, I'm talking about the Qs and the SPY still green. The IWM is flat, and the Dow is about down a third. President Trump, though, did say yesterday in an interview the Iran war is, quote, very close to over, signaling, hopefully, de-escalation. I know that many different headlines have come out since the time of the writing of this article, but we're going to read it anyway. U.S. officials are actively discussing new negotiations, potentially within days. In Islamabad was mentioned as a location. I was just looking on Instagram. It looks like the Marco Rubio met the Egyptian foreign minister as well, trying to kind of move things along there. Momentum is building ahead of the possible ceasefire expiration next week. Tone is suggesting, though, that urgency is coming from both sides, as now the U.S. has fully enforced the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, cutting off Iranian sea trade. That's a major pressure point. They need money in order to continue funding this war, unless they're going to get, weapons from somebody else. And President Trump said he spoke with President Xi, and President Xi said he's not going to send Iran any weapons. Whether you believe that or not, I think reasonable people can disagree on that. President Trump does expect equities, though, to, quote, boom post-conflict, reinforcing that kind of bullish macro narrative we've been looking at in the market for the last, I want to say, week or so. But to be fair, the last time he said buy during the, let's call it the tariff tantrum, Liberation Day lows, whatever you want to call it. How much are we up since then? Should we do the math? I think we need to do the math.
Yeah, man.
Should we do it on the Qs or the SPY?
Either or works, brother.
Which one do you want?
SPY.
I just finished typing in the Qs, and then you do that. We're gonna go to Adara for she's got news, and then we'll come back to the tariff tantrum lows.
TTE dropping a little bit here. This is Total Energy's heat map reporting that TTE's deal here with the administration could be at risk. Apparently, new documents add some doubt to President Trump's deal to buy back Total Energy's U.S. offshore wind leases. Again, seems kind of speculative. If I get more details, I'll let you know. Back to you.
Tariff tantrum lows, Joey.
Yeah.
Let's just take the SPY because
I'm not gonna look.
Okay, the low. I'm just gonna tell you. The low was $480 on the dot. Okay, we never broke through 480 pre-market, aftermarket, or otherwise. 480 low.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where are we here, Joey? This is 698 on the dot is the high. We're 50 pennies off the high.
Yeah.
The other day that we've ever been higher was January 28th. We got to 698.96. That's all-time highs on the SPYs. We're at 698 right now. So we're basically, let's just cut the crap. We're back at all-time highs.
Yeah, we touched
and we're 45% off the lows. Now, let's do this. Let's take from...
Didn't he say the market was going to double after this is done?
Did he say double? I'm just looking over here. Boom, post-conflict.
Yeah, boom, double.
Yeah, boom, yeah. Well, yeah.
He's gonna say it doubled.
So there you go. So basically, from the tariff tantrum lows, we're about 45% up on that level, and we're, I guess, on the precipice of breaking up above 700. We'll have to see when that happens. Adara is at the big desk.
Emphatically denying that there is not going to be any extension to the 2-week ceasefire. They're trying to get all of these negotiations done before the ceasefire expires on Tuesday. So again, a little bit of a push up here in oil. Caroline Leavitt, White House press secretary, says no, President Trump is not planning on extending this ceasefire. They want to get everything settled right now. Back to you.
All right. Let's talk. You have any comments on this oil thing?
No, look what's happened to the market during this ceasefire. I mean, you tap into all-time highs on the SPY. I wouldn't be surprised if the market's somewhat pricing this in. He says he's not going to give them an extension, but I wouldn't be surprised if he did.
All right. Let's talk about Bank of America with a Q1 beat driven by trading strength and what they're calling a resilient consumer. BAC on the day, just taking a quick look over here, they're still up 2.25%. Definitely not no Morgan. Morgan's up almost 4.4. Let's talk about the report though. They reported earnings per share of $1.11, beating the 101. Nice beat there. Revenue 30.43 billion, beating the 29.93. So easy beat on the top and bottom line. And that profitability, their net income grew 17% year over year, taking $8.6 billion home in profit, marking the bank's highest EPS report in nearly 20 years. Not a bad look. Broad-based strength as well across trading, across fees, and other divisions did drive the upside move here. Let's talk about those different divisions. Equity trading revenue surged 30%. It's like everybody made money except Goldman here. This is so confusing. Like Morgan made money on trading. JPM made money on trading. Who else? Morgan and Bank of America. Everybody except, for whatever reason, Goldman. Anyway, their equity trading revenue surged 30%. They brought about $2.83 billion in revenue from trading. That beats estimates by about $350 million. Good look there. Volatility from geopolitics, as well as the Iran conflict, as well as macro uncertainty with AI, did help drive that aggressive move up. Investment banking revenue, though, also double digits, 21% climb year over year, bringing about $1.8 billion in that sector. They signaled continued deal-making recovery as the reason for the outperformance there. And their net interest income, one of the major, kind of metrics that we always talk about with banks, that only rose single digits, 9% to $15.9 billion, by far the largest contributor of revenue in the quarter, but grew at the slowest pace. That beats expectations, though, and it's what's being credited for that is the higher loan deposit balances as well as repricing benefits. Growth was supported, Joey, by strong client activity and a stable rate environment. And their provision for credit losses, you and I were talking about this yesterday when we had JPM's report, came in at $1.3 billion. Last year, they were allotting $1.5 billion for credit losses, so $200 million less. That's below estimates as well as a year-over-year drop. That probably says something positive about the consumer and the state of credit.
Yeah, I was looking at some of the delinquencies as well, too, Sharif, down to 1.29%. That's not bad whatsoever.
That's not happening here. I
could probably promise you that. Who asked this question? Let's see. Jamie Broadhurst. Come on, man. What kind of question is that? All right. So this is what I found interesting. So the company providing nearly 70 million clients with approximately 3,500 retail financial centers, approximately 15,000 ATMs, 59 million verified digital users. So that's massive, in my opinion. This bank is growing. It's only a couple percentage. Yeah, it's massive. And you got to take into consideration, like, in order for us to continue this climb, and I think a big part of it is that some of these banks are moving here today. You're down 5% off of the highs here in BAC. And for us to continue this trajectory on the spot, you need the banks to participate. Goldman Sachs coming out with one of the worst ones. JP Morgan, you know how Jamie Dimon comes out with his earnings and how and his guidance. He's always that cautiously optimistic individual, but year over year, just continuing to grow at a substantial rate. And that's what you want to see. That's what's going to really drive this market higher alongside tech.
Well said. Let's talk about the better performing bank on the day. I'm talking about the day. Percentage up wise on the day. Morgan Stanley beating on trading strength again. Good trading from them amid a volatile quarter. EPS coming at $3.43, beating the estimate of 3 on the dot. And revenue, $20.58 billion, almost $1 billion beat. Not quite. 19.72 was what the street was looking for. But there you go. Beat top line, beat bottom line. And the results were driven primarily by trading outperformance. Again, reinforcing the strength in the market-facing business. Everybody but Goldman, right? Trading operations generated roughly $1 billion more revenue than expected. They beat by $1 billion in trade. They got great traders, man. Volatile markets driven by AI disruption as well as the geopolitical landscape certainly helped that and buoy that. However, the same volatility that they made money in their trading division on also put pressure on their wealth management flows and fee generation as they had some outflows there. The key question, though, can elevated trading revenues persist and can they rely on that, or does performance normalize as the volatility fades? Thoughts, Joey?
Again, let's pull up some technicals here on Morgan Stanley. All-time high. right? I mean, you climb all the way up to 194, you come in a little bit, but just another good report from the banks, the larger banks, and this is exactly what we want to see. Fixed income revenue, $3.4 billion. Equities revenue, $5.1 billion. Efficiency rate, 65%. Total revenue, $20.6 billion. So the wealth management revenue, $8.5 billion as well, too.
More.
Pre-tax margins, 30.4%.
Not the pre-tax margins.
At 30.4%, like, oh my God. Like, I'm over here talking about JP Morgan, but look.
Is that all-time highs?
Yeah,
That's
dude.
all-time
Like,
highs, eh?
Yeah, exactly. So bank lending balances, $186 million, up $5 billion compared to the previous quarter. So, I mean, there's a lot going on. Household lending penetration, 18%. Total client assets exceed $9 trillion across wealth and investment management platforms. So $9 trillion in total assets under management. It's a lot, man.
That's a lot. 9 trillion. A trillion. All right, Derek, give us your take on Morgan.
Yeah, I'll be brief here. It's kind of less Morgan and more the banks in general, but it's interesting to see. I think, a lot of these banks had maybe a more interesting day 2 move than they did on day 1. I think one really good example is JP Morgan, which basically kind of flagged all day and then finally actually, did something of note during today's session, which again would be day 2 for JPM. All of these banks doing pretty well, except for Wells Fargo with that double miss and the stock reflecting that. So I think the stock reactions made sense here. But yeah, in terms of like the actual financial performances, if you want to compare, it's kind of hard to compare because I think obviously we had JPM generally just doing a little bit more business here, revenue nearly 50 billion here for JPM. You've got 16.5 billion in net income for JP Morgan as well. But the rest of these banks actually, all relatively performing similar if you actually compare it apples to apples like this when it comes to net income. Return on tangible equity is an interesting one because you kind of get all over the place. The smallest here is Citigroup with 13.1%, largest Morgan Stanley with 27%. So kind of a bit of a post-mortem here on these bank earnings to compare how they all performed. We are going to get Charles Schwab, which is a relatively minor name, reporting before the bell tomorrow.
Very much.
One more thing here, which I found interesting, Sharif. We talked about the AUM. There was something else that I just had essentially that now I lost it here. 9 trillion in total client assets. Where was it that I was just looking for? Oh, the repurchase. 1.75 billion common stock repurchased during the quarter.
Not bad.
Not bad.
Adding money back in the shareholders' hands. Yeah. Okay. Let's talk a little Snap. They rip on AI-driven layoffs. I think we're all gonna have a lot to say here. Let's take a look at where Snap is trading on the day. They're still up 6, almost in 2/3, thereabouts. They did announce, sadly, that they do plan to cut up to 16% of their workforce. That is, give or take, about 1,000 employees. Also looking to eliminate about 300 open roles. In addition to that, the move, though, is framed as a structural reset to streamline operations and improve efficiency. And then CEO Evan Spiegel not taking that long to emphasize AI as the core driver behind the cuts. I don't know if he's been under pressure yet or if he's walked it back, but we've seen this already from Jack Dorsey, from Andy Jassy, some others who initially said AI was the reason, the precipice of why they were looking at making these cuts, and then had to walk it back, maybe for management pressure or shareholder pressure or board pressure or whatever. Internal teams already using apparently AI tools to boost productivity across key areas. We're talking about Snapchat Plus, ad platforms, even Snap Lite infrastructure, all using AI internally. The shift obviously is towards leaner teams and higher outputs via AI leverage. That's what he's thinking here, and they expect, Snap that is, to incur about $95 to $130 million, give or take, in restructuring charges as I have to pay these people that they're laying off, packages, etc. That is going to be tied in Q2, but they're also planning on realizing about $500 million plus in savings by the second half of 26 as a result of these restructuring moves, let's say that. Clear pivot, though, towards profitability over growth at all costs. This is not a new company, man. They can't be doing this growth at all costs forever and ever more. Sometimes you just got to turn a profit, Joey. Spiegel did describe Snap, though, as being in a crucible moment, signaling the urgency of the company to transform the business model. Capital and talent, Joey, is being reallocated to what he's saying are the highest ROI initiatives, specifically advertising and sub growth.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm reading some things, and it's We're saying, is AI to blame? Like they're using this as an excuse? Are you really? I don't think it's a form of excuse. It's the reality. If you're actually becoming more efficient, or your company's just sucking at the end of the day, where you have to lay off individuals and you just happen to implement AI for that reason. I don't know if that's the case here with Snapchat. What I think these guys need to do really is start to take advantage of their digital ad. There's no reason why it shouldn't be their best performing segment. Considering what we see from Meta and how it's 97%, you're going to see that increase throughout to 2029. So it's interesting for me. Let's see if we can become more efficient. Because with that being said, if you're cutting off 16% of your workforce, then you should have higher gross margins. Your digital asset should maybe uptick, considering if you're using all of these AI tools. So that's what I want to see coming from Snapchat's next report.
All right. So here's what he said specifically. These are his words, Evan Spiegel, that is. While these changes are necessary to realize Snap's long-term potential, we believe that rapid advancements in artificial intelligence enable our teams to reduce repetitive work, increase velocity, and better support our community, our partners, and our advertisers. We have already witnessed small squads, he said, leveraging AI tools to drive meaningful progress across several important initiatives, including Snapchat Plus, as I mentioned, enhanced platform performance, and efficiency improvements on their Snap Lite infrastructure. So no bones about it. AI mentioned twice in both those comments. Adara, give us your view.
We're about to get a question here coming through on UAL, so keep an eye on United Airlines. We already had the reporter say before their first question that they were going to ask Caroline a question about UAL. They're asking it right now. So again, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt could give a response here. We know that UAL was actually reportedly claiming they had spoken to the president here with regards to this potential merger with American Airlines. She basically said, I'm not going to comment on whether it happened or not. That answer just happened. That's done. I want to talk about Snapchat because this guy was really fascinating. So I reported on this yesterday during Power Hour. I guess on Monday, someone posted in this forum called Team Blind, which I looked into. It's basically like an anonymous Reddit for large companies. So I was scrolling through it. It's a lot of people who work at a lot of these big tech companies, a lot of people today talking about Snapchat. But on Monday, someone posted here that it was rumored on Wednesday, which is today, that 50% of Snapchat employees would be laid off. Now, the layoff was not 50%, only 16%, which obviously not a small amount, but much smaller than that 50% we saw here. But it's interesting. We already had people within the industry anonymously announcing these were going to happen. So we kind of knew about the potential of these layoffs. I think obviously the size of them was a bit different, but this is interesting. I've never seen this before, like the exact accuracy of a date reported here of layoffs, even though, again, of course, A, the number was wrong, and B, this was posted in an anonymous forum. But either way, something to be aware of. I think certainly from my own perspective, I'm going to be more aware when I see kind of some of these random, seemingly rumors, because clearly there's at least partial credence to some of these. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Let's talk about Netflix earnings preview. When are they today or tomorrow? Thursday. Netflix, yeah, so tomorrow. Netflix set to report Q1 revenue expected to be $12.18 billion. That would be a 15.5% year-over-year increase on that top line number. Advertising, though, which is one of their biggest growth areas, man. Advertising revenue expected to contribute about $634 million to that $12.18 billion. Still a smaller but very fast-growing segment, especially with that ad tier. This is the first report, Joey, since Netflix walked away from the $72 billion Warner Brothers merger, and they're shifting their focus back to organic growth as opposed to acquisitions, obviously. With no major acquisition, though, Netflix is doubling down on one, internal content investment, expansion of their advertising platform, and as well as live programming. We know what that live programming means. It means sports and other kind of live, what do you call it, pay-per-views or pay-per-view kind of programming. Failed Warner deal does remove the shortcut to the premium IP, but it does force Netflix to kind of build versus buy. That's kind of the look there. They did raise, Joey, we know a little bit while ago, their U.S. subscription prices. That was in March, a key lever for revenue upside. Higher prices, though, are expected to boost their ARPU, their average revenue per user, and push users as well towards that ad-supported tier, which is more income generating for them, believe it or not, because the more you watch, the more they get paid, because more ads come up. Potential for full-year guidance raise also if price holds without a churn impact. And their advertising growth story. Let's talk about that because it's one of their fastest growing sections or sectors or businesses. It's entering what they're calling the next phase as they scale into a global ad platform. Investors are increasingly viewing ads as a core growth driver, not just an incremental lever to pull revenue up here and there. Early stage, though, relative to peers. We saw Amazon when we did that advertising story yesterday about Meta and Google and how Meta is going to overtake Google in digital ad sales. We saw Amazon, yes, it is a distant third, but when you look at their revenue growth, huge percentage increase year over year for Amazon. Maybe Netflix can kind of rival them a little bit. And the live content, because we've been talking a lot about that. Expanding into live events to drive engagement. BTS concerts, that BTS, is that the South Korean boy band, BTS?
I think it's like a...
Is it? Yes,
thing,
yes,
yeah,
it is.
Yeah.
18.4 million viewers globally for that concert. World Baseball Classic also became the most streamed baseball game globally ever. Didn't know that. Signals also a shift towards sports live hybrid model. Bird is taking off again, guys. It's back into 20, almost $21 with a spike into 22. Keep your eye on Bird. Shout out to Flappy Bird and Random Oddities. Joey, thoughts, Netflix?
Yeah, I think this is going to be a great report for Netflix. You mentioned the fact that they've increased the subscription rate. Now, analysts thinking that you're going to see 5% higher than what the actual expected is. From revenue standpoint, 1%, but operating income, $4.1 billion. That's going to be 5%. EPS going to be coming in around 5%. But one thing I want to know, you know what kind of digital advertising juggernaut Meta is, and same thing with YouTube. Absolute monsters. Now, I think this is where that next segment growth is going to really come in and step in with Netflix, is that digital ad revenue. Watch out for some big things and some outstanding numbers, as it is still continuously growing at a substantial clip rate. I think that's that next massive thing for them. As for the content internally, you can have multiple spin-offs. We know about the Stranger Things thing. You have other good names as well, too. Peaky Blinders was hot for quite some time. Aside from that, stepping away from the bidding war between Paramount, Skydance, and Warner Brothers was a massive weight lifted off their shoulders. And I think alongside the better than expected earnings growth is going to climb this stock to some pretty solid highs.
All right, that was a perfect finish there, because right at 2 o'clock,
yeah, man,
we're all done. So. Interesting look today, guys. Bird just popped up and is losing 20 again, so be careful with that one. It's on the move, but who knows where that one's going to flap to. But anyway, for Joey and I, Katina, man, you make me laugh. You can see Neil already setting up at the big screen, but Joey's bicep is so big that it's blocking all of Neil's body. Sorry, Neil. Bro. Double bicep, get it, Neil. All right, guys, we're sending you over to the big boys, Neil and Sean. They're going to be taking you into the afternoon show.
I mean, how can I even compete with that? Like, the bird is flapping or whatever that quote was there. That was absolutely fantastic. But yeah, welcome back to the afternoon show there. What a great midday that happened there. Thanks to Luis as well for coming through. Always a pleasure to have him there. We're still in this Tesla trade. It doesn't show it on there, but we're waiting for it to maybe drop out right now through this 386.50 area. And we'll have a quick look to see what Tesla's up to. Everybody get into the chat. We're really excited to have everybody here with the NASDAQ up 0.7 right now. It's an exciting day to once again be a day trader. And the thing about being a day trader, of course, is what you're looking for are stocks with catalysts. Why are certain stocks moving and others not moving? Well, we have our notes every single day at what we're looking for, but right now we're going to go over to the big screen and Neil's going to hit us with a couple examples.
It is all about finding the right catalyst, and oftentimes you'll have names on your watch list. You're like, oh, this is gapping up, or that's gapping up, or that's in the news. We're not. But what really matters, is it something is exciting? Is it something that is going to be new? That's the story, and I'm sort of blocking so that you can't see it. You got Tesla and you got Bird. Bird was the word. Well, Tesla, next generation AI chip. What are they? They're a car company. It's autopilot. No, they're doing something new. It's something fresh. And when we talk about Allbird, I'm not making it up. Pivot to AI compute for making shoes. I wish I was wearing my Allbirds today. I have a pair. Maybe I'll never get those again because it's a new business. And that's sort of the idea. You're going to get more explosion in a situation like that. In the case In the case of Bird, and we'll go backwards with this, in the case of Bird, you effectively have stock which is left for the dead. It's almost a penny stock. It's the kind of situation where shorts have been leaning on it for a while. Now you've got something brand new. It's like, well, the litmus has changed, so shorts are covering, and momentum's going with it as well. So you get an all-day parabolic breakout because something is new. Now, it's a little bit more traditional, I think, when you look at a Tesla. This is a name where people have seen breakouts all the time. You could do all kinds of technical analysis on this one on daily charts and all that good stuff. But the difference is, again, this is not like earnings, which we'll get to. You have something which is explosive and brand new, which is the AI chip, and the shift that has already given momentum to the stock. Immediately, one way or another. Myself, I love mean reversion trades. There's not going to be a bigger opportunity than Tesla or Bird today. So whether you're looking at the breakout that I know Sean had, or actually the dip buy or breakout at the open, or the extended range up top, where you're going to get, instead of mean reversions for like 50 cents, you're getting a few dollars in this one, and it didn't even get to VWAP, the explosion is there. This wasn't Tesla reporting earnings when nobody looks at them as a car company anymore. This wasn't Allbirds telling you about how many sneakers they sold. These were fundamental shifts in the business, or being reported as a headline, which gives you the expected moves or greater than expected moves that you're looking for. Extended range just mean more opportunity. Whatever style of trade you are, you're just going to have a bigger opportunity in either case.
I mean, excellent example right there. What we're looking for is catalyst, and I think you just absolutely nailed it right there with the catalyst movement there, the sector relevance as well. Funny that a shoe company goes right into AI. You could see Allbirds there, great example. And also the market timing, right? Both of those moves obviously happened there right off the open with some context in the pre-market. It's really hard to find stocks that can follow through. So you're looking for stocks that have headlines, but only one, of course, becomes tradable. Let's go back to Neil to wrap this thing up.
Yeah, and you got to wrap it up with the other side of the coin, because ultimately everyone talks about earnings. The thing about earnings is there's all the expectations and all the analysts and multiple names within a sector, and you hear some phrases out there like price to perfection, right? Already at all-time highs. Oh, it's expensive on a P. All of these things that get thrown around and end up as noise, and you can have something like an ASML which reported and had beats. And everything was good, but it's into a triple top, and it's expensive. And everybody already knows the story behind the chip space. And so oftentimes, if it's not making new fresh highs, well, this is what you get. You're into that top, and unless you're just, I'm the short seller and I'm skeptical, that's what you're looking at. On a beat, on a big beat, top and bottom. And we see this all the time during earnings season. So there are going to be situations where maybe you have something which is showing you a breakout. Fair enough. But this is one that went in, was already at the top, did not break through on the beat, and then when you're left in a day trade, you can try to catch some bids. You're brave. There's a couple of shots in there, but that's all you're going to get. And I'm not saying earnings are bad. It's just that as a catalyst for a day trade, they're not always the best. You always want something new, something fresh, something that excites, gets short sellers out, whatever it might be. That is your ticket, much more consistent to get the explosive wins.
Every headline does the market treat equally, and I think that's a perfect example right there, that you get earnings much different than other catalysts. So be very, very cautious of that as a trader, and judge the headlines for what they're worth, and it's the market that will tell you which one is the go time. So great example there, Neil, and I think the more that we look at earnings plays, especially heading into earnings season right now,
yes.
You want to make sure that you're not triple topping. Just like that on ASML. Just because it was a great report doesn't mean that it's going to keep on extending through. Remember, the market is forward looking, right? So
exactly.
When you're going through Q1 right now, that's already happened. So what we look for is what does it look like moving forward, and especially when you run into some resistance over there. And I think a perfect example was a stock that we sat here and talked about, and we didn't do anything about it. It was, I'm going to short, it broke through 200 when I wasn't here during lunchtime, but it's just this trade right there, the $200 level, right? Another example there, not only triple topping on ASML, and there's lots of examples of that, the tops happening at random price levels like 52-week highs and whatnot, but also check this name out right here. Like, this is just a straight $200 bid. that couldn't get pushed through. They tried it right there on decent volume the second time.
It was a good volume break.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know what was sitting there.
Well,
did you see?
Okay, so in real, I was sitting here and I did take the breakout, and we could have actually talked about failed breakout trades.
Right.
Which it would have been a good
that would have been a good example
of how you don't, because I ended up not losing money here for two reasons. One of them was, okay, well, in a breakout trade, the first push is always like a offer, enter, take what you can get, and I don't care where it goes to. I just want to make sure I get enough out in the first push that if it comes back through, I'm not getting absolutely rinsed. I want to say I didn't get the best look at it because, to be honest, like two things were happening at the same time. But I think it was about 5 million shares.
Okay.
But ultimately, look, NVIDIA's done 127
yeah,
million
so it's not going to matter.
It's really more about the fact that like everybody and their mother or brother or whatever.
I know my mother was trading it.
Yeah, Deb's maybe.
Yeah, she just messaged me. She's short right now. So
well, there you go.
Good, yeah.
My mom was like, my mom did currency trading when she was when she worked in the bank years ago. Yeah, I thought I mentioned that, Sharif. Sharif just said no way. No, but like if you looked at what happened yesterday on NVIDIA at 195, it's like hold, and then you get that breakout. So you know going into this, okay, this is going to be more crowded than it was the day before because the setup worked yesterday. You know that. It worked yesterday. There's probably going to be more people involved, so the reversal could get nasty. And to me, it doesn't mean you don't take it. It just means I'm probably a little bit tighter of a stop, and I'm a little bit more aggressive on the first push. Like when everyone else is like, oh, it's going, and they're like adding in the quarters, and they're adding in that first $50. I'm like, well, I want to be aware that it might fail. Now, the other thing we were sort of talking about, the other thing that was going on at the same time, why I didn't get a good look at it, is there was a trend break on Tesla. And the thing about Tesla, I don't know what's going on at 387. 387 is not 187. But I was in Tesla for the standard, there's your trend break, there's your prior high, which eventually went. And I was actually, I contemplated whether I should have been adding to this and then realized, no, you shouldn't. It's just stick to your normal rule. And then the thing, Tesla's the strongest stock that wasn't Allbirds today. It's the strongest rational stock. Allbirds was hilarious to me. It still kind of is kind of funny, the storyline for that one. Mm-hmm. But well, I always say, like, if it's a setup that to me is an A and you get wicked out, it shouldn't matter. The stakes on Tesla are higher than they're anywhere else, but it's a wick out. And then if it sets up again, it's a re-entry. And it's just sort of the rules are the rules, and then you go with it. All I will tell you at 300, like right in around here at the 387.5, it was obvious it was a buyer. And when Tesla's or any stock is behaving the way that they are, and all of a sudden it's just churning, and it looks like this wants VWAP. And when sometimes you just see a bid and you're like, this stock is up that much and it's going to right to second support. Yeah, someone's buying it. And the funny thing about it is someone was still buying it even when it broke down. So it's going to need like this 387 to 387.5 area or whatever, that dollar range. If you don't chew through that, you got absolutely nothing going on. But for this afternoon, the NASDAQ is all the way up. Mm-hmm. And the SPY, did we even mention this with the SPY this morning? I don't think so. Load. The SPY, I don't know the exact number, but I'm pretty sure it was like it was less than 50 pennies, I think, from the all-time high.
Oh, really? I said it would happen on Friday.
Yeah, so and again, I don't know, maybe somebody else who was watching it closer. Sometimes you get these wicks, and I don't know, you can read on the chart, but let's just say we came within $1 of the all-time high on the SPY. And I'm only saying the SPY because I don't have a futures chart up, so ridiculously close to an all-time high test is the best I can tell you.
We have a new position there. It's already 15 cents in the money. I mean, I didn't want to interrupt Neil there. Sorry about that, guys. But there it is, man. We took NVIDIA long. I think it just got exhausted right there, right? That was the flush out. Someone got either stopped out or whatever. There's some nice volume spike there. Last time we spiked volume was when we did make that low. So we just come over here, and I just bought this. Not even a dip. I actually paid more than we could have if we had. I mean, I wasn't looking at it. We were doing our little promo there for the videos, and then we got that long. So right now, there it is, man. Here's another 20 cents in the money as we call this stacks on stacks on stacks on stacks right now, because there's another trade coming through for NVDA. And we talked about, it's like gambling, man. Like when you're reading the board good here, we only have 2 trades on today. Tesla is just $26 in the money, and we do still have 5% on this trade. So I don't, as a dollar-wise, might be just by the percentage of the dollar, the biggest trade, $29 or whatever, or sorry, 25 right now, but again, it's a smaller one. I was looking to drop out, I am looking to drop out of this if we break 386 right there. So I think I put that in the chat on the midday show. Pretty happy to get it. I was at the gym when this was happening. I think we would have probably stopped out right here on the 50 period break of the 50 period moving average. So I think if that would have been more realistic to stop out there than, you know, wait for it to do all of this. And then I was just using the 200 period now that I'm at my desk. And then, you know, obviously, since we don't have too much left, and this just continues to extend. Wow, NVIDIA, we did good there, man. That was a good, wow, okay, now we're 50 cents in the money right there on NVIDIA as it's trying to go a little higher right now. So there it goes, man. Ooh, look what I see. Right into the 50 period moving average. All right, so just on this trade, this is a good one because we still have 80% left as here we go, man. Oh, man, I'm going to miss not being here tomorrow, but there it goes, man. Nice move upside right here. And yeah, just obviously pretty happy with the way this has been moving around. So we'll just continue to support NVIDIA long. And there it is, man, 50 cents in the money. I mean, we put this on 6 minutes ago right there. Now it's 50 cents. So far, so good here. Let's just keep the good times rolling this afternoon. It's Neil, it's I, and we're ready to rock and roll. Put your chats in the chat and let us know what stocks you're trading or not. I'm going to take one more piece out here on NVIDIA because why not? Like I said, we're just sort of watching out for this market. We will have Adara. She's eating right now. I don't know if I saw Sia around today. Yep, Adara will be back at 2:30, of course, just letting us all know. So we will have live news coverage for you. Neil and I are plugged in as well, you know, to different news sources. So if anything crosses the headlines, trust me, you're not going to miss it here at all. We'll even put the messages right up there. So if you're looking for news, you're looking for trades, you found the right spot right here. And we're just going to have a good time this afternoon like we always do. Right here. Did I tell you that?
I am now listening to news.
Okay, good, yeah. Gia yesterday broke her stick again. I don't know if I told you. The blade broke. So it's like these things, we were talking about that. Like, and it was just, it's not even just how expensive it is. It's like so stupid. Like,
it's very different.
Having kids in sports is like, it just keeps on going and going and going, whether or not it's baseball and you get a new glove or
every single year, kids
you know,
are young.
Shoes. That's the other thing. Like
new shoes because their feet grew.
The cleats, yeah.
When we were
skates.
We were at evaluations for baseball the other.
Oh, good. Oh, yeah. How did that go?
It went well. It was actually fantastic. I'll get into detail in a quick little second, but I am spying an all-day trend. I love all-day trend breaks, and I get it. I usually say SMCI to the short side, but yesterday, look at the bounce when it broke right around here, like big-time trend, and then was able to bounce like 50 pennies for the afternoon. And it's about 40 cents into the volume-weighted average price. I'm looking for a trend break on SMCI, from VWAP to double bottom. Once it breaks this trend line, and again, all-day trend line, I want to look for long into VWAP. No, evaluations went fantastic.
Oh, good.
Like it was, they did fielding. Evaluation is just when they're picking teams. Like the coaches want to be able to pick reasonable and fair teams. An even team, so they want to evaluate all the players. So they did pull downs, which is how hard you can throw, how accurate you can pitch. That was a gong show for 9U. Yeah. Her group had 9 people in it. You got 5 throws to hit the target. 3 of the 9 hit the target once on their throw. And Erin had a rough day. She only hit it once. And then she kind of, I don't know, one of them was close, but I call it 1 out of 5. The best kid was 2 out of 5.
Okay.
Because like most of them haven't pitched from a mound, and they also told them to go from the stretch.
Pitching?
And I taught Erin from the windup, so she was really not used to from the stretch, and that was the issue. But they did pull downs. She was like the second fastest thrower.
Okay.
They did fielding. She was flawless there. And then they did like hitting off a tee for your velocity, is how hard you hit it, and then how consistent you hit pitching. Like they gave you 5 tries, like how many times you made contact. Again, it's just for choosing teams. There's one coach I coached with last year, and I already told him, I go, look, man, I'd prefer if I can to work with him again because I thought he was a great coach, and Erin loved him. His daughter was a great player. His son might be playing rep. We'll see. Yeah. Anyways,
Yeah, rep is. You should play. You should get Erin to play rep. Ever since obviously I coach rep and Gia plays rep, and it's amazing. She plays on all girls team, and she's been doing that now for 5 years.
They just added an all girls 11.
Oh, nice.
So next year she'll be 10. So I'm thinking my daughter. She plays with the boys now.
Yeah.
So if she's still,
so does
you never
Gia.
know. As long as she's into baseball still, I think she'll probably pivot to that.
Yeah, no, she will.
The all girls team.
You want to travel. It's fun to travel and do all that, and
but she also really loves basketball, and I know the time is eventually coming.
Guys,
where
the market is really not ripping, to be honest with you.
USO's at
people in the
LOP.
chat saying market ripping. The market's going up. I mean, it is a nice move upside here. You just mentioned USO. We're not avoiding the market. I mean, it's just I'm already long. We're 26 in the money on one and 40 cents on the other, and we do have our stop orders in there. We can start looking at other names for sure for everybody. I mean, put it in the chat what you want us to look at. We did write down SMR today as a potential long. We saw the good catalyst yesterday with the British government putting some money into nuclear, and then SMR was up 7 or 8% yesterday. And then of course today, I mean, I won't be myself if I don't talk about the sticky note, of course. We did have, who cares about Tesla, but we already have, we had SMR on there. So that was on the watch today. It never got, we got 15 cents away from getting our fill there right off the open of 10.40. And the other name was Nike, and then there's NVIDIA. We're into NVIDIA now. So I only wrote down 4 names and have traded only 2 symbols today. So I'm not into too many symbols. But here's the thing for SMR. You know, all we can really do, and we talked about the catalysts at 2 p.m. there. Here we go. Here's a headline right now. Futures pair gains as Brent crude turned negative. So we'll actually look at the oil foundation in a minute there on crude and how that's building and what that's looking like. But there was SMR. So you know what? At least we can pat ourselves on the back and say, okay, you know, we had the right name, we had the right catalyst, we had everything, but unfortunately, we weren't aggressive enough in taking out those tops. I'm fine with not doing that. I mean, there's been so many times where pre-market highs, and this is where I've gotten into most trouble, you know, months and months ago when I used to do that, punching the highs of the day only to have it retrace right back down. And then, you know, your stop out all of a sudden is probably somewhere where you should be long because, you know, if you punch the high of the day and then it comes right back in, most of the time it will re-look at the lows of the day again, and that would be your stop. So, you know, instead of getting run out of town, we put our bids down there, and I was bidding 10.55 and it came into 10.68 and then it started to rip up. So we'll see if SMR right now can take out $12. And just like NVIDIA, you know, psychological level again, I feel like just like NVIDIA hit the 200 mark and then fell off of it, this looks like it does break on SMR. I'm going to throw it to Neil in a second. It gets as high as 1203 there, SMR, and then pulls back. This one's interesting because it didn't stop at VWAP. It kept on going down. So this is a dangerous setup for me because day high fail break back into VWAP is probably a long. So I think if I was looking at it right there, I would have lost. Support there, and VWAP. That's normally a trade that is an all good there. But anyways, it drops back out and then sort of stops at 11.25. Like nothing for me to think that would have happened. But yeah, we'll look at hims and hers. But for right now, we got to go over to Neil.
Yes, sir. Why? Because OGen has some big updates, ticker OGEN on the NYSE American. The company's activated its Phase 2A clinical trial in Australia with its first site fully operational, and patient dosing expected.
Is that extra for you to do that, or?
It is extra.
Okay.
That's Star Wars right there.
Okay.
They're developing ONP002, an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury, an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Oragenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution, with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. Check them out. That's OGEN on the NYSE. The Death Star is this battle station is fully operational. And shout out to them. Like, obviously, it's a good story, good cause. Shout out to OGen for that. Okay, some people, I was gonna throw up Bird for a second, but I know IGV is absolutely pumping. So there's a couple people.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah,
That's good. That's
up 4%. Oh, there was something that happened at lunch today.
Okay.
Well, I mean,
What was it?
I mean, the lunch was. Well, I guess
Joe do something
we'll,
wrong?
We'll do the thing at the end of the day. I was disappointed.
Okay. Oh, okay.
We'll do that.
We could do the rating the lunch at any point.
It doesn't.
I don't think Joe's had the lunch.
It sucked. We'll let Joe be disappointed by it as well.
PayPal.
No, trust me.
I mean, I had it. I'm going to wait. I mean, we can wait for the segment will be around 3:40. Okay, Joe? Joe, everything all right over there, my guy? Okay. He said his hips don't lie. He was saying some sort of Shakira thing.
Why are we talking? Phrasing. Oh, okay.
He's stretching. You got to get the stretching going.
Why are we talking? Okay, let's. We're talking about.
Isn't that a Shakira song?
It is. Hips don't lie.
Is that the name of the song? Or?
Yeah, that's not.
He said he was having some hip tightness.
That's not the first thing that comes to mind when we flash to Joe.
No.
Were you sitting all day long? That's going to happen, Joe. You got to get up and take a walk every now and then. Well, all I was going to say is PayPal broke out. So swing activated on PayPal. It wasn't anything crazy. Remember PayPal that was doing nothing, PayPal that I was actually I wasn't talked into it. It was just like a lot of people were saying in the chat, hey, you're the one that's always going on about 50-period holds and stocks making bottoms, and then they regain the 50-period moving average and they consolidate and then give you a breakout. I'm like, yeah, PayPal did that. So that's a qualification. It took out the 48.5 level. It failed it yesterday, but confirmed it today. So I like it. I'll give it to prior support. So we're risking basically like 10% and looking for it to push into the 200-period moving average there for PayPal. And then I was going to, it was IGV. That got sidetracked there. The IGV absolutely blasting higher. All right, no trend break on SMCI. Still doing the same thing. Why the heck were we talking about Joe's hips?
Oh, yeah. No, because we went over there and Joe was on the screen, and I was like, hey, what's up, Joe? And he's like, my hips. Over there. I just found something funny, and I put it in our chat, but I want to make sure that I can put it on here again.
Oh, shoot, IGV's up.
Oh, here it is right here. Here, Neil, this is for you. And I put it in our chat, and then I put behind this, hate. If Neil can play one more time about lunch, he's going to unsubscribe. And I was going to say, man,
what do you want me to do? Lie?
Like, yeah, what are we supposed to do? This is what it's about. So we're just having some fun.
If you prefer that I lie about the lunch, fine, fair. It's not serious enough that I have to be honest.
Yesterday you gave.
I gave it.
I was 7, 8, or 9. Joe was 7, 7. You were 7 or 8 something.
I gave an 8 over an 8 to the fried chicken. I gave like a 7 yesterday.
No hating involved there.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah, hips don't lie, reviews don't lie, all that kind of stuff. All right, AMZN. Amazon, they bought that GSAT yesterday or a couple days ago for $90 or 321 in Amazon shares, 0.321 of Amazon shares, or $90. And here's the company here, GSAT. So if you're trading it, you can have a look. It's $90. I think it's Q3 or something closing date. So we'll have to wait to see what happens with GSAT there. But Amazon's basically all-time highs in one more time. Excuse me. Oh, man, just chugged that iced coffee there. So right into here, 255. So, I mean, one of our buddies was really loving Amazon, and it's turned around right now, right back up there to highs. So as that example was for ASML, it's also here for Amazon, where you're getting a lot of good news. I'm trying to never sell anything. I sold some Intel. Okay. I say that, and I sold Intel today, and I sold some Marvell yesterday, okay? But, these kind of moves, I think this warrants a sell again. And it has nothing to do with not liking Amazon or anything like that. It just has to do with, I told you guys, I won't be here next week, but I'm telling you, I think, and I hope I'm wrong because I'm long only, but I think that the market just has a premium built under it right now, and it's like a wartime premium, meaning like people are bidding up the market because they're waiting for this all clear. I just feel like once the all clear comes, then we will start to focus on other things, which is still a $97 barrel oil, right? Which before we started this, we were nowhere near, CLK is the contract, right? So unfortunately our contracts, it's almost better that I look at USO, but actually here, what am I talking about? Our contracts don't normally carry forward like this, but okay, this goes all the way back to September. So like pre-war, we're talking about $60, right? 65, 66. And then we bumped all the way up, and we don't need to tell you guys as smart, traders what's been happening with oil, right? But it's still $91. So for me, I wonder if the effect of this hasn't really been baked in per se. Did I just say baked in? To the price of equities. I mean, should oil, and I gave you an example the other day about it never happening in history, and I actually do do believe this, but I did hear Kramer say it, and I just repeat pretty much everything he says, was that, you know, the market's never been up when we've had such a dramatic move in oil. He used a doubling in oil. Now, we did double in oil, and the market did retrace a little bit, but I think the S&P at most was down 9% or so.
Did not get into bear territory.
Right, yeah, so I
think that's the stat.
Yeah, so I still think there's work, end of the day, no matter what winds up happening, I still think there's work to be done. For the market to recover a little bit from the shock of oil. And it might not be in Q1, like the reports that we're getting now. It could just drift forward and be pushed ahead. So let's wait to see what that looks like, what some of the hyperscalers, will they still spend? I mean, there are going to be other reasons for this market to potentially turn around. I'm hoping that they're not fruitful or plentiful, but if holy shoot, man, NVIDIA. Okay, like what is NVIDIA caring right now about the price of oil or anything like that, right? I mean, but at some point, maybe, they'll talk about demand destruction for some of the supplies that they need. Can they still ship, you know, with proper shipping times and all that kind of stuff? Will there be logistic issues with China as well for NVIDIA? Remember, China numbers aren't even baked into NVIDIA, right? So is that something that winds up happening? Another catalyst for them to the long side. If you're looking at Meta, we've seen an epic move. I mean, I can ask Adara this, and she's just back to her desk now, but like, has Oracle really solved any of their magical problems, or are they just so beat up? Because
it's cheap.
Oh, yeah, okay, well, you're the one that hit the button, Adara.
It's cheap.
Okay, so okay, we'll go to Adara in a second, okay, or now.
The mic's back on. Sorry about that, guys. I was eating lunch. So here's the thing. I've said this before. I'll say it again. I did think that at least short-term, Oracle 170 was maybe a level. So if I was like, you know, short this not for a little game, at this point I might potentially tap out because I'd still be profitable. But here's the thing, like my longer-term thesis for Oracle is still that it is bearish. And that, I think, is to answer your question, Sean. I was just reading apparently, like, and this is pure speculation, but some people were saying that as far as they could tell, like employees of Oracle is targeting people who have existing, I guess I would say, stock options for the layoffs. So they're all this weird shady layoff stuff that they're doing. We know that they also have that. Apparently now at this point I was seeing there's going to be an audit, at least reportedly, I mentioned a couple weeks ago, into this massive contract they had that went a whopping 700% over budget and 7 years longer than it was supposed to. Like, honestly, if anything, I don't think Oracle's problems are getting better.
Right.
I think they're just multiplying.
Right.
And I think the stock is going up because, yay, SaaSmageddon's over, question mark. But to those who are like, Adara, will you stop hating on Oracle? A, I never hated on Oracle. I just provided the facts. And B, no, I won't, if that's what you call hating.
Yeah, no, I mean, and that's sort of, thanks, Dara, for wrapping that up like that. Put a bow on it, I guess. But no, yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at is that, you know, despite the market doing market-like things and continuing to going higher, there still are names that have potentially been bid up because it's FOMO, like you called the bottom earlier this morning on Oracle, and it's that kind of talk.
It's the monthly chart. It triple bottomed on a monthly chart.
Yeah.
So like to me, it's a technical bottom, but that doesn't. Who knows how far it'll go? But I'll posit the whole, like, let's look for reasons why maybe we are strong and we could have some more room to go. One would be, you saw, like, Tesla was doing nothing and now it's made its breakout. Apple was doing nothing and now it's making its breakout. So, okay, fine, grant you, Amazon's already gone. Fair enough. NVIDIA's already at 200, or close to it. It's 197. It's almost at 200. It got to 200 today. The market got to the highs. But we basically came within, I don't know, less than a point of making an all-time high without Apple being part of because it's now part of the breakout. It just took that fold story or the production thing on the fold and said, who cares? That was a dip. Like, look at that dip. Everyone was like, oh God, what's happening to Apple? Now you're breaking out. So like, there's plenty of things that can take the next leg higher so that the names that are already at the top can just do nothing. And then there's plenty of things that can catch up there. And I think there's lots of good examples of that. So look, earnings season is going to be a big deal because it always is. But ultimately, yeah, I think there's plenty of reasons why we can punch through that high. We're going to go to Adara, and I'm not going to save the trend line because that's been a problem. So anyways, trend break happened on SMCI, so you can see it here, so I don't have to draw it again. And give it to the prior bar low, and then look for the move into the volume-weighted average price. Oh yeah, and Bitcoin is holding higher lows. That's joining the party and breaking out. I could have used that as an example as well of things that can maybe carry us the next leg. Adara?
Yeah, step aside BlackBerry. We have a new Canadian smaller cap stock in town to talk about today. It's Rumble. RUM is going to be on watch here with CEO Chris Pavlovski, who is pretty active on X, posting on X a couple minutes ago that Rumble is going to be deploying its own OpenClaw agent, though as of this point, they're only testing it internally. So again, AI pivot, or I guess at least agent available reportedly within Rumble again at this point, just being tested internally. But Chris Pavlovski, CEO of Rumble, making it very clear that he loves AI. Back to you.
Well, it's not. They're not Bird. I can tell you that much. Rumble.
But AI is the word. The word. AI is the word.
Low vol. That Bird stock. It's showing some signs. I was. Luis came on, and I wanted to ask him a question, but I didn't get a chance to. Because he's when you're a short side only trader, I was curious to what. If it's not underneath the volume weighted average price. What kind of entries are you looking for? One of the things that I always grapple with, and you don't really see me on these, is if something is strong, I'm always looking for very distinct patterns. With Tesla today, there was a trend break, and then after the trend break, there was a wick top. And I find some of these stocks will actually give you opportunities. But man, on Bird, and a lot of these small cappers and squeeze stocks, all of those old rules, you get okay, fine, there's a trend break for you. You're looking at VWAP or trace, nowhere close. You're getting in at what, $11, and then the risk is to $12.75. So it's a $1.75 risk on standard strategy. The risk to reward's there, but it barely goes. It's 80 cents.
What was that short only? Was that Luis you're saying?
Yeah, well he's.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah, but it's not. Remember the.
I wasn't sure if that's what he.
The thing that I always understood is the short underneath the volume weighted average price. Right, okay. It fails. Yeah. It makes its high in the pre-market. All of those things. I just wonder what you do with ones like this, outside of, hey, you grip it and rip it, watch the tape, anytime you see a topping tail, just take your shot at it, and then the one that goes, you gotta hold. I think maybe that's the way that it gets approached. And when you're doing that, you always have to understand that you're gritting your teeth and probably taking it 3, 4, however many times, and then just knowing that if you actually get it in good, you've gotta hold that one for the big move to the downside. But the other problem with those is oftentimes the biggest moves are the overnight ones. It's the next day when it gaps down 20 or 30%. Those are tricky for day traders. That's why the hedgies do better on them, because they can just go short when it goes parabolic and hold it for a week. Super tricky. And it was cheap locates, which I've found cheap locates, stock like that, day traders nightmare shorting.
Yeah.
Because when it's that cheap to short, and it was cheap, then everyone and their mother's taking shots at it. When it's expensive for locates, less people trying it, less crowded. Breaking news with Dara at the desk.
Google pushing higher here. GeoOGL just briefly popped into new high of days, pulling back a little bit. I'm seeing reports suggesting that Alphabet could face but benefit from a $100 billion windfall from their SpaceX investment. I don't have the whole story yet, but very likely related to the IPO. Again, we do have GeoOGL on watch. Apparently, this company could benefit by $100 billion here with regards to their SpaceX investment. If I get more details and when I get more details, I will let you know. Back to you.
There you go. Yeah, we sort of knew. I saw Google starting to spike up there. But right now, I just want to bring to everyone's attention, we've had 2 trades today. One is $26 in the money, and our second one is now a Dollar Club member. All right, man. What a great last day to have here. This is my retirement day. I'm actually not going on vacation. I may not. All right, Google right here. All right, yeah, so it's a nice move up there, 337, nice little wick top, obviously. And as we had just mentioned, how many Mag 7 names are going to be doing like this, right? I mean, right back again up to the highs. Unbelievable move. And it just goes to show you one more time there that that was 270 about a week and a half ago. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 trading days. Let's go 2 weeks right there for this move from where we were like, what am I doing? All the way up into all-time highs and wondering what exactly were we doing there by missing that long. And it's so crazy because this is I was like, oh, I'm going to get more long at 280. And then just when it happens, you don't pull the trigger. And I think that is often traders' dilemma is, you're sitting there wondering what to do. Don't pull the trigger. But the one thing I saw someone say that they were able to do quite well on Marvell. So congratulations. This is a name, of course, that we were pulling triggers on, like left, right, and center, almost to the point point where we couldn't even reload anymore. And that was based on earnings, though, right? We really liked Marvell down into here, let alone down into here. I remember this. It was this day right here where we first started talking about Marvell, and I started getting involved because I bought it before earnings, thinking that, hey, you know, these guys are legit. We knew we liked Marvell, and then all of a sudden, whoosh, Tank City. They were down 17% or something on that earnings day there back in August. Then we used our own, 3-day rule that we talk about here, and then bought some more, and then it just kind of blew up, and then we basically did the same thing on last earnings. We were able to get a little bit more down here. Not only was it earnings, but you're also at the 200 period moving average. And then as they say, the rest is history. Marvell touched 138 today. So just absolutely unbelievable. And you can see we actually reviewed this earlier. There's Marvell right here, 66%. Big Berry Eyes got to get going. Big Berry Eyes is actually doing okay today. This is the one that I'm most disappointed in Eli Lilly. Like, I thought that would have been a much better trade than down 11%. Like, yeah, speaking of Eli Lilly, what's up with that?
Well, some people were asking about HIMS. And Dara has said there's a bunch of social media stuff for him, like tons of social media mentions. Oh, yeah. It is worth noting, like Novo went on a technical break at about 124 and is up, I don't know, like 1.25% or something along those lines. And then after that, you would have seen HIMS go as well. So HIMS went after. It looks like a news spike, but if it's just social media, usually when you can't find anything, my first thought would be, you reverted. But when I see Novo going, like you have a sentiment play going to the upside. And you talk about, you can say all you want about Eli Lilly being a little bit disappointing, but that's, when you see Novo going and like Lilly showing a little bit of weakness, I feel like it's one or the other and never both. And all of a sudden, like Novo's catching a bid and Eli Lilly is looking relatively weak. Mild concern if this thing loses $875. That's all I'll say. I still own, I own Eli Lilly, but yeah, I don't necessarily love that chart with the market looking as strong as it is and maybe a sentiment shift happening. Not a fan there on Eli Lilly, but we'll keep our ear to the ground. Again, no story for sure. Jack says, Bird, if you draw a trend line channel on both sides, it was clear when it broke. Well, I wasn't, yeah, maybe it was. Let's see. Was? Well, see, this is my whole problem with this. Like, if I do that on any other stock, then I'm short here, and I'm probably it's probably too tight for this, and then you're stopping there. Well, that's no good. It's just it loses every way. I'm assuming that's the channel. Like, what other channel could we be talking about? All of this standard trend, it just doesn't seem to. I've never seen it matter as well on these, and that's sort of the problem. I don't mind, like, I'll take trend breaks on the things that I've seen it work before, but on the things like Bird, I can show you like 3 examples of like standard trend breaks that were absolute disaster entry points on that stock. I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with like the squeeze nature of it. I don't have an answer as to why the trend breaks are so trash on them. I just know that they don't work, so I don't do them. It's not like I never tried. It's just I've just never seen them work. Bird, maybe look at the support level here at 16 or so. If it loses that, maybe just get a flat bottom break into the volume weighted average price, or maybe it halts down. But this stock is a rocket ship. It's to me nonsensical. Like, you can say all you want about pivoting the business. I'm not even sure. Okay, fine, they got $50 million to do it. That's nice. 600% up. Like, this could be at $9 tomorrow. If they were smart and they're really serious about this, wouldn't they take this appreciation and raise more capital? Like, that would be the smart thing to do.
You know, we got to make.
Like, why wouldn't you do an offer? Like, if you're literally changing your business and you get a 600% increase in your stock price, would you not immediately leverage that as fast as you can for more capital, which is going to be required to go from making shoe? I just don't want anyone to get trapped in this. Like, they're a shoe company. Well, whatever. They were a shoe company.
No, I mean, you can flip it up, right? We talked about RYCY there. Rolls-Royce got into some nuclear talk as well. And, you saw a little bit of a change there in pace for RYCEY. Of course, this is an ADR listed there. This is a London Stock Exchange name, and Rolls-Royce has been doing quite well. You guys can look up the story. I don't know it exactly. I just when I was looking up SMR today, I heard some Rolls-Royce, and I've been watching, and you guys in the chat have been actually talking a little bit about Rolls-Royce throughout it. We just never looked at it. This is what it looks like on the OTC market. I mean, if Jeff Mendel wasn't just, all about rolling around town all day, golfing and all that stuff, the guy would come on here and we could talk about some of these markets. But Jeff's enjoying life right now. Congratulations, a new father for the second time. So we want to say congratulations to Jeff Mendel right now. But anyways, just giving him a hard time. He's a great friend of ours. And I remember we go way back. Jeff was one of the very first friends, one of the very first guests on our show. And
he actually, second guest.
Yeah, he actually switched. I remember, so he was actually unemployed for about a month or so when one of the companies that he worked for got bought out, and then he flipped over to the new. Anyways, long story short, we went out here, and for the first time, I bought him lunch, and it was just a fun joke because when we get reps come through, they're always, taking us out or this or that. And I was like, no, my guy, I'm going to buy you it today. We had a great time. So me and Jeff and all of us go back with him. So that's he's a great individual. So shout out to Jeff Mendel. But there's RYCY. Fannie Mae, did I? No, I have no executions on this today. But Fannie Mae is another one, very, very popular name there overall in the OTC markets. And just to show you guys, I want to go over here and find, I always have this up. And this is, so you can see here, and sometimes you'll hear me say, hey, Adara, like what's going on with blah, blah, blah. And it's, you can see, well, we ask her that for pretty much every stock, but just for the pink sheet names, this is a good website. So it's the market, it's OTC. If you're a prop trader, looking to scalp or something like that or whatever, just looking at different markets, right? I mean, Toronto has the same thing. They all have these. But this is a kind of a good place to look because often you don't want to, and this is just, here, let me zoom in. I was going to give you a little lesson on OTC here. You're not looking at share volume, okay? Because when you're looking at some of these stocks, they will literally do like 1 million shares in one print on some of these names that maybe you've never heard of, like DKILY over here, right?
Never heard of that?
But you never heard of DKILY? Oh, I was thinking, let's see what this is here. Oh, Dakin Industries, well, another Chinese name, I guess. But, just talking more normally here and not about that. Let me go back. Okay, now I've really screwed this up. Market activity, current market. End of the day, you're looking at these trade numbers because here's a good example. Look, see, this stock has only done 315. RSGHY has only had 315 trades today, but it's done 2 million shares. So that's not really going to be a tradable name, right? Arizona Holdings, RSHGY. Let me just have a quick look at this, and I'll just show you what I mean. What did I say it was? RSGHY. That might be wrong. Hold on a second. RSHGY. RSHGY. Oh, we may not have it in our system. Yeah, we don't even have it. We don't even have it in our system. Yeah. But see, that's the point. So these stocks generally don't do very much volume. So you're looking at names that do volume with a lot of trades. So Fannie Mae, just another one of those examples. Long-winded right there. I do apologize. But does anybody want to see who made all the money yesterday? Now, I don't have specific names or anything like that, but let's go over and hit the money, and look at real trading. Of course, Neil and I, we just talked about it yesterday with the PDT rule. Now going to take, we got the answer, 45 days. Yesterday, we were uncertain of, when this will all be taken in. It's 45 days now that.
Now we know.
Yeah, and then it's, there was another number. There's 45 days, and there was another number in there. I don't remember what it was, but there was some different things involved.
18 months to implement.
That's what it was. I was going to say 18 days. I was like, wait, it wouldn't be 45 days, 18 months.
Nothing ever.
So thanks, Adara. Yeah, so let's go find out right now who's making all the money here at Real Trading.
Reason it should take that long, but whatever.
Yeah. I think they're just giving, I mean, you want to make sure you get it right. So this is our trader information portal. So if you are here at Real Trading, it gives you trader alerts, like maybe fee updates, things like that happen around here. Like it may be a gateway, like I always use ARCA or something like that. So if they give a bit bigger rebate or maybe a change in the way that structure works, we have research on here. We have the calendars that are here. And this is all available to anybody that is internal with Real Trading. So you got to be hooked up to our platform, and then you'll get this automatically. There's our learning module is in there, similar to the Academy. Market guides. But what I'm looking for is you can click on, I've already clicked on it, and it is show your profits. So this is yesterday's numbers. This is the top 10 traders. Everyone always asks us for the other side, and we don't have the other side. So this is who made money yesterday, and it doesn't look like I'm not gonna slap a fail on these numbers. Those are great numbers. I wasn't in this club yesterday, so congratulations to who was. but they're not super high considering. And I think yesterday we did have a pretty long day in the market. Remember I told you, like, often it's not necessarily up days that prop traders make a lot of money. A lot of the time it can be on the short. And Neil showed some examples
there. A lot
there.
of times there's more velocity.
Yeah, it's just like once you have a short that's winning, you don't want to get rid of it sometimes. And traders can hold on to it just a little bit more. But to each their own, right? Okay, so this is the market. Amex, NASDAQ, New York. Someone pushed down 11,000. These are in US dollars, regardless of the market. Canada, NASDAQ, Amex. So there's nothing, I was going to say there's nothing exotic on here except for Hong Kong. So right there, so we have over 60 live markets here at Real Trading. And here's an example of all the markets here. So someone traded Blue Ocean yesterday, made $2,000. Vienna, ooh la la. Turkey as well over there. Someone got something done with their hair, and then they wound up trading as well. And then Australia, there's the OTC markets. Someone did 1200 over there on pink sheets. And then Amex looks like it wins yesterday. And no surprises. You mentioned SPY, SLV, GLD, some of the names. Like USO, forgot about USO.
The leverage plays like ZS.
So I don't, someone in there, what's up, CBAC? They don't, once a month, I can ask if we can show this. I'm not sure if we'll be able to. But once a month, all the traders get distributed the top stocks for the month that have been traded here at
to Real Traders.
Yeah, so I can find out and see if that's something.
There's lots of stuff that we can show, and we
don't have it on.
We show everything that we've been approved to show, because like that daily thing on tip, like we can show whatever we want. Yeah. But that's one thing that, again, it's a benefit. Like, let's be real, it's a benefit of trading with Real Trading. And it is very useful, because you'll see, we saw those Amex stuff, you'll see me every single day. We get to the end of the day and I'm looking at the locator and like I'm looking at the Amex stock on there and trying to figure out what I want to do with it, if anything, just to see if there's opportunity.
Let me just say one thing, because we got a question about it, and then I'm going to go back to Neil. Someone asked about that LMS, because I mentioned about the Academy. So we've actually taken a lot of the feedback from everybody that has signed up and participated with our Trader TV Live Academy. And right now we are currently updating the website and making it, infinitely more, informational, and hopefully just easier for everybody, and just a new experience over there. So stick with us. You're in the right spot. We are updating that. So more to come there. If you've signed up already, you probably already know that, but more to that. And that's why we sort of stopped talking about it, because we are getting ready to sort of relaunch, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, just upgrades and relaunch for sure. Well, the other thing I was going to say, I just heard something about GEV, but Vernova's not moving. But I want to show you that chart. I still think it was right to trim. I do sell some stuff at highs.
Yeah, anyways, I don't think there's anything wrong with something.
Trend break on SMR, so like here and then out there. But G Vernova, this is like the third day in a row now that it's failed 1,000, right? Like. Yeah, one, I don't know if that's a real wick, but it looks like a real wick to me, so I'm going to say it was...
I think they're going to split.
Lose 1,000. And then this one's following through. I don't know, it just feels like it's made a temporary top. And the amount of respect and juice this has had with making a high and then pulling back to the 50 period. This time the pullback didn't get to the 50, but then it broke here to the 50, break the high to the 50, break the high. Oh, I just feel like if you can get the 50 period, you can 10-15% every single time. So it trimmed a little, and we'll look to buy back on the trend for GE Vernova.
That Google story, by the way. I don't know.
Yeah, what was that?
I don't know what you're going to get. I don't want
to. So now I'm also hearing some people were saying that apparently this is an older headline, but it doesn't matter because it moved the market regardless. But basically, what happened was people are saying that this SpaceX, and I'm guessing they're referring to the IPO, could result in a $100 billion windfall for Google, because I guess they invested in SpaceX. But again, pretty speculative, and apparently also an older headline that got recirculated. Regardless, that was the timing of the move is when I started seeing this circulate again.
Yeah. So
it's weird when it's
I was just going to say something about that, because if you think those are, we talked about the catalyst earlier when you talked about like what moves headlines, what moves markets, and what moves stocks and all that kind of stuff. Like, this is for SpaceX. Do you know how many, like, pretty much every single company is out of the big caps or mega caps are invested in two other major names, OpenAI and Anthropic.
Yeah.
So if we think that these are going to be catalysts or, I don't know, reasons to own said stocks, I would...
but it's also a $4 trillion company we're talking about here.
Oh, what, SpaceX or Google?
Google.
Yeah, but that's fine. It's just they haven't...
$100 is great.
Are they $4 trillion? They must be. I don't know. Are they that much now?
If you add them, I think when you add Google and Google.
So it's just about like these headwinds are going to be most likely here for a minute. So I was going to say, like, you know, get ready. If you believe in Mag 7 and these IPOs going the right way, we were talking about it yesterday. I'm not 100% convinced that the SpaceX, it may open up too high and get hit down. I'm not sure what's going to happen on SpaceX. I don't know if I'm going to be a buyer. We and Neil talked about this. Like, if you buy 1,000 shares or whatever off open, and we, you know, we'll talk about it when the day is here, of course. But a trade has been that you buy stock off open and then, you know, wait to see if it halts up or down or whatever. And if it breaks the level, you get out, so on and so forth. I'm just a little nervous at what level it may open up at. Like,
yeah, it'll open so high. You know, the first thing to do is run the stock.
Like, let's just say we come in and it says it's $100, right? Is the indicative open price. So that's what it's indicating. So, and then all of a sudden it opens up at 350. Like, that's happened before. That's happened to Coinbase. It happened to probably Figma, Snowflake. Basically, a lot of the and I'm going to say overhyped, but I mean, they're dually hyped. There's reasons why they're so hyped up. But at the end of the day, that's going to be affecting whatever decisions we wind up making. So you got to be careful to buy all these IPOs. But that's maybe a talk for another day. Yeah, what did you just hear about Live Nation?
Well, look. Okay, Adara's got something. The stock is down, like, I don't know, $7.
I wanted to look into it because I was seeing this circulate here on social media. I haven't found the actual article yet, but either way, what I'm seeing circulate is, I guess, Live Nation reportedly illegally monopolized the ticketing market as judged by a jury. So again, Bloomberg reporting here that a jury found that Live Nation has illegally monopolized the ticketing market. STUB would be another play here that is pushing higher. So again, STUB higher, LYV lower on reports that Live Nation has been found to have illegally monopolized the ticketing market. If I get more confirmation, I'll let you know.
I mean, I know you know this, but you can sell your tickets even on Ticketmaster.
Yeah,
like you can now resell your tickets. You don't even have to go to like a third party. Like, you can buy your tickets from Live Nation. I don't know if I assume it's Ticketmaster in the United States, but you buy tickets and then you could just resell them even on that platform.
We use them, yeah. We'll use.
So it's kind of like,
we use whatever. Like, it just.
Did you hear in Canada what they're doing? The new government is going to cap the amount that you can resell your tickets for, and they're. Yeah. So it's the Ford government has tabled that, and I think it's going to go through. So that sucks because we're season ticket holders as well, as I know you are. And apparently they're going to do it for whatever the face value is. So as a season ticket holder, at least you get in a little bit under face value, but it's definitely going to cap the sort of.
When you see how fast people get around that.
Oh, yeah. No, but I just mean like on these websites. So that
on the website.
Yeah, like that's what's going to happen on the website, right? It's going to turn out to be like more of a, people will be paying in Bitcoins and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it'll change the way you do business.
Yeah, so it's just, that's something that, and I don't know if that's happening across the United States or not, but definitely here in Ontario, we have a conservative government here as a premier. So I don't know what they're doing there, but they're trying to pull back on ticket pricing.
It's kind of a weird one that they care so much about it. Like, basically, if you...
You're just saying it's unaffordable.
Yeah, like you had to be here when like the Jays made the World Series, and there was just so much complaining, and everyone's like, but the price of a ticket in 1992 was blah, 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 and people are paying so much. I'm like, well, that's their prerogative. If they're going to pay
It's more just the percent over the face value.
It was ridiculous. Yeah, I flat out said to a good friend of ours, like, it's a bucket list thing, he wants to go, and then I was like, look, man, this is what I'm getting right now. I go, even if I give you a discount, if I was you, you're not that big of a baseball fan, you just think it's cool, you'd be an idiot to pay this. I literally said to him, you'd be a fool to pay this. I go, we're gonna take somebody's money, but you'd be a fool to pay this. And that's what I said every single time a friend wanted to buy World Series tickets. And I was
see, that's where I think that you're not a fool.
It was
to
stupid.
Pay that. It's money means different things to different people.
Yeah, but you know who I'm talking about? The guy is not even a baseball fan.
Yeah.
That's all I was saying.
But that's why I think you pay the price, because it's an experience.
Yeah, but his wife she won't even watch the game when she. It's just like, dude, trust me.
I mean, my kids. I'll give you an example. Like Marissa, I couldn't pay her to watch a baseball game, but at the World Series, she loved going there and being there. Like, we were at a World Series game, and she was like, this is awesome. She loved being there for the experience.
Oh, the experience was unbelievable.
So I think that, like, when people pay, and I'm going to use Taylor Swift or any concert tickets you want to do, like, there's only so many times that you're going to be able to see, like Sharif was bitching about Tame Impala tickets, and it's just like, if you want to see them, unfortunately, you got to pay the piper, and the piper is just expensive these days, right? And so, yeah.
No joke. I went to a concert earlier, late last year, mid-December 25. I went to a concert that was with fees in the city of Toronto, like $31 a ticket. So there are still ways that people are doing cheaper. I just feel like you have to have more maybe niche artists, or I think it might also give people an opportunity to explore artists early in their careers because, you know, the tickets are a little bit cheaper. People aren't necessarily as clamoring. Venues are smaller, so I think that's maybe one benefit potentially to this.
Yeah, and also like artists are making money on the tours because of streaming.
Yeah,
you know, it's they're not getting, unless Adara is buying the album, of course, on iTunes. Shout out to Adara for that one. Yeah, so I don't have a problem paying those prices, but I do agree with you. They get out of hand at some point.
I just like if you have a passion for it, like, that's fair enough.
Yeah,
I know plenty of people where it was like,
go for it.
We had a fun, like one of the people we sat next to that we sold tickets to, we just talked to them all night. They're like, oh my goodness, I was too young when they made it in '92, and I'll never know when it's going to happen.
But let me guess, you didn't say they were a fool for paying those prices. Only to friends.
No, it's like, well, we didn't tell them it was our seats. I mean, maybe they figured that out, but like you don't make it. It wasn't even about that.
But I think you.
But it's just like this is a friend that I've known since we were both like 14 years old. So when I say, I'm like, dude, no, not really. Like it's just. That's not his thing. He's a huge basketball guy. Like, you know him. Like, if it's a Super Bowl, like, fair enough, because he's into fantasy and whatnot. But I've literally never even heard him talk about this. I've had season tickets for like 8 or 9 years. He's never asked me once about a game. And they get years.
I mean, I use the example of my wife. Like, but then I think you answered your own question there. The guy loved, regardless of how much you ripped him off, he paid the price and loved it.
Yeah, which is
so fair. There you go. Okay, Netflix. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Super Chat, if we can throw that up on Andre. I was just about to. No? Okay. Well, I wasn't on the page. There you go. Son of Daniel.
This guy.
Guru. Hey, guys, are you folks covering Netflix after the bell earnings? I'm pretty sure the next time we're going to do an aftermarket show for earnings it's like the Mag 7s, the NVIDIAs of the world. And it's tomorrow, isn't it?
You should also clarify that Netflix reports tomorrow, not tonight.
Well, I was going to say it's tomorrow. Yeah. Throw that in there. But
we do plan on doing, we're just waiting, Brendan's waiting for confirmation on making sure that, because we've had a bunch of wiring happening and everything like that, so we were using these computers behind us and doing that. So we will definitely be doing an aftermarket show for this. I shouldn't say definitely, but the idea is for this earnings season, we will cover all of the major earnings. The problem really is, it's only one stock tomorrow, Netflix, right? And we will get really busy with it. I think it's like the 29th and 30th. There's a bunch of names.
We get the big cluster in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Like the 30th is pretty big.
I really like Netflix stock, though.
By the way.
Did that break through now? Or, it's flat, SanDisk? Or what's it doing? Oh, you did Blue Ocean.
I know.
Okay, here's Netflix. So Netflix, awesome, right? Just an absolutely beast of a name. NFLX, right? I mean, we had this on our note on Friday. Sorry, on Friday. It's Wednesday. On Monday, on Friday, I will be on the beach. We had a note there of 102.50 long. Whoopsies. And our charts still don't reflect splits. But there it was right there. This is why we wrote it down long, 102.50. Obviously, Neil and I are day traders. We, exit out of our positions every day. But that was a great swing opportunity there on Netflix. You can go look it up, man. 102.50 on there. We had that. And it was a great trade on the day. But Netflix continues extension there. And Marissa yesterday sent me screen caps. There's like a Hulk Hogan when he was a kid documentary that she really wants to watch. There's a new show. What's the guy? You would know his name, Adair. I don't know if you'll know Neil, but Schitt's Creek, Dan Levy.
Dan Levy.
Yes. Okay, so
Eugene.
I know who that is.
Yeah, I know.
I haven't seen the show, but I know.
I just wasn't sure about the name. That's all. But so Dan Levy, he's in a new show apparently, and those guys are awesome. I think that's.
It's called Big Mistake, and I believe it's on Netflix.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's what we're talking about. So I think that Netflix does have a little bit more content, and the reason why we're talking about that is because they also got $2.8 billion for passing on Warner Brothers. So it's like they were ready to shell out $87 billion. Warner Brothers said no, we'll go with Paramount Sky, and now Netflix got paid $2.8 billion just for hanging around, and now they'll work on their own content, which has got them to where they are now. So I think that was a good play for Netflix. Obviously, you know, to get Sopranos and, you know, all the HBO Max and all that kind of stuff under their roof probably would have been good. But at the end of the day, that content's already created. So you still have to spend money on creating next movies and so on and so forth. So I really like Netflix for moving forward. I think you mentioned they got some more MLB games. They got some more, I think they got the Christmas NFL. They got...
The opening day was a bit of a mess.
It was opening day, right. So they got a bunch of stuff. I know every Friday night, I think, is a Netflix exclusive as well for your hometown teams on MLB. But anyways, I love the live sports. They just had Tyson Fury. I don't know if Joe watched that.
Netflix broke the 200-period moving average today.
Yep. And what Neil said if you didn't hear him. All right, let's go over to Adara.
BFB on watch here, Brown-Forman. This is not the first time that we've heard some kind of buyout rumors around them, but I have more details now, or I guess a newer headline here with Wall Street Journal reporting that Sazerac offered roughly $15 million or $32 a share to buy Brown-Forman, which is the company that makes Jack Daniels. Brown-Forman has apparently also been in deal talks with Pernod Ricard. That's also according to the Wall Street Journal. Now, the Pernod Ricard reports we heard about a while ago. These Sazerac offer, to my knowledge, is new, but either way, $32 a share, decent premium. Before the spike, we were trading around $28.50. High of that spike was $30.30. Right now, trading around $29.20. Either way, long story short, looks like at least two different companies have reportedly made an offer here for Brown-Forman. BF.B. Back to you.
No, that's still not in our liquor stores. Although I can't remember the last time I was in an LCBO, but I don't think they're promoting U.S. liquor still. So
you can't can't get bourbon.
Yeah, you can't get a proper Manhattan around here.
Old fashioned.
And when the guys from ICE come up and visit us, he gets upset because he's a Jack and Coke guy. So.
I'm a bourbon guy, so like I've got my stash at home, but like I was out for drinks with
you're saying
an old trader, and it's like, okay, well, what rye are you putting? I know rye is a Canadian thing, but whatever. It's supposed to be made with bourbon. Let's just get it all over with and get trade back. But that's been getting political. This is why I usually short SMCI, because it does, like I could still be short this. It made the trend break, so I'd be out. But like you could be consolidating with the trend instead, and now it's just consolidating in here, looking to make that push, and it's not really going anywhere. It's 3, and get an early look. I don't know why, but Neo is $3.5 million to sell before 3 o'clock. So I'm going to have a look at that one for sure. Rafi, great show as always. What's next for Microsoft on the daily chart?
Did you ever see Rafi as a kid? Rafi is amazing.
As a kid, well, I mean,
I didn't know anything about smoking weed or anything back then, but I'm pretty sure that this guy was one of those guys.
I've seen Rafi, but
yeah, Sharon Lois and Bram.
Sharon Lois and Bram as a kid, and then Fred Penner.
Oh, Fred
Penner.
Yep.
Yeah, those are the two we grew up on. My daughter got a chance to see them too. I literally just typed Rafi into my chart.
There we go. I've got you.
It's Microsoft that we're supposed to be looking at. Where can it go? 470? On a daily chart, that would be the next level for Microsoft. Look, I like Apple more than I like Microsoft. I like a lot of stuff more than Microsoft. But and then you get basically the same level on the weekly chart. The 50 period says 470 in terms of a gap fill. And I bet you if I go to and then I'll go to a monthly chart, and it's probably going to indicate, if you go to a monthly chart, that probably tells you 470 to 475. So I don't know, the charts kind of say there's room to 470, but this is back to the whole point of the market's at the highs, but there's plenty of stocks that are just now getting going. And you like Google can pass the baton to Apple, and Nvidia can pass the baton to Microsoft, and so on and so forth, and yada, yada, yada. So I just think there's plenty of names that have some get up and catch up to them that can drag us higher here. Microsoft would just be an example of that. Let's go to Adara.
Hey, keep an eye here on the market. We are getting some comments coming through here from Feds Muslim. Feds Muslim saying that he believes the current interest rate range is likely appropriate for some time. So saying Fed's not really in a rush to cut, nor should they be raising. He said that easing of the tariff impact will actually help lower inflation. We know a lot of these Feds have been a lot more optimistic as of late in terms of thinking that any tariff shocks will not be long-term effects. He also said that housing inflation is trending in the correct direction, but he said that oil shock is likely going to negatively impact core inflation. Also getting some comments here, Axios reporting that a senior U.S. official said the U.S. has not formally requested that Israel have a ceasefire in Lebanon, and they're not going to be any part of these Iran peace talks. I'm guessing they mean Israel by that, because we know the U.S. and Iran are apparently continuing to engage in peace talks. And we had Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt say today that the U.S. does not want to extend that ceasefire. They want to keep the deadline here for Tuesday so that hopefully everything will be resolved before they have to actually extend things further. Back to you.
Yeah, there it is. I was really surprised when I heard that you and Joe, you had that conversation. You guys were talking about all-time highs there in the SPY. Well, guess what? There it is. It is brand new all-time highs in the SPYs right now, as we have E-signal as 697, 697.84 all-time high made back January, I guess, 27th, right there. See ya. Will we close? Oh, we could get a poll going maybe. Will we close at or above 698, which would basically give us that brand new all-time high. So congratulations. I said Friday. We're 2 days early on that one. And of course, the market just continues to lift higher. But we do have to tell you that volatility creates movement, and we've been in a volatile market, and sophisticated traders know that movement creates opportunity. And Beta Pro by Global X offers Canada's first and longest running suite of levered and inverse levered ETFs built for sophisticated investors who understand the risks of leverage and the importance of precision. It's triple levered bull and bear ETFs tied to the NASDAQ 100 index are designed for daily tactical trades, providing amplified daily exposure and giving traders the tools to engage with both upward momentum and market pullbacks. These strategies are currency hedged, seeking to offset US dollar exposure back to the Canadian dollar. For those navigating short-term market moves, both up and down, Beta Pro offers the flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that looks like for you and your individual strategy, objectives, and of course, risk profile. Trade tactically, learn more, and study it at betapro.ca. We want to thank Beta Pro and Global X for their continued sponsorship. And
you said
Tesla.
This is going to be the easiest poll ever.
There it is. Yeah, exactly.
Easiest poll ever. It's simple. SPY closed today at an all-time high. Type 1 for yes, type 2 for no. Let's see if the bulls get in here in full force. So we've already started the poll. If you're not in the chat, you have to be in the chat to vote yes on this poll. I've already typed the 1, and you can, you get frisky with it and throw a bunch in there if you want to. There we go. I'll just gonna, as I'm doing this, I'm just gonna fire a bunch of them because I believe in it. It's 42, 48, 80% are saying yes. You got to be in the chat, so get on there. If you haven't done so, then be a subscriber. It's a subs-only chat. But I feel like this is gonna be not one of these 50-50 boring jobs that we usually get. But this is pretty convincing. Like we're 1 1/4. We've now broken pretty cleanly through it. I just don't think we're gonna look back.
No, I think there's only one answer there, and I think it's 1. I think we're going to hold. I mean, look, you could get. It's tough to say.
We could hold it and then gap under tomorrow.
Oh no, well, that's for sure. I think that is most likely what's going to happen.
More likely.
But I don't know about gapping under, but maybe a down day tomorrow.
Well, pulling back is.
I was going to say I think the Y's is a 1, but you could get a headline. The market is a living, breathing.
Well, that's sort of the thing.
Yeah, so it's a living, breathing thing here. So.
There's also no earnings that we have to worry about giving us a reversal.
No.
Right? It'd be one thing if like 2 or 3 Mag 7 names were reporting, and it's like, okay, well then those could bring us down. By the way, USO broke the low of the day, as well. So in addition to.
Hello, Randy. No. Okay.
Yeah, whatever. Muscle memory. I'm probably going to fall for that way too many times. But the USO breaking lows of the day, which I was just showing you, it's taken a while, but we're almost getting to that VWAP on SMCI. My first gut is the stock is weak. I would rather be shorting this off VWAP because it's in a downtrend and the stock sucks, but it is what it is. It'll get there pretty soon, and then we can look for a reversal. I know we're looking at Live Nation there, right back into the lows. Yeah, they don't like this story at all. So Live Nation. right back into low of day, under 3.7%. If you're not up on a day like today, that's something to be questioned. Anything that's, no, seriously, anything that's weak. There was a headline on G Vernova that I believe, I then started talking about me trimming the position instead of telling you guys the headline. It was basically they were looking into opportunities to expand within like Venezuela. It barely moved, but it is sort of breaking out there. I think that's good for them, but whatever. The stock is already so far to the upside. That's probably why it's not moving.
We've, yeah, you guys like that when the Randy sound comes on there? Playing that up a little bit. I like it. That's fun. Come on.
Not looking that time. You're not going to fool us twice.
I can only do it once, Fabian. Oh, my guy. Over there. Oh, man. All right. So, yeah, look, this Tesla one is getting a little carried away, man. We're still $28 in the money. We only have 5% left. We've talked about that. We did a good job. I feel like holding it. We did get out our last little piece right there. And that was another 5%. We were only holding 10%. We didn't do the absolute greatest, but we were taking like $8 or $9 on this. Hard to... I mean, the market's doing the heavy lifting now. It's not Tesla. My stop was right here, 386. But now that we are in the hour of power, we are going to stop out on a 200-period break, okay? I mean, we've Randy, again?
That's Adara.
No, that's Adara. Okay, what's up, Adara?
Adara?
No.
Okay,
okay.
now you're just...
Yeah. Now you're tricking the audience, which, because that's supposed to be breaking.
Because that's breaking
That's supposed to be breaking news.
There's not.
Okay, so anyways, we're just playing around. All right, so 389.50. Let's put that stop order right now in there for Tesla. Look, I know Neil's maybe traded a couple handfuls of names, but I've only been on 2 names today. So it's just, for me, this trade happened real early. We've kind of lost focus here on it. And it's just because, we've been having a great time here on this afternoon show. But I'm going to put in 389.50 right now. So I canceled my last stop. My last stop was right here on this break of 386. And if we zoom it back out, I'll just explain it. Like, that was right there. And it was also with the 200 period when I was looking at it. So I was like, if we break, we'll get out. And then, so right now we'll use that. That's 389.50. So I'm just going to, without blammering on too much, 389.49. All right, we put this order in, it gets us out of 100%. So I don't need to do anything except for hopefully hit enter. So right there. So now we're into that one and we can see what happens now. But that's what we're doing for Tesla. Now the NVIDIA trade, I told you, only 2 symbols for me over here today. And that is, we just got to the 50-period moving average. So spin it. That's $1.25 in the money. And we actually, this was a trade that we took live with you guys. It was against me when we had this. We talked about why I liked NVIDIA. And the stop on this was 96. We talked about that as well. So right here, man, that's 40 cents worth of risk, 3-to-1 to trade it all the way to the upside. And on this trade, we're actually doing pretty good. We still have 33% left, or 35% left, as we get out basically 5% every single one of these, all the way to there. And again, it's pretty key levels for me. These, sometimes they'll look random and sometimes they are, but now I'm trying to go like, that's the 50 period, a bunch of outs also at these highs, right? 197. We just wanted to make sure we broke that. We were able to get a bunch out there. Then it ripped up and then we got out at this next past high right into there, 197.50. Then a couple 198s, basically right where this 200 period moving average is. So that way we're a little more controlled on our entries and our exits. And I'm still going to use this as an out. So we'll get out of half of what we have left if we break 197.13s. Okay, so 197.13 for me is a trigger out. So we're going to put that in for half of our position. 197.13. We'll do this. And look, we can do this. Half. Okay, so we push offer enter, and now we can get controlled out of half of that trade. So it's 3:14 already. Pretty quiet on the news front right now, but anything could hit at any time.
Oh, so there's no message to that super chat.
Oh.
Thank you, Rafi.
Ooh, Rafi.
So just a word of advice. If we want to display the super chat on the screen, the little thing that we have that does it requires, like, if there's a message in there, because we can't select it. So I can show and want to say thank you for the super chat in there. And what I mean is I can just do this for JKL. Whoops, US. Sorry, I've already hit it. Thank you for the super chat, JKL. Conviction remains. Something is disconnected between technicals and macro fundamentals. You're adding to USO, so you still like the USO. You're buying oil, right? Like, it's. I get it. Like, nothing is standard. My only concern is, like, breakout. Look at these lower highs. This one feels like a trend break to me, technically. It's like, I I don't know, like I'm feeling it's still like technically bearish on USO, which is usually good for the markets. But I feel you. It does seem like we're way too optimistic, at least in terms of the price of oil. Like nothing fundamentally has happened good enough. But you are just one headline away. But thank you for the super chat there. We appreciate you, JKL. I know you don't necessarily even need advice. It's more just sort of thinking through the ideas while we're at it. But yeah, good look. I know you were in silver. That was fantastic for you, and then pivot that money on over to USO, and good luck. Or whether or not you could be trading that, or you said USO, it could have been like oil futures. So as the market continues to go high, remember we just made some all-time highs. Maybe it means something, maybe it doesn't. Trend break, holds a prior low. Wait till VWAP to get some out. Then next support's at 1150, and then next support's at 1140. So basically every 10 pennies on this one. When it's a $10 stock, I like the symmetry of that as well. Gonna look to take some out. But it is now a quarter after. So you're starting to get a little bit close to like when the imbalances are starting to come out, and got to start thinking about that part of the trade and start getting out just because you have a time horizon on it. Sometimes you want these to go right away, but if they're moving slow, then you take what you can get, and you try not to get upset. NEO is still an early 3.4 million to sell, which is pretty hefty. It's a hefty amount of volume relative to the day. So I'm going to have this up. It's over 10% of the day's volume on the imbalance for NIO, and it's barely moving. So this could end up one of those possible trades where if it's anywhere close to VWAP, you might be able to like risk a cent and just try to sit in it and see if it actually comes out that big. But we'll see a little bit closer to that 350 level. So yeah, just the same thing for me. I feel like SMR is working better down than SMCI is working up. I hate this stock.
Well, SMR is pulling back.
Okay. It's still up. It's still up a boat. It's up 13%. I mean, like yeah, it's pulling back from current highs, but like the daily chart, like the chart looks fantastic on the day, and it's just at VWAP here. And then if we go to like where this has gone on the daily, like this feels like it's just starting. But for this afternoon, it was a reversion short. I think there's a little bit more room to run on this. I want to say a little bit. Like if this is broken trend, like why can't it get into the teens, man? You haven't even broken the 50 period yet on SMR. I'd like to see it do more work.
Yeah, good talk there. I mean, I
down what 80, 90, 85, 90% now. 85%.
We were able to get out, I think, at 57, and then we bought some back at 30. So we're still stuck under.
Well, I still own this thing. I bought once at like, I think it was like between 12.75 and 13.10. I have to double check. It was somewhere around the 13 level, but I know it wasn't exactly 13. And I sold 2/3 on the way up, and that's great. So like technically the overall thing isn't out of the money, but the last 13's out of the money, and I haven't found a spot that I'm not comfortable, that I don't want to get back in until it reclaims the 50 period moving average. So I'm not even bought back into this thing. And I think I will take a shot over the 50 period moving average if it gets there in the next couple of days.
Yeah, I really like SMR. It's just, I think it might be a little early on the technology. Okay, yeah. So right there, we're just, we gotta take more out, right? I mean, this is what trading's about. Hitting the goals for the levels on the stock. Forget about the goals P&L wise. I'm just saying when you start to, get going on a stock, you got to have your ins and your outs, right? And so we'll just try to talk about that and go over some of the spots that we're looking for. And I'm looking for this, obviously, right here on NVIDIA, and here comes 198. So we take another piece out. So I'll have to think about how many shares I have, but I'd say we at least have 25% right now left on board. So that was pretty good. Another 5% out right there as we continue to climb higher. Our Tesla trade is still working. We already talked about where our out is on that one. And I'm just going to double check it. 389.50 right now. So that's that 200 period. It's going to start to tick up a little bit here, but with only 20 minutes left, I'm not too afraid of getting stopped on this trade right now. And if we do, then okay, we'll take $25 and that'll be fine on that. So we're loving life with that name right now. I like the SMR idea and more ideas. Let's go over and take a look at what the word is here today with Bird, because this is a nice upside play, 677%. We actually brought this to you in the pre-market, and I guess we didn't. I don't know if. I think I heard Sharif was trading this a little bit today, but it was a nice move up. We did get one halt there right off the open. Other than that, we haven't halted yet today, which is kind of strange, it being up this much and not actually halting. So shout out to the SEC for that. Like, how come it doesn't halt here? That goes from $21 down to $17. That should have been a halt.
Halt rules are a suggestion sometimes.
Yeah, so I don't really know why sometimes they don't halt and they do halt. And
I think
this
we
is a
have
1 minute chart right there. But anyways, that's all birds, and it's starting to go. And I would think as long as you hold 15, basically 16 right there, this looks like clear sailings, and it's trying to go higher even right now, breaking through that $20, $21 mark. So I feel like you won't be happy if you hold on to this for too long, but it's been a nice move. And what am I to say that this can't go to $50 tomorrow? I have no idea there with Bird. And then Google continues to go higher as well, but I'm just going to take the opportunity now, just because it's a little slower in this market now. Flights from Toronto to Minneapolis came up as an ad. Can you see where I'm traveling to? And if I've been searching for flights or not. But right into there. So here we go. Broadcom. Up 4%. That was a good story today with who was in the chips? Tesla and Broadcom coming together a little bit there for the chip fab as Tesla releases a new chip today. And we saw Tesla up right there, and I'm in that position. That's up 8% today for Tesla. JP Morgan, the one bank that's getting hit pretty good today. I'm not really sure why. Morgan's up 5, which was a great gift for Morgan Stanley shareholders. That was a great long, and they take out all-time highs. Or anyways, I keep saying that, but I don't know because of, and I said that for Citigroup as well.
Yeah, the problem.
But I'm not. I have to go back and look at all those charts from
2008
07.
was
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Very specific issues back then. I can't really remember what they were, but those issues back there in 08. So just joking around. Of course, we know what they were. And then just looking to see what that next sort of trade's going to be over there for the financials. But not great times in this space, but today pretty good. Coinbase up 4.5% right there as well. The NASDAQ actually up 2.28%. So things are happening right now in the space, that's for sure. Caterpillar, so today not a great day. This is where I think the value is. I mean, we talk about, some stocks looking to make a difference. I think these names right here, Caterpillar, Lam Research, AMAT, Deere, you're going to need to rebuild a lot of what's happened. So Caterpillar could be involved there. If China can settle out as well.
It's still so high.
Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those names that has been well traded to the north side by many traders. I know you own it as well. So Caterpillar has just been a great,
I couldn't bring myself to buy the dip on this yet.
Buy the dip? Yeah,
Look at the monthly on Caterpillar. I love the stock, but even I wouldn't pull the trigger up this high. But I think this is the kind of name you buy dips on. I think Deere might be a little bit better or closer to an area. Closer to an area. Thank you. Where you will keep loading, where you might look to buy the dip.
Load.
At some point, there you go. Thank you. It's a little slow this afternoon. 550. This is Deere's nowhere near its highs when the market's coming back in to the tops. I think this one makes a little bit of sense. And I like Caterpillar more. That's what I hold. But I think Deere is going to present you with an opportunity. I don't know when their earnings are because I haven't really, again, I don't own them, so I haven't checked. But that could be the next catalyst. All right, so it's now 3:24, so another 10 minutes have passed. Looks like SMR is bouncing off VWAP, so instead of waiting for 50s, I took another leg out at the volume-weighted average price. And throw up the super chat from Rocket Maru.
Yeah, man, shout out, my guy. I don't know, I have no idea what that
Copenhagen
is.
something? I have no idea.
Danish krooners or something?
I don't know what currency that is.
Fabian, how do we find out what currency that is? I don't know if YouTube. Anyways, okay, we'll get that all figured out, regardless of the amount.
Colombian peso.
Boom, the Colombian pesos. Love that, man. Thank you so much. By the way, right now, we're almost $2 in the money on NVIDIA, but there it is. Thank each and every one of you at Trader TV Live. Yeah, I mean, we have an absolutely great team here. We've talked about that. I've really enjoyed trading with all of you. The education segments and the small cap trades are rocking. So there we go. Yes, we say a big shout out to Joe and Sharif for that. Great community.
Great
of course.
community.
We know that, and that's part of the reason why we started this show. Okay, so yeah, thanks Joe, thanks Sharif, everybody that's added so much, you know, to what we're doing here. I trade pretty much.
If that was Danish kernels, that would be.
Yeah, I pretty much. Yeah, I know it's like almost a what 1-to-1 or something like that. That'd be a nice little $100,000 super chat. That'd be nice. But yeah, don't. The amount Google takes money.
YouTube takes all that.
Yeah. Just send it cash. Just send it cash straight to me, and I'll deal
That's
with it.
why they look like that.
Only cash though, of course. But
it dropped like $2.
Yeah, I forget what I was going to say, but that's okay. But anyways, thank you so much to everybody for that. And oh yeah, I trade. I mean, I forget there was one crazy small cap name that we took like 1,000% on. But generally speaking, I'll trade a lot of the mega cap names. Neil's kind of both of everything. I think we all try to look at everything. And then the midday show is primarily small caps. So you want to thank Luis Barbado today for coming out as well. And I mean, here's the kind of mid-range cap name, Marvell. This is another name that just keeps getting extended out. I still am shocked we touched 138 again today. So this is, and I'm bringing this up because right now, you've now seen, like I was like, oh, I'm gonna get out of Marvell at 133, which so we did do some of that, right? But at the end of the day, that is now, in 2 days, we've seen this happen now. We've touched out at 138 now 2 days in a row, including a pre-market high of 139 yesterday. So just be careful with that. We saw AS. I don't even know. I haven't seen what ASML has been doing this afternoon. So before
there was a good bounce.
Okay, yeah. So it's still down 4%. But yeah, to Neil's point, it has bounced. But there's another example where you get a name that's been rocking. This looks like Marvell actually from here to here. There's the high, comes back in, makes another high. Now Marvell's doing it on back-to-back days, but there we go. And then here again on earnings, and then a little bit of a drop down. So what goes up does come down as people continue to take profits. So that would be another look there. That's for me. I mean, NVIDIA, we just took another piece out. Oh, wow. Okay, there it is at VWAP. So you know what I got to do? Hit offer, enter when we see that. And there we go. We take another piece out as it just hits another key level. So far, so good here as we just make 2 trades today. And in total right now, look, we have not that many shares on this, but we're still happy with where this is going. We'll see if we can hold it all the way. This is the first trade of the day. This happened at 9:30, and it's going to come out at 4 o'clock, it looks like. So an all-day trade there on Tesla.
Auction.
Wish we held, yeah, we could auction it. Wish we held the whole amount, but there goes Tesla straight to the upside. And then the trade that we all had this afternoon was, that I had this afternoon that we talked about was NVIDIA down there. So yeah, man, so far so good as we just continue to count down the hours until I'm out of here. Counting down the minutes now. And then we got to do, Joe's still hanging around. So he had his lunch. So at 3:40, we're going to do rate that lunch.
Yes.
Okay, Joe's waiting around.
So good.
Looks like a boxer over there. So we're going to do rate that lunch. Neil has a obvious opinion that we've already had there, but we don't have the rating yet. So that will come very, very soon. Chicken it was. Greek lemon herbed chicken was. And I'll remind everybody.
Oh, is that what the seasoning was?
You know what I should do? I should take a picture, and then we should review it. Like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 7, 1. Yeah.
Oh,
so Fabian wants us to do like a countdown where we all. Yeah, exactly. So we'll figure that out. But anyways. All right. So yeah, NVIDIA right there at. I mean, look, you can go the low of the move. I'm not gonna say low of the day. Oh, it is the low of the day actually. Low of the day into VWAP. Pat yourself on the back. Shout out to all my WWE fans and Barry Horowitz right there with this NVIDIA trade. And there it goes. Shout out to Stone Cold who would whoop his you know what just for fun on those house shows. So shout out to Stone Cold right there. And my man Joe to the left of us. But yeah, there's NVIDIA to VWAP. I think it's a good area to start taking some out. We did do a video on VWAP that's doing quite well. You might want to go find that.
Speaking of VWAP, there was something I meant to say, but
send me the link to that video.
And I should have said this. You've heard me say a million times, reversion to VWAP. Bounce reversion up to the volume weighted average price. Reversion from the high down to the volume weighted average price. There are times when you have to be able to look at something and just know that it's a bit different, and you can't have the same. You just change your targets. Like your rules are the same, but you're not necessarily expecting a VWAP retracement. Because Tesla was a really good example of that. Like there was no way that Tesla was going to trend this way that I wasn't going to take a shot at shorting it at some point. But sometimes it's just really, really strong. And you just can't be thinking about, well, usually I think these go to the volume weighted average price, and it looked like it was clean, it accelerated. The big time buyers showed up on the bid. Where else would they show up? They can't show up on the offer. And it was just sort of, yeah, this is nonsensical. You should get out of Dodge. And then the other one I talked about was like not Live Nation.
What was it?
Shoe company.
Bird. All birds.
Yeah, we're all birds. Just was a no-fly zone for me. 100% no-fly zone. They never work. They never work for me. So I'm done with ever trying to short those because it doesn't make any sense. And I feel like the best shorting opportunities on these types of stocks tend to happen after the fact. It's like the day after, or when it makes an obvious like double top, and then when everyone's given up on it, that is when it's somewhat reasonable. So by the way, SMR's bounced off VWAP, so I'm just gonna tighten up the stop. I'm not gonna give it back into the high. This one got to VWAP and decided it didn't want to go any further, so I now have half out, and I'll get the rest at VWAP if I can, and then we just move the stop a little bit tighter, and do not want to turn that into an L. And then SMCI is basically doing the same thing, like clawing its way up to VWAP. I still have the order just sitting there. So this one also broke trend. Too late. I was way too late to shorting this because it was a VWAP trade right here at 11:30. Should have been it there and then reloading there. And that was about it. I don't think you could have had any other shortness, maybe in here as well. So we'll see. I love the fact that the market is doing what we all expect. Well, not everybody. What precisely 83.6% of us, or the viewers, voted and said it would do, which is hold on to the highs. So you can still vote. I haven't closed it yet. We'll probably close it in the next, I don't know, like 5-10 minutes. Because once you get to the end of the day, it's like, what's the point? You know what's going to happen in the last 10-15 minutes. Very unlikely you'll move too far there. But overwhelmingly, our viewers are bullish, thinking that the SPY will hold on to this all-time high. There's nothing overnight outside of some kind of Iran headline that I think would scare us. No major earnings that we have to worry about. All systems go. And as said before, we haven't talked enough about some of the names that are just starting to get going. Like Apple's up 2.6%, and it's like no one even cares. I haven't seen anyone even mention this name. It's through the 50, gonna close, I think, in a new breakout here for Apple. And it just goes to show, like, how many times have we seen this exact thing with Apple? A negative story hits, and then that day is literally the best dip buy you could have for the next two or 3 weeks. And it'll always be something along lines of iPhone demand, blah, 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 or this release is disappointing or whatever. In this particular case, they said the Fold. The Fold was having production concern. Like, look what the stock did. And then look what it did after. Just gap up and then hold, and then go. Sometimes you got to be able to just jump on the bid sometimes when a good company has that happen.
The Fold ain't having no problems. I don't want to get the Fold anyways. Okay, we just talked about the VWAP video right there. So if you are interested in it, you just got to go to our YouTube playlist page. So you go to our home, you just go to Trader TV Live here on YouTube. It's pretty simple. Playlists, and then we have a bunch of different stuff over here. You know, when we had Joe Rogan on the show, there's a playlist right there for him. And then if you come over here, this is where the education starts. This is the trading education. So, you know, Neil and I have talked about doing this, of course, and we've done it numerous times here for you guys. And this was the VWAP video education talk from yesterday. So if you guys were interested in doing that, you can go and have a look. Why buy VWAP, the trap, perfect setups, stop guessing. Like, it looks like I'm guessing that. I got to grow that beard back again. I don't know what I'm doing here, but go over, check that out. I'll drop this playlist right now into the chat, and you guys can go.
Is there only one picture for me? You gotta take some.
You're just a happy guy over here, Neil, so don't worry about that. But there you go. So, you know, go support us. I'll drop that in the chat right now, and you guys can go have a look at those lists. And it's funny because I got a note from my brother yesterday out of the blue, and he's like, oh, great, now I know exactly what VWAP is. And I was like, okay, so...
you didn't know before?
Yeah, he's just joking around, I believe. He traded with us before.
I mean, like, he traded on our floor.
Yeah, no. And it's just funny because, so there you go, Ramin. It worked. It must have hit whatever his algorithm is right there. So shout out to my bro, who was born the same day as me. But
the guy wasn't the VWAP video, but actually one of our older RSI videos, the trader I was talking last night was discussing that one. It's not just the recent ones we've been doing. You saw on that page. There's a wealth of Other educational videos we have, like interviews, lots of fun stuff. I don't know if the Sam Bankman, I don't know if the Sam Bankman-Fried thing's in there when we had him on. I don't know if some of the guests are going to be on there, but for sure, it's all about education. The other
there's
thing
different playlists.
The other thing that's pretty cool is jump in the chat and be like, hey, why don't you guys do a video on this? I'm always interested in learning about X or Y. Why not? Like, it never hurts us. I tell my others all the time. If you want something,
let us know.
You got to ask for it. If you're not willing to ask for the things, like, what's the worst that they could just say no or they could not do it? And then
I'll show someone here.
Exactly where you were before.
Here we go.
That's the worst that can happen.
Let me show you what the worst can happen is. Okay, here we go. Hold on a second here. Okay, here we go. What's up, Mr. Let's see what this one is. All right, here's a suggestion. Best way to control emotions to what? Okay, no. Okay, I didn't read that one before. All right, see, that's it. No. So we say no to that. You see how easy that is right there? Yeah, so that's why I was going to say, when Neil says put whatever suggestion you want in there, instantly I was thinking like, okay, how to do squats. We have Sharif around here, different things like that.
I've never tried, no.
How do you go schlong? That's short and the long at the same time. You could figure that out yourself as well. But you know what? One video that we may want to talk about is, how the hell do you have $30 winners? And the answer, preparation. And I told that to my friend. We got someone in my, a friend that obviously that we know messaged me today and goes, holy shit. And it was just like, and I just sent him the sticky note. I'm like, bro, this is what it is, right? I mean, this is what we're doing here every single day. I wrote down on the sticky note 364. Now, obviously the action, that's the fill that we have. So the action that's happened since then, you can't, I wish that crystal ball, was working. Mine's broken right now, but if it was working, then I would have known that this was eventually what was going to happen. But it's just about preparation, and it's just like, as long as you, like I said, I only have 2 trades today, okay? And if you look in here on the profile, you'll see right here that these 2 trades all are stemming from, there's Tesla, there's SMR on my watch list, there's Nike, we haven't even talked about Nike, and then there's NVIDIA. So I only have 2 trades on today, and it's Tesla and it's NVIDIA. And that's what I'm doing. And there's the 364 long, and it's just like it came in. We got that trade. It went against us. I mean, we took it right away in the open, as it was a little bit of a risky trade because we opened up the day. We were at 367. We wrote down we like this 364 area. Yesterday's closing price. Sometimes you got to take it out, put it on the table, and we did that there. And then boom, right there to the upside, and maybe potentially thinking about getting out now at 294 for that $30 winner right there on Tesla. And oh boy, what a great trade to start the vacation with. And that's what you got to do, right? And everyone's completely different. Like we said, I think you're about 10 symbols. I think Joe is 5 or 6. Sharif is 5 or 6. I'm just today 2. And most days it'll be maybe a handful, 3 or 4. And it's just a matter of what sets up. And if some days, man, you could get, like for you, trading that many, you got setups. And if the setups are there.
If you're a mean reversion trader.
Is that what?
It's very.
Well, I hate pigeonholing like what kind of a trader, but I get it. That's OB.
It's a setup. It's a setup that I've always liked. It's one that I've applied to like when I was a penny stock trader. Back in like 2003 to like, I don't know, it was like 03 to 05 or whatever the heck it was. But when I did that, I did it back then. And so it's always been something that I've liked. And the truth of the matter is, you will hop around from one mean revert to another. Like SMCI turns at the bottom, you take a shot at that one, you go over to, we were just in, I keep saying Live Nation, but it was SMR. Live Nation had the news on it, that's why I keep saying it. SMR broke trend, it gets to VWAP, which usually I like, but then get out, break even when it bounces. Tesla was a good example. Like Tesla makes a move like that, you're gonna take a shot at Tesla for sure. One shot, prior high stopped, bottom-tail wick, like take that one to the downside. Like they're all gonna be, but it's not all, it shouldn't be, I shouldn't say only that, because I also like crypto for the short. Like I like the VWAP short on BM&R. That lost. Then I took another one on a trend break. So this was a trend break trade, and I grabbed that one there. You wait for it to set up. I had IBIT, but IBIT was more of a structured trade that I happened to like for sure. And again, you just sort of have to find what works for you and what you like. And at the end of the day, as long as what you do works for you, then that's all you should care about. And if I'm going to keep saying Live Nation, I should double check. Yeah, it's still down. 5% lower. And where did it bounce to? Any guesses? You guys can't even see the wick. Now you can see. Where did this bounce to? Right to the volume weighted average price to the low of the day. This is way too late. Yeah, this is ugly looking for them. I don't know if there's any bounce spots on the daily, but it did bounce. It bounced off the 50 period on the daily, so at least there's that you could hang your hat on. 10 minutes till the imbalances come in. I still have the eyes on NEO. It didn't really grow. It's still the same 3.5 million that it was before. If it comes out bigger, I like the short. If it comes out at the same number that everyone's looking at, that's not as exciting to me. But it is the only one with any size. Like Snapchat, 1.3 million, $5 stock. You need to be pretty big and balanced if you're that cheap. And there's nothing on those Amex names. There's nothing on the Amex that's over 500,000 shares. So whatever everyone's doing there, it hasn't been the close lately, I don't think.
Yeah. I just messaged my wife that I'm almost in vacation mode right there. So she's back. Hair did, nails did. What's the other thing? All hair done, nails done, everything big. Yeah, so that's all done big, now. And I saw, I got the note about that. So everything big. It's a little expensive to get the cut and color done around here. Yeah,
Erin got her braids done. It was 3.5 hours yesterday.
Yeah, but probably so that should be at least. I mean, I would say that's probably at least $200. I would think.
I'd have to. You know what?
Yeah,
I can check. I'll check the credit card after. Yeah, I honestly, it's not that I shouldn't know. I literally don't know. She got blue this time.
Oh, nice.
And the difference, like, so Sia. Well, she's not here. Sia said that it took like 45 minutes for hers.
Yes, you got to find out who's doing it.
But like the difference is like Erin's hair, obviously way more curly, and that's the real big difference.
Is
like,
it?
I think it is a big difference.
I think it's a texture.
It's exactly like the hair type. Because my first thing was like 45 minutes. Maybe we're going to the wrong person, but no, it is literally just about. It's just harder to do. Yeah. Ever. She's so patient with it. I don't have that kind of. I don't think I.
I think like Marissa. I think it was 2 to 3 hours. I think they just get used to it, and it's just like it's like when I go. Obviously, I have no hair. Obviously, welcome to the club, everybody. It's just like I'm like five minutes, but it's more talking to the barber there. But when you find somebody,
I enjoy talking to my barber. Exactly. I don't know if I'm trying to talk to my barber for 3 hours.
That's the other thing. But I think when you're getting color,
love you, Keith, but
cut and all that kind of stuff.
At some point, like, what are we talking about?
Yeah. Okay. What is tomorrow's trade? Good question. I won't be here tomorrow, so you will have Joe and Neil here tomorrow.
PayPal continuation is one of the things I'm looking at. But I've probably already mentioned. I did already mention this, so that's nothing new. Like PayPal's on a recent breakout, like the hold of the 50, the break. I like the momentum here. But the thing is, you've got like breakout, consolidation day. You have to be, it's tricky on a consolidation day because then you might get the whole pull back into a prior high. Well, if I see that, like it might just end up a day where it's only a 1% range on PayPal, but I like the continuation play there. I don't know where else I'll be looking. You can always just go back to the well. Like I feel like SMR here, just looking at the structure of this, I know it was a reversion short, but the structure was really good. Like when it dipped, it pulled back into the prior high and then held higher. So that looks pretty solid for a continuation. Those are two names off the top of my head that I'm immediately going to be looking at because I like the setups on them.
Anyway. I'm trying to find, I went over to our playlist, I don't find it. There was one playlist where it was for stalking the streets. I used to go on the street and talk to everybody. I went to my barber and talked to him about some fun things with, at that time, Fahad and I were doing those things, but I don't see it now. So, okay.
There's a lot of stuff that I thought would have been on that page that isn't.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Thank you so much, Turkish Trades. Yeah, we will be enjoying it. It will be back on next Thursday. So I'm gone Thursday to Thursday, God willing. We'll be back and ready to rock and roll one more time. There it is. So there it is. We need a new button, Fabian. It's a $30 club right there. So there's Tesla. I'm not going to hit this 30 times, but there you go. You can now timestamp it. Adara has a great memory. Adara, it is April the 15th. So the next time someone asks, hey, has anybody had a $30 winner here? We can say April the 15th. Right there, Tesla. We've done something like this before. This is not the biggest trade. The biggest trade we had was that SLV trade. We talked about that over and over again. But this one, just because we're not holding as much, and we didn't put on like a huge amount of shares down there. We took it real early, but obviously when it went out, it went out. Okay, yeah, more super chats. Hopefully it's not like that suggestion that I put up there last time. Okay, I will be missed. Well, I'll be missing you guys. Thank you. That's very kind of you to say that. Thank you for the awesome trade ideas. Yes, never talking like that. It'll be a 10 out of 10. Yes, it will be. And I'm going with all three kids. So it's going to be a good one, and yeah, we needed to have some good trades on to support the trip. And we're, you would think that my 14-year-old is basically like a travel agent. He's been looking at the hotel. He knows pretty much every single thing about it. He knows about like there's this cliff you can jump off of, and there's like this whole thing, and he's ready to rock and roll. So. We're excited for it, and the families. I just wanted to treat. Our schedule is so. This is the only weekend. This is going to sound insane. This is the only weekend all year that we have nothing booked.
Yeah, that's kind
like that is like, and I'm already missing. I also coach high level Little League. So I'm a head coach in both the house league and then the rep team, the travel team. So it's so super busy. We had to do it now. And even as this is happening, we're getting games, like things that are popping in our calendar now for this weekend. So we're actually kind of sad because we will be missing a little bit of hockey. Oh, I have a hockey stick getting delivered here. So if a big ass box comes,
well, I think I'll be able to tell if it's...
Yeah, because I didn't want to have it delivered to the house.
It's probably a little obvious.
Not going to be there.
If we can't figure out what a hockey stick looks like when it's wrapped up.
Anyways, guys, it'll be a
You have to take that, I don't know, family vacation.
You have to. I mean, you guys, you go every year
we're
sticklers
about it. One of the biggest regrets early in my trading career was, like when I didn't have I had all the free time in the world, didn't have the busy life, and I did zero traveling my first 10 years of working. I mean, literally zero. I went on one trip, and it was because some friend had a destination wedding. Like I did a couple of road trips with the
boys there
for a couple of days.
Imagine that. It's the only trip I was at. So you're talking about the friend destination wedding.
It was.
So
sorry about that. You got to enjoy life. I remember I had some university buddies that went to Egypt, and I was like, nah, man, I don't want to miss a week of trading. And I look back on it now, and it's like, they talk about it all the time. I feel like a jackass that I.
Life is way too short.
His life is way too short not to enjoy it.
Yeah, and I've never taken. I mean, we went to Rome, but we've never, as I said, the only beach we saw was in Miami. Shout out to Nelson in the chat. Thank you so much for hooking us up there at Fontainebleau over there. I don't even know how you pronounce it. Bleu. There is now in Vegas. There is a casino there now for that, but that was awesome. And I did not go to Live, the nightclub there. We were with the kids, and we did not do that. So but I thought I saw Rick Ross. I swear to God, when I was there. You can ask Marissa. I was like, I think that's Rick Ross over there.
We had a buddy who did a bachelor party in Miami, and we were there. We went to the steakhouse right next to Live. We came out.
Yeah, we ate at that steakhouse. It's a great.
It's fantastic. Yep. It's a great place. I forget the name of it, but it's a great place to eat. And the vibe was unreal. And we're like, we've got to go in to Live. And then basically the guy, like the bouncer, told us what it was going to cost, and like half of the group was like, no. And then the more important, my thing was the guy whose bachelor party it was wanted to go. And so my whole thing was like, we're here for him, and he said he wants us to go in. Like, what are we doing? This is like one of the last, like we're not, you get married once.
The funny thing is this guy is like the richest guy I know as well.
Yes. I'm like,
he's this crazy doctor now.
Yes.
He could probably buy Live if he wanted to, realistically.
And then, of course, we had a friend that 1 week after we didn't go to Live, was down there and went to Live, and of course never stopped talking about how absolutely lit it was. But you could tell, because the outside of the club is crazier than the inside of any club I've ever been to in my life. Like you're in the lobby of a hotel.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like we were walking by with the kids, and all of a sudden it's like, I think my son was probably like 10 years old. He's like looking. He's like, okay, this is what people are wearing, and it's like,
outside. The people that can't get in is better than any club I've ever been to my whole life.
It's insane.
And we didn't go. We have 1 minute to the imbalances. We're gonna go to Adara, and we'll come right back. Probably nothing, Berg. We'll see.
I'll be brief, guys. Just be aware here. Keep an eye on USO in the market, seeing reports that Iran is apparently signalizing a compromise in talks with the U.S. They're saying that they could potentially retain control over their side of the Strait of Hormuz, so Iran's side, rather, while also allowing ships to transit safely. And apparently this will also create a partial reopening rather than a full lifting of restrictions. So again, partial reopening reportedly in consideration here in the U.S.-Iran talks. Back to you.
Thank you, Adair. So 20 seconds till imbalances. Ion Q is now 2.6 million on the early look, so that actually popped up.
Getting out some more NVIDIA.
Nokia. Hey, speaking of NVIDIA, NVIDIA has a...
Well, it's not out yet.
But the imbalances are out in 7 seconds. This one is 2.3 million to the sell side, Nokia, Snapchat, early look 1.1, QBTS, but these are all going to change. Right now.
There it is. Yes, NVIDIA.
Right now. NVIDIA, I see Amazon as the biggest at 1.1, Intel 1.3, Tesla, sell of 1.2 million shares. Still not seeing NVIDIA. Chewy, who cares about Chewy? QBTS, the buy 800,000. Yeah, no NVIDIA, but it doesn't really matter. Probably a little bit mixed, I'd guess, in overall. We're probably leaning to the buy side. There's NVIDIA. That wasn't there before.
NVIDIA ripped up a little bit.
Yeah, that took, sometimes what'll happen is it just takes a second or two, but it did just pop up. There's 3.2 million to the buy side. I just hopped out of, SMCI gave me a small pop, probably on the 1.2 million buy imbalance, but it didn't get to VWAP. Got almost, but not quite. So NVIDIA, 3.2 million, that could be one of those flip trades if it's close enough to an even dollar.
Yeah, I am just going to take this out on Tesla here because why not? It did have a huge move up into 394. We can wait to see if we do get that 394 level, and we'll see if it does come through. And if not, that's fine. 394, we'll wait to see. I mean, as we have these imbalances just popping around, we do take advantage of that NVIDIA. We just have a real small piece left, just to see if it does extend out. I mean, it got up to 199 almost there, and we took an out at 199.60s, so small piece left for NVDA, one name that we didn't talk about at all today. At least I have not even called this up. Shout out to my good friend Alex Karp and Palantir. As I don't know if someone was in there buying it today. Hello?
Kathy only buys going down.
Yeah, I'm back. No, I'm gone tomorrow. Back. Yeah, week Thursday. Okay, bye. So Kathy there. You're going to find out tomorrow, but in there, you see Palantir, nice little move to the upside right there, bouncing off of the 200-period moving average. We'll see how that works out for everybody there, but it looks like it may work out, right? I mean, it's a nice little move higher for Palantir, up 5%. And again, this could be one of those names, where you look back and, you see, why didn't we buy at 130? It came down here, hang out a little bit. Then you get that whoosh moment there as Burry and everybody else, they're not long enough, so they're hitting the stock down so they can get long. And then there it is, 130 has been the chosen level for PLTR. For now, I think this is a really risky name to think about looking at or trying to call bottoms or anything like that, because Palantir still has a crazy PE, and if valuation starts coming into effect. We saw Costco get really hit on PE worries. You see a little bit of that happening with Walmart. So I am worried, obviously, about that. So potentially getting a little out there on this space, and we can see what happens after that. But Palantir 130 looks like a good dip buy opportunity if you're able to get it. And today you could not have gotten it, but you could have got, in and around here, 135, 136, nice upside play there for PLTR.
And we forgot, we did talk about HIMS. We never found a story. It was just a bunch of social media chatter for HIMS, and it's going to close adjacent to the highs or close enough to the highs, 12%. This was another example of you got to pick and choose. I was talking about how I liked in particular PayPal, but this is literally the exact same setup. Higher low, breaking the 50 period. There's so many names that are like this where the market gets to the high and they're just now trying to break out of absolute bottoms. Nike would be an example of that. HIMS, we already mentioned PayPal. SoFi, well, SoFi's not at any lows. I mean, SoFi counts, but if you go, SoFi's nowhere near some of its base lows. That was closer to $7 or $8, but that's going to close above the 50-period moving average on SoFi. If I hadn't bought Robinhood, I'd probably be buying SoFi, but I've already made that. I kind of made that decision. Is what it is. What'll end up happening is it'll be exactly the same. It wouldn't have mattered.
Oh shit, we missed it. What's for lunch? Okay, so we did.
Still 5 minutes.
No, but we were supposed to do it earlier. We could do it at 4.
It doesn't matter.
Let's do it at 4.
I thought we were doing it at the end.
No, I was going to do it at 3:40. I was going to do it, but the market's open. We'll do it at the end. Okay, so I was looking at the time. I was like, oh my God, it's 3:55 already? Okay. Yeah, I did some selling today of Intel. So we were able to get out, just talking about, again, trying to make sure that we get out of some profitable trades. 64.50 or 64.75, again, went up to $66, but we did sell a little bit there, got a little bit out on our Intel position, it's gone parabolic, and we did a little bit of selling as well in M to the Arvel there. So we got out some Marvell as well. well yesterday. So those are a couple trades there that we got in and out of. And looking to do the same, there was another stock. It was Google. Oh no, it was Amazon. It was Amazon. This was the sort of the joke. I made this the vacation. We had bought Amazon real low. I think it must have been down into here at one point. I said, this is our vacation stock heading into the new year, and we didn't. Oh no, it was before this. It wasn't the tariff time. It must have been
Amazon was well into last year.
Yeah, that vacation talk was well.
That was a while back.
Yeah, so right now, and I didn't sell any of it, but we are going. I think it's about time. I mean, you know, you already made this move up to 240 right there back last January. This is January of 25. So we already made that move, and you fell all the way back into 170. Obviously, we had tariffs, but that can happen at any time. Like, you could get a scare like this at any time. We don't really know. That's the whole point of the market and news, right? We don't know where it's going to come from. But right there, now you're back there. You made another move back down, and now you're here again. So I'd hate to see this kind of an action happen. Great for long term. You may not want to sell it, but if you're thinking the market is a little excited now, I don't think you're wrong there. So now 5 minutes left. And yeah, that is what it is. I'm still waiting for 199.50 here on NVIDIA. Let's see if we can get that 199.50. That's where I'm offering on NVDA.
And well, you probably would have noticed if you're watching the bounce locator, NVIDIA paired off half. It was 3.4 or whatever it was. Now 1.5 to the buy side for that. Most of the things paired, with the exception of QBTS. So D-Wave is the one that ended up holding its buy and balance. That's near the highs as well. I guess it was yesterday, I suppose, was Quantum Day, and now 2 days in a row. This is a little bit far gone. It's the same setup, but way too far gone, because if you buy that one at close or buy the one at open tomorrow, you're going to be 10 to 12% away from support at the 50 period. I like the ones that are a little bit closer. I just saw this, and I'm not even sure what it means. So that I'm going to ask the Juno Show. Forget what's for lunch, what's for wrist. What's for wrist?
I know what he means, but I'm only wearing my Apple Watch these days. How about next week? When I get back the week after that, I'll go 5 days in a row. I'll put something on the wrist, and you guys can tell me which one you like the best, if that's what you mean.
Oh, if that's
because we did have that.
No, that does make sense.
We did have Kevin O'Leary on a couple of times. We always talk about what's on the wrist.
I was anchored to thinking about food because we're talking about lunch, so I was just like, what are we talking about? For my, I only ever wear one watch when I'm trading. Like the first thing that I bought myself when I had a good check trading, because in addition to not traveling, I would never spend any money on myself either. And I was in the West Indies, and we have a friend who collects watches, and that's the thing he does. And I was in a jewelry store, and he basically was. Anyways, he had told me something about how cheap jewelry is relative to in Canada and the U.S. if you're in the West Indies. So I'm in this store, and I'm like, okay, well, whatever. Mm-hmm. At the time, I was like, I should buy myself something, and I have no clue what I'm doing. So I called him up. And he's literally on the trading floor. He's probably sitting next to you at the time. And I was just telling him everything I was seeing. And then he goes, buy this one. And he was like, it was a tag. And he's like, that's the best value relative to what it's worth here. And he's like, if you're smart, you'll buy 3 or 4 of them and sneak them back over. And I'm like, well, I'm not doing that because I don't want to get caught. Probably should have and would have paid for it. But yeah, it's I consider it like a lucky charm kind of thing, even though I'm not superstitious. I only ever wear the one.
I'm not superstitious yet. I think it's lucky.
To me, it's it's just one of it was the reminder of that first check for myself.
Likewise. I think most of the clothing that you'll see me wearing is at least 7 to 10 years old. I have spent zero money on myself, but have been lucky in the past to collect some pretty nice pieces. And again, that same friend hooked me up with my first Breitling. So we may be wearing a Breitling next time you see me. Okay, so yeah, man, all good. We got to get out of some NVIDIA right here as well to close out the show. But thanks everybody for watching. We do have, in less than 1 minute, we have Rate the Lunch. So that's coming out very, very soon. So we're really proud of giving you guys that segment, and that'll be happening just momentarily there, Rate the Lunch. And then we will have, I'm going to get out of Tesla right there. It looks like it'll turn out to be a $28 winner there as we get it out on Tesla right there at the end of the day, as we didn't get out into the imbalances, which we probably should have. There it is, a nice move down with only 30 seconds left to go. What a good day. I'll have, obviously, my best day of the month here today, and we'll just continue to hold out fort on the vacay, and then we'll be back next week. Joe will be in this seat all week with Neil, so you guys are going to be real lucky there to have Joe in here next week with Neil, starting tomorrow. So that's good. With only 5 seconds to go, thanks everybody. And it looks like the NASDAQ right here will go out at a new record high. So the NASDAQ as well today. I'm going to go over both of these. NASDAQ and the SPY. Although, let me double check the NASDAQ. The Qs have to be 630. Oh, wow. The Qs had to be 637.01 was the past high. 637.01, the past high. So we have a new all-time high on the NASDAQ there today. And we have a new all-time high on the S&P 500 as well, as they all continue to go a little upside. Silver today, I'm going to hurry this up, man. I got to get home. Right there, down. I'm going to be in Mississauga tonight for hockey. Silver right now down 0.32. Gold, we're just looking at GLD and SLV here. And gold flat-ish on the day, I believe. Load, down 1%. And then finally, let's have a quick look at what oil, Wagwan with oil, right there, down 0.25%. Okay, today's lunch. Let's review it. Okay, so this is what was for lunch. Again, you know, we have this great segment. The boys will continue it in my absence, obviously. Mediterranean lemon and herb chicken with garlic roasted potatoes, roasted vegetables, and yes, was not a Greek salad. Although I really liked it. I mean, I really liked the salad. I think the salad was real good and real fresh and everything like that.
The salad was fine. I gobbled it up and it was great. But it's just if it's a Greek theme, it should be a Greek salad. So the salad.
You'd rather just not even see the theme.
No, it's just why bother doing the theme if you're not going to actually have the theme? But the chicken, I've got to be real about the chicken. It was barely seasoned and it was pretty dry. Mm-hmm. But the salad was great. The vegetables were fantastic. There was nothing wrong with the potatoes. So I can't give it like a too nasty of a score. I'll give it like a 6.7. Sorry, no, I'm not 6.6. A 6.6, but that's mostly held on because of the vegetables and the salad, not the chicken at all.
I'm going to go under 5 because honestly, that chicken, to me, it was a little too tough. And we eat chicken a lot at my house, and that would not pass. So for me, it would probably be a 3 on today. If the protein is like that, it's a hard pass. Adara, is it too late for you? Yesterday you didn't want to rate because it was too late in the day.
Here's the thing. I still don't think I'm going to give a 1 out of 10 rating because I don't really feel that's something I want to do, but I will comment on how I enjoyed the food. I found some tomatoes that seemed of quality in my salad. Though I did like the chicken. I thought the chicken was fine. The potatoes were fine. It was a lunch, and I was happy to have it.
Yeah, okay.
Is it 1 out of 10?
I thought I heard...
Yeah, well, she's not going to do ratings. She's just going to level of enjoyment. So,
level of enjoyment, 1 out of 10, though.
No, I'm not rating my enjoyment.
Okay.
I'm just going to comment on my thoughts on the food. I'll be like a food blogger, not a food
started off by saying
I'm not a Yelp. I am not a Yelp.
She's not a Yelp, Joe.
Okay.
All right, what's up, Joe?
You guys ready for this?
Apparently not.
Not really.
I didn't have the lunch today.
Okay, well then let's go. Let's go. All right, let's wrap this thing up. All right.
Hold on, man.
All right.
We finished now. We're gonna wrap it up.
Well, yeah, because this is rating the lunch.
I indulged too much in the breakfast that I had no appetite for the lunch. I ate my salad, but I did not have the chicken. That quiche had me feeling some type of way.
The quiche was like this big.
I give
How many did you have?
2 thumbs down.
Get out of here, Joe.
Always gets a 10 out of 10. The quiche always gets a 10 out of 10. The only.
Oh, now we're rating stuff. Okay. Okay, so here. Okay. This is what I have to put up with on a daily basis around here, everybody. All right, everybody, enjoy your time with Neil and Joe and Adair and the rest of the crew. It's been great. Thank you for all the well wishes. We're gonna have a fantastic time.
Enjoy the vacation.
Great show today. Yes, and we'll work on our rating systems when we get back. Ciao, everybody.